Is it okay now? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible now. You are audible.
Okay, we'll stop there. Thank you. Bye. Yes. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. Please, my dear students, please wake up. Wake up. It's already 7 past 10. See, I could see the person sleeping. Wake up, wake up.
Morning, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning. Yesterday we we have done the 5 minutes meditation. Then the yoga class we started with the standing poses, standing asanas. So today we continue with a bit of the standing asanas and also we move forward to sitting asanas. Okay. Yes. All of you, please follow me. Please be comfortable wherever you are in the home, comfortable place. Okay. Preferably take a mat. Okay. Spread it on the floor and sit on the mat. Okay. While sitting, you can use either Siddhasana Padmasana or you can sit freely in any variant of Vajrasana. Okay, I prefer Vajrasana. See, right now I am sitting in Vajrasana like this. And slightly with that, look forward, normal breathing, concentrate at the single point, slowly close your eyes, take a deep breath in, pause, stay there, feel the breath, deep breath out, again. Take a deep breath in, pause, feel the breath, deep breath out. Repeat the same for the two more times. Concentrate at your breathing. Take your both the hands, put your palms in front of your face, rub your palms, feel the heat produced, and put your both the palms on your eyes without opening your eyes. Feel the heat. Then slowly open your eyes and look into your palms. Okay, we'll start with a prayer. Karagre vasate Lakshmi, Karamadhye Saraswati, Karamule Sute Gauri, Namo Sute. I could not hear the students are following the manifesting also. So, we'll start with the warm-up exercises. As I thought yesterday, we'll start with the neck rotation, left to right, neck rotation, stand straight, neck rotation, right to left, left to right. Change the direction and the neck rotation. Then tilt your neck, left, right, again left, right, towards your right, left, and right. Back to position, then chin up and down. Okay, now hands forward and we'll do the hands rotation forward. In a circular direction, forward rotation of your hand, then reverse back and backward rotation and back to position. Stretch your hands towards your side, stretch, sideward stretching. Okay, back to position. Then front rotation, left to right, 3 to 4 rotations you have to do. Then right to left, okay, back to position. Push your hands up, slowly, bend forward as much as you can. Try to touch the floor, slowly come up. Once again, do the same repetition, bend forward, come up, and back to position. Okay, now leg rotation, forward rotation, okay, repeat direction, then with the other side, the other leg, do the rotation, repetition, then back to position. Now, stretch your right leg forward, we'll do the ankle rotation. Right leg, left to right. Nice. Change the leg, same rotation, right to left to right. Okay, we are done with the warm-up exercises from top to bottom of our body. Head to toe. Okay, next. Okay, now let's do the leg. Let's see. Okay, okay. Just 1 minute. I'll be sharing. I'll try to share the video. Now, let's see what's happening. Yesterday, we have done the standing exercises, right? I'll show you the poses yesterday, what we have done, and we'll continue with the exercises. Okay, yeah, I couldn't share the video today. I need to do like this. Okay, yeah. First, we'll start with the yesterday's repetition of exercises, that is Tadasana. Stand straight, tighten your body, join both the legs, take a deep breath in, pause, deep breath out, no body movement, stand straight and concentrate at your breathing, deep breath in, deep breath out, deep breath in, deep breath out. Okay, relax. Next, the second one, Vrikshasana. Okay, take your right leg up till the thigh, join now. Join your both the hands out, stay there for a while with the normal breathing. This is Vrikshasana. As much as you can, minimum of 30 seconds to stay there. Slowly release your hands, release your legs, relax. Next, with the other leg, okay, then join both the hands up, stay there for a while, concentrate at your breathing, slowly release the hands and release your legs. Okay, if any of you are doing, you can just open your camera so that I can see. Start video only. Audio is not required. If you are also doing, okay. Next, let's do one more repetition. Vrikshasana with the right leg. Deep breathe in. Yes, Avinash, come on. Share the video. I could see. Yeah, do it. Minimum of 30 seconds. Stay there. Deep breathe out and release your hand. Slowly release the leg. Yes, dear our students. I want to see you people doing okay. Next for the other leg, join both the hands up to the concentrate at your breathing. Slowly release your hands and your legs. So relax, normal breathing. Then yesterday we have done one more. Do you people remember? Tadasana, Vrikshasana, and and no, you people are not remembering that. No one is texting in the chat box also. Okay, yeah. The next one is, I think I have given you yesterday the sitting asana. Okay, I'll give you today the Veerabhadrasana. It's a warrior pose one. Okay, stand in Tadasana position. Stretch your legs. Raise your hands up to your shoulder level. First towards your right. Go down and touch the ground. Should not bend the knee. Straight, your legs should be straight, should not bend the knee, and hands also should not bend the elbow. See, you can watch me also. I'm audible and also visible. Please follow. Stay there for a while. Concentrate at your breathing. Slowly come up. Back to Tadasana position. Now, towards the other side, touch your left leg and stretch your hands both the sides up to the shoulder level. Then bend towards your left, touch the ground, be there, concentrate at your breathing, stay for minimum of 30 seconds, slowly come up, back to Tadasana position. Normal breathing. Okay, just two more repetitions and we'll go for sitting exercises. First, with the right leg. Stretch your right leg, then stretch your hands up to shoulder level, bend towards right, see, like this. Your palm should be on the floor, both the legs straight, should not bend the knees and should not bend the elbow, hands should be straight, stay there for a while, slowly come up, back to Tadasana position. The last repetition of this warrior pose is left leg, stretch your left leg, both the hands bend towards your left, Try to touch the ground. Your palms should be on the ground. As much as you can, try to touch. Stay there for a while. Concentrate at your breathing. Slowly come up back to Tadasana position. Okay, so now, okay, sit on the ground, preferably Vajrasana. First, take the right leg, now the right leg, bend. Now, your hips should be on the feet. This is Vajrasana position. Join both the heels. Do this. Now you can see, I think, see like this. Okay. Now, tighten your body. Your back should be straight. Look forward. Chin up. Take a deep breath in. Hold. Deep breath out. Concentrate at your breathing. Again, same repetition. Deep breath in. Hold. Deep breath out. In Vajrasana, continue 1, 2 repetitions. Next, we'll start the I'll teach you today the Paschimottanasana, which is very much helpful for your functioning of the body, like the digestive system, respiratory system, and for the excretory system. I'll try to share this. I have a PPT. Okay. Now, stretch your legs forward, both the legs, tighten your back, raise both the hands up, straight, take a deep breath in and go forward. Try to hold your toe. Okay, fast with a deep breath out. Again, come back and relax. Okay? See the bending. I slow down. You need to do that much. You're all youngsters, right? See, I think you can see now. Fully. Hmm. Stretch your legs like this. Straight. Raise the hands up. With a deep breath in, bend forward. See this hand. Try to touch your forehead to the knees. Stay there for a while with the normal breathing. With a deep breath out. Slowly come up. Relax. Okay? Yes. One more repetition of the same Paschimottanasana. You can watch me. I'm doing the demo also. See. With a deep breath in, bend forward, hold the toes with your hands, try to touch your forehead to the knees, stay there for a while with a normal respiration, breathe in and breathe out, with a deep breath out, come up and relax. One more repetition, continue. Okay, so next we'll move on to other exercise. The second, Gomukasana. For that, stretch your both the legs forward. Now, take the right leg as you have done for the Vajrasana. Only the right leg. Put it back and sit on the heel of the right leg. Your hip should be on the right leg. Heel. Next, take the left leg and keep it like this. Okay? Try to do that. Balance your body. Stay there for a while. Concentrate at your breathing. Now, you need to interlock both the hands back of your body like this. And turn this way. Hmm. Right hand up and lock. Stay there. Look forward. Concentrate at your breathing. Release your hands slowly. Release your left leg first, then release your right leg and relax. Now, for the left side, take the left leg, then put on the left leg heel. Now, bend your right leg, keep it in the front like this. Now, left hand up and interlock at your back. Hold like this and look forward. Try to give it back. Concentrate at your breathing. Stay there for a while. Slowly release your hand. Release the right leg. Now release your left leg and relax the leg. One more repetition. Gomukhasana. With the right leg. Okay. Then lock your hands like this. See, look forward. Concentrate at your breathing. Stay in the same pose with a minimum of 30 seconds. Slowly release the hands. Release your left leg. Down your right leg. And relax. Yes. For the other side, left leg. Keep on this. Then right leg. Bend forward and keep it like this. Left leg up. Join the interlock. Look forward. With the normal breathing, concentrate at your breathing. Stay in the same pose. Relax your hands. Relax your right leg. Down your left leg. And relax your legs. Normal breathing. Okay, we have done. Today we have done standing exercises as well as the sitting exercises. Okay, first we have done Tadasana, then Vrikshasana and Veerabhadrasana, that is warrior pose. Next we have done sitting exercises like Vajrasana, Paschimottanasana, Gomukhasana. Yesterday we have done one more chair pose. Okay, we'll do it now. Everybody please stand up. Stand straight. Join both the legs. Okay. Now raise your both the hands up. Join your both the palms. Go down as you are sitting on the chair. Go down. Yes. Be there in the same chair pose Stay there for a while. Concentrate at your breathing. Straighten your legs. Release the hands. Relax. While doing this chair pose, you will get the pain of stretching your calf muscle and the thigh muscle. You should feel that. One more repetition of the chair pose. Stand straight, bend, bend your knees, join your hands, stay there, concentrate at your normal breathing. Slowly come up, release the hands, back to Tadasana position, and relax your body. Okay? See? Okay. Dear students, please sit in the asana, either in Sukhasana, that is cross legs. Be comfortable wherever you are. Sit straight. We'll do just 2 minutes of chanting. First, walk. I'll show you. Then follow the step. See, before starting of Omkara chanting, as I did, I have given you the demonstration, right? Deep breathing and start Om, and then while doing Kara, deep breathe out and deep. Okay, how much ever lengthy you can do, please do it. Okay, just we'll do once now and we'll continue tomorrow in the next class. Okay, I'll stay. Can you people do along with me? If you can unmute, please unmute all of you, dear students. Please unmute yourself. Now we are doing the chanting for 2 minutes. Unmute and start the video if you can. All of you please unmute and start video just for 2 minutes. We'll do chanting now. Okay, please come up. I could see only 3 to 4. Okay. Sit straight, either in Sukhasana or Vajrasana or Padmasana, any of the three asanas. Feel comfortable, straighten your back, look forward, chin up, look forward, slowly close your eyes, did not bother about the outer nature, okay? As I did the demo, you please follow the instructions and keep on giving you the instructions, follow the instructions and do the chanting of Omkara. Okay? Yes. Take a deep breath in. Slowly relax. In the nose to breathe, you need to do the Omkara. You should not stop in the middle. Okay? Once again. Take a deep breath in. Start chanting. With a deep breath out. Omkara. Once again, with a deep breath in. With a deep breath out. Do not open your eyes. Continue doing the last one repetition of the same. Okay. Slowly relax your body. Do not open your eyes. Concentrate at your normal breathing. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Normal breathing. Okay. You can slowly open your eyes. Okay. So it's almost 8 o'clock now. So dear students, we are half an hour late today. So thank you all of you. Stay safe, stay blessed. Have a nice day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Bye.
ma'am. Bye,
Thank
ma'am.
you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you, Bhagyajyoti madam. Hello.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you, Chaya ma'am, and thank you all the participants.
We'll meet tomorrow.
We'll meet
7.
tomorrow with few more exercises and we'll try to give you the video also. I'll try to see the PPT and video and the meditation talk also. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Bye bye. Have a
Bye,
nice day, all
ma'am.
of you.
So the next session will be at 8:45, ma'am, right?
Yes, yes.
All
8:45.
right, ma'am. I'll have a talk with Imtiaz sir about it.
Yes.
All right, ma'am.
शुरू हो गया मेरा मीटिंग। जूम मीटिंग शुरू हो गया मेरा कॉलेज का। खोल के रख दे रहे। जाके दुकान खोले के बाद हाँ सब बोलते लो। ନାଇଁ ଆଣିନି ଏଇଗୁলা ଲଗାତାର ବାହାରେ ବାହାରେ ଖାଇବା ହେଇଗଲା ବହୁତ ଗୁଡେ ଆଣିନି କି ଆର ମାହି କାଲେ କିସ ହଁ ସଞ୍ଜୁ ପହଞ୍ଚେଇ ଦେବେ। बोरियत साला इतना मस्ती किया है 3-4 दिन से लगातार उसके बाद ही बोरियत बोल रहा है बताओ। हैं 31 से जो पार्टी हो रहा था हमको लगा कल पार्टी नहीं हुआ बस। मटन चावल बस ना।
Yeah, good morning, everybody. We'll shortly have our speaker, Mr. Mahantesh GK. So request to host is, if you see him in audience, you can make him co-host.
All right, sir. I'll have a look.
Yeah. Is there some small music program in the morning, 5 minute?
Sir, actually, we can, but then we have another session in the evening
Okay, sure.
in the
Sure,
afternoon.
sure.
So
That's
we'll
great.
be
Yeah,
keeping it
that's
for
fine.
that.
That's fine. Yeah.
Because right now everyone is fresh and active, so
Good. Okay.
fine, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead. No problem.
Fine.
And thanks to Imtiaz for arranging this in short notice. It is a lot of speakers are happy because they don't have to learn the new tool from.
I think Mahantesh sir is not yet available, no, sir?
Yeah, he'll join. He'll join. Just
All
now
right.
I spoke to him.
All right.
Yeah, his secretary assistant I spoke just now.
Yeah, fine.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Okay, I think he has sent another mail ID. Sorry, just 1 minute. I'll just send to that mail ID's link.
Hi, Dr. Chitti sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, MG. I just now saw the message MGK ID, but
Nice. I got done this. So.
Great. So good morning, sir, and welcome to this. Thanks a lot for having time for this. So good. Yeah.
Sir,
So you're from home, all working from home, or?
Sir, I just came to office.
Oh, office. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
So we only closed for 3 days.
Oh, okay.
March 24, 25, 26.
Okay.
Then we kept open because a lot of people with disability, they were approaching us for different
Yeah, of course. I know it's very active place. A lot of people coming, going, and a lot of activities, events, and all. That's really interesting. Yeah. So we'll just wait for a few minutes. I think students are joining.
Sure.
Yeah. We thought
just unmute and keep doing something else. So.
Yeah. Sure. Please.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, Karthik, you can hear. You all set. So you can start at 8:50. Okay.
Okay, sir. No problem.
Yeah. So you can start introducing and then. So how was yesterday's session? All sessions, was it little heavy, like going overhead, or was it
yes, sir.
okay?
AI was overhead, sir.
AI was overhead. Yeah. That's what I realized. It was little kind of trying to impress also. But see, this is the kind of talk people normally give in developer meets, right, where they go directly into code and try to explain using code rather than using some diagram and texts. But yeah, so we will be having 3 days session, right? So that time you'll get, and those who cannot register for AI, they can we'll have a separate program again, right? So we are not, if people are interested, definitely we will arrange as many programs as required, right? It's not a scarcity. Yeah, so some feedback is there from people. Yeah. So all these recordings are available. So those who couldn't probably understand in first round, they can have a look again, because normally people try to pack a lot of information. Although I have told them specifically to keep it very light and easy for people to understand very, very basic concepts. But that's okay. You can listen to those topics again, and probably second time, third time you'll get it. It'll be really worth it. So
Only the last session was a little bit heavy, sir. I think that
yesterday,
was all right. Yeah.
yeah, IoT session was good, right? He went
Yes,
into
sir.
interaction
Yes,
mode
sir.
and
IoT
touched a lot of
session was very
topics.
good
Yeah,
enough, but
yeah.
the last AI/ML
AI
session was
ML
very
was heavy.
loaded.
Yeah, very loaded. I understand. I was also
Good
listening in
morning,
those sessions.
Yuvraj.
Yeah, good morning, Yuraj. Yeah.
I think you are on mute.
Yeah.
Morning, sir. Morning, Karthik.
Yeah, good
Good
morning,
morning. Good
Yuraj.
morning.
So we can start actually, as soon as Mantesh sir comes back,
Yes, sir.
then we can start. I may
Fine.
be listening also. Yeah. So all these morning talks, we have really eminent people for all days. So tomorrow we have one. So he has spoken in innumerable TEDx events. Like he's very common invitee into TEDx events. So he and the Friday person, they are CEO coaches. So all the CEOs pay them heavily to coach them, right? About life skills and all. So of course he speaks very well, extremely well. One of the top speakers. So I'm explicitly telling that no, students should not feel that no, these talks are not important or something like that, right? It's not too early.
Yes, sir.
8:45 is not too early. That's the college start time. So many people have to get up. I mean, start from home at 8 o'clock, right? When college starts in physical mode. I'll just call and check him if he's
Fine,
ready.
sir.
Then
Fine.
we can start. He's back actually. Yeah. So good morning, sir. Again, shall we start?
Sure, sir. I'm ready.
Okay. Sure, sir. Yeah. So Karthik, please go ahead.
Sir. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Day 2 of Prerna 2021, organized by Dayananda Sagar University School of Engineering. The pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity. The optimist sees opportunity in every difficulty. To become an optimist, we have to believe in our abilities. To elaborate more on this, we have Mr. Mahantesh DK with us. Mr. Mahantesh is the founder president of the Cricket Association for the Blind in India. He also presides over World Blind Cricket. The association organizes blind cricket tournaments, identifies talent, and grooms them for the international stage. These very players prove that ability goes beyond everything and it is just a matter of perception. It's an honor to have you here, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
ಕೊಡು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ
Sanjay sir.
Dr. Sanjay, can you start us? Waiting for somebody.
Yeah. Were you waiting for me? Sorry.
Yeah. Should I start, sir?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please. Yeah. In between, I had called, so I didn't understand the context. So I went on mute and took the call. But sorry about that. Please start.
Right, sir.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Sanjay sir, am I clear and audible?
Yes. Very much, sir. Very clear.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Dr. Sanjay sir and the faculty and all the amazing students of Dayanand Sagar University. Let me first wish you all a happy 2021. We unfortunately had one of the worst year last year, 2020. We had massive expectation about 2020 because including Samarthanam, a lot of us had planned many milestones to achieve. So, but it threw a different challenge to mankind. A lot of good people we lost, many people suffered, business got affected, and kids and young adults had to shift to virtual classes. So overall, I think it was a very unwanted, unfortunate, very disturbing year we all have successfully gone through. I'm sure this year will have a lot of opportunity for us, which will bring happiness, peace, and success. Whatever we lost, if we can walk few extra miles, we should be able to compensate quickly. My topic is to believe in abilities. I would like to kind of give a little about my own self and give a few examples how many have overcome their challenges, issues, problems, including disability, socioeconomic barriers, a lot of things, and how one has managed to raise above the limitations and pushed their boundaries. So just to talk a little about my own background from childhood, if I have to talk, I was born in a farming village, 1970, in Belgaum district, a village called Neginhal, to a very big Kivud Sannavar joint family. Most of us, our relatives and family were farmers. Fortunately, my father got educated and he subsequently got all my uncles, they all got educated. So some of them went into government jobs and a couple of them went to practice law. But more than that, when I was born, everything fine. It was a big celebration because I was the first child of a big joint family of my generation. So a lot of celebration, jubilation, entire village was celebrating about 1,000 houses. So because most of the dwellers in the village were our relatives. So it was like a festival. This could not stay long. When I was 6 months baby, typhoid attacked along with heavy temperature, which substantially damaged my optic nerves. So they did not realize this immediately, but gradually they got to know it has affected my sight. It was a shock which they could not accept. They could not digest. They cried. I still remember my mother used to cry day and night. Why this happened to my son? My parents took me to every possible doctor, but they had to kind of accept that there is no medicine for our child. He has to live with this, and we have to accept him as he is. So because of joint family, I never felt blindness was a problem, because there were many people who looked after me, who literally carried me everywhere, including to agriculture fields. I was sitting on the back of my uncle who used to jump into the river. So like this, everything was very good. Once in a while, I used to trip and fall. They used to feel bad. But when I started growing up, I could not play with many different games. That kind of created a lot of sadness in my parents. And when I reached the age of 5 and 6, like every child, they wanted me to go to school, but school said, no, we can't take your child because he's blind. We don't have facilities and we are not supposed to. That those days, the rights, equality did not exist. So using some influence, they got permission. I could just go and sit in the class without my name in the rolls, no attendance, no promotion, no marks cards. So all this kept bothering me, my parents. Will ever I get a chance to go to school and get results like everybody? And can I get my name called out? All this was really hurting me, haunting me. And once inspector of schools visited the school where I was just sitting and asked a question, I quickly raised an answer. So he asked me to write on the board. Then school teacher said, no, he's just coming and sitting in the class. You can't see. So we have just allowed him to sit. I was extremely good in maths. I was introduced to cricket very early. When I was 5, 6, my uncle and my neighbor, they introduced me to cricket. I got really fascinated by the cricket commentary and the noise in the transistor. So they taught me how to understand the calculation strategy. And I developed a lot of interest in numbers, calculation, addition, subtractions, mostly multiplication. So this helped me to quickly learn tables. I could easily tell tables up to 100 plus. You can just keep adding and talking. So simultaneously that was happening. So I was made the tables teacher in the class. So this gave me an advantage. So inspector of schools came to my house and told, you got to find a school for your son. There are schools for blind children. So please go and admit him there so that he will have some career. So this was a big turning point. Parents, uncles, they started looking for the schools available then. Found one of them in 1981 at Bangalore as 10 plus. So it's brought all the way from Belgaum to study in Bangalore. Till I came to this blind school, I never knew there were other blind kids also. I was under the impression I was the only visually impaired in the entire world.
Sorry.
All that.
Yeah. I request a host to mute everybody except for a speaker, except for co-host. Please mute everybody.
Thank you. So when I came to this school, entire facilities was made for people like me, kids like me, including teaching, playing equipments, and even certain factory. We had a corrugation box manufacturing unit, and we were taught to manage dairy. And the beauty of that school is senior kids.
Excuse me, sir.
Not audible, sir.
Sir, we are not able to hear you.
So could you just tell sir to unmute?
Sir, unmute your mic, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, unmute your mic.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you now, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Till what you all heard?
Sir, till that the school had all equipments.
And senior students you're mentioning, so that
Oh, okay, good.
from there onwards.
So senior students had to look after the juniors. So that was a wonderful system. We were also taught to look after cows, look after our surroundings. We had to clean everything by ourselves. So I think this gave me tremendous confidence, built a lot of positive attitude, killed my personal ego. because I always felt proud because I am from this big family. Money is never a problem. There are people to look after. So when I came here, seeing the plight of friends like me, that really moved me. How kids live there, not only with blindness and with so many other challenges. So fortunately, the school had a wonderful system, like how engineering systems are there now. So they had a system of trimester. If you study well, you can quickly move up to the next class. So I could finish 10 years of studies in 6 years, then quickly go to college. And in college, first 6 months was very difficult because I was the only blind student there. Rest all could see. I had a lot of inhibitions. I was feeling fish out of water. But if you have the will to study, determination to achieve what you want, rest all just wither away. So I coped up and started making a lot of friends. Friends started helping me. So I finished graduation and then MA MPhil from Bangalore University. Definitely, there were many challenges. Not like today's technology was not there, audio screen readers were not there, mobiles were not there. So I had to literally convert most of the materials in braille practically, and had to depend on tape recorders. Those days, cassettes used to come. I don't know today's children; they don't know all that, but that was my uh, only available possible material I could use. Record all the books in audio cassettes and listen to them. You can't go from page to page. You have to literally move. So these were many challenges. And I developed a lot of interest in cricket, as I mentioned. I went to the blind school and introduced cricket there. A lot of my friends started playing cricket. Because of my cricket interest, I made a lot of friends in the school. Management people had a lot of interest. Our headmaster, secretary, and principal, they encouraged my cricket liking. Because I came from Belgaum, so it was very hard to stay here. But only the desire to study and desire to do something, desire to come up in life, want to be independent. So all that was priority. So I had to kind of face challenges to overcome all that, and finished my MA MPhil. When I was writing my MPhil thesis, I lost my father. There was a big shock, who was a force behind all that I did till then. Being the eldest son of the family, I had a lot of responsibility. Mother was a homemaker. She had not gone out of home because dad managed everything. And three siblings, they were younger to me. Younger sister was in 10th standard. So I had to kind of spend a lot of time with mother, planning our family's future. Brother was in 12th. Sister next to me was only married. So like this, there were challenges at every step. But always I strongly believed in, I don't say myself, I strongly believed in optimism. And like in literature, if winter comes, spring is not far behind, like Shelley writes in one of his poems. So reading a lot, understanding and listening to radio, listening to a lot of drama, plays, and reading history, how people had faced challenges, went through tough time, had to leave their palace and stay in forest, had to leave their palatial bungalows and got completely ruined. So I had all that understanding. So that helped me to uh, bravely face all the challenges, and always believed in future, and always believe in uh, possibilities. Always feels if you have the attitude of never give up, so you will succeed. So these were certain thoughts which I inherited from my father, was a very spirited man who always told me to acquire as much knowledge as possible, study as much as you can, and also share. Knowledge is power, sharing is progress, and sharing only is future. There are many people who have tremendous knowledge, but it remains with them. I feel it is useless unless it is disseminated, unless it is shared, unless it is uh, told to others. Many times it dies along with them. So, for having gone through fantastic childhood life and college life, and definitely handled many challenges, my friend Nagesh and myself, we always were good friends from the school days from 1981. He was senior to me, who looked after me like his younger brother, like a true guardian. He said, there are many kids like us who don't have opportunities. In the introduction, the person who introduced mentioned about opportunities. So opportunities are very, very crucial for people who have blindness and disability. They live with such frustration, no hopes. I don't want to say hopelessness, no hopes. They can't think of future. They're not pessimists, but ignorant for various reasons. No exposure. Most people with disability come from rural areas, no financial capabilities of the family. So when parents are working hard to meet ends, so they have hardly any time to think about their disabled child. Sometimes out of pity, sometimes out of discrimination, disabled child is completely sidelined and ignored. As a child grows, parents also grow, and parents starts worrying then, but it's too late. So what I always tell my friends and wherever I talk in forums like this, you need to provide opportunities at the right time. It applies for people with without disability. So if opportunities are provided at the right time for people with disability, first three letter loses. So when first three letter of disability is gone, only ability remains. So you got to equip them to face the challenges. You have to provide them with the required assistive devices, assistive technology, and accessible study materials, and provide that support system which helps them to overcome their disability. And they forget disability and they start believing in their own self. They start believing in their ability and start having confidence in themselves and start having a lot of positivity. Having positive attitude, I think, is very, very important. Once you have positive attitude, automatically you start realizing your potentiality. Once you realize your potentiality, you start believing in your ability. So how all this can happen? Not everyone are as lucky as I and Nagesh and some of you who are here. There are many who struggle for opportunity. There are many who struggle for good facility. There are many who struggle for encouragement. So how do we kind of amplify, multiply the opportunities what we got? So that was a trigger. We started Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled in 1997. Samarthanam focuses on creating confidence in people with different disabilities. When they come to us, they come with such low esteem, no hopes, no thoughts of their future. But when they are here, Samarthanam has a lot of very well read volunteers, very compassionate team staff who motivate them, identify their strengths, identify their skills. Because disability can happen anytime, by birth or during the middle of the life, at any stage. 20 years, 30 years, could be because of natural diseases or biological problems or accidents. So anything can cause disability at any time. So you have to analyze and assess what is right for that particular person. You can't have one standard solution. You got to talk to them first, bring them out of their low esteem, motivate them to aspire, build aspirations. I think building aspirations, I think, is very, very crucial. So I always tell my people, you have to build aspirations in the young minds. So they should start dreaming big. They should start dreaming big when they are up, which will not allow them to sleep. They should not dream during sleep. So if they start dreaming big and start working towards it with dedication, determination, and discipline, they can definitely go towards destination. And destination should never be the end, because it has to be constantly moving up the ladder so that they don't deteriorate or they don't decline or fall. So these are some thoughts I keep sharing to my people. So in the last 23 years, Samarthanam has designed certain major verticals. One is education. Education is key to empowerment. Just not classroom reading, but exposure, talking to them about their opportunities, what are the careers available for people with the different disabilities. That is the kind of education we run. We run schools and we support kids who go to colleges like you. Most of them are not as fortunate as I mentioned earlier. So we look after their fees and other support system. Visually impaired need someone to read, someone to record books for them. So a lot of volunteers come, and we do have staff, about 500 plus full-time staff Samarthanam has. We are in 15 different cities. I wanted to show the video, but it is a little longer, so you all can go to our website and read what we do. And second most big vertical is skilling. Train young adults with disability to become employable in corporates. Like how you are aspiring to work for companies, we build that aspirations in them. We run 3 to 6 months course, teach English, computer skill, soft skills, behaviors, etc. And we have relationship with a lot of multinational companies. We go to them, talk to them, and ask them to recruit people with disability purely on their ability, on their skill. So we, on an average, place about 3 to 4,000 young adults every year in different multinational companies, governments, and entrepreneurs. We talk to them and we ask them to hire at least one disabled person in their company. So third most popular initiative of Samarthanam is Cricket for the Blind. Cricket Association for the Blind in India was promoted as an independent entity to support, promote, manage, and govern blind cricket in the country. From 2010, Samarthanam is managing Indian blind cricket, and I was also the president of World Blind Cricket from 2016 to 2020 November. Recently, I completed my term, and my friend has taken over. So cricket is crazy in India. It is a religion for all of us. People with blindness are no exception, because it is relatively game which is very easy to follow. Rules are not very complicated, unlike other games which are very fast, like hockey, football. By the time you understand something, it would have progressed. But cricket is not that. So relatively easy to follow. So through cricket, we try to build confidence in them. We give opportunity for them to go to the field, throw themselves, run, shout. So audio signals play a vital role. Yeah. So cricket has been very, very strongly followed by visually impaired. 25,000 plus people follow cricket in the country. We have hosted World Cups. India has won 4 World Cups. In all the finals, we had the privilege of beating our arch rivals, Pakistan. Honorable Prime Minister follows blind cricket. He invited the team and felicitated twice, spoke about us in his monthly Man Ki Baat broadcast. Presidents invited the team and felicitated. It was talked in Parliament. So what I am telling you all is the passion I had in cricket as a child, which continued to increase only. I played myself a lot of cricket, but not for India because it got introduced very late in 1990. I had almost stopped playing in 1994. I stopped as the captain of my team. So through cricket, we have created celebrities. Many celebrities came and witnessed, and many media invited our blind cricketers to their shows, including popular Kapil Sharma shows, Republic TV, and many others, NDTV, CNN, India Today, a whole lot of them, and a lot of regional TV channels. They got promotions in their banks, they got jobs. A few state governments made it a rule. If any of the player of that state plays for the country, they get job like Kerala, Haryana, and all. This is we are continuing to do. We get cash prizes now. It has become a rule now. So if you believe in yourself, you can do. If you have that can-do spirit, I think cricket for the blind is one example. You all can leisurely look at our videos. There are many videos in YouTube. You can visit both in Samarthanam and blind cricket. So other major programs are performing arts and environment, providing rehabilitation for women. So Samarthanam, though it started by 3 blind friends, we have not remained struck with only visually impaired. We expanded our program to other disability. We expanded our programs to non-disabled children. Whoever is denied of opportunity, I feel they are disabled. So we got into many other social issues like environment, cooking and supplying food for government schools, and women empowerment. Wherever you see a problem, we feel that is the opportunity. Finding solutions to the issues, I think, is what a responsible citizens or responsible organizations like Samarthanam should do. Even during COVID, I wanted to say, like in the introduction, you mentioned pessimists block themselves. If you are an optimist, you find a way in everything. You find opportunities, one for your own self and two for others. So when lockdown was announced, we were shut because the organization was never shut down. We had to shut down for 3 days to 4 days, but we could not stay shut because we started getting a lot of calls from people with different disabilities who needed small helps like groceries, medicine, milk, who could not step out. So Samarthanam decided to kind of jump into and play a frontline warrior's role. We literally went to their doorsteps, provided the relief materials, provided direct cash grants, and provided not only for disabled and entrepreneurs, we cooked and supplied more than 2 to 3 lakh food packs. And we did not limit our own selves to providing food, dry ration kit, cash grants. We went one more step forward and started supporting doctors, hospitals, ASHA workers, and Anganwadi workers, police, and sanitary workers. We provided healthy, safe kits. So overall, about 20 crores worth relief Samarthanam distributed during this pandemic. My team is quite brave to go and do all this. I would like to extend big thanks to corporates who believed in our ability. Not only we believe in our ability, we were fortunate to repose that faith in corporates and governments who believed in our ability, who believed in Samarthanam's capability and honesty. They shared their revenue money and asked us to deliver their goods to people who need it. So this is the possibility. If you believe in your own self, if you believe in your ability, possibility is unlimited. And impossibility just loses its first 2 letters. I am. So only possibility remains. So dear friends, I think we are running short. So my only sincere request to all of you is have a lot of belief in yourself. Don't be overconfident. Be realistic. And you got to take risks sometimes. Have positive attitude and feel for others. You got to care others. You have to have concern for others. because we are cared and looked after by our parents and elders and teachers and friends. I think it is our bounden duty to share our knowledge, share our resources. It doesn't cost much, but when you spread happiness around you, you enjoy the most. You probably live with utmost peace, and your confidence level only increases so that you can do more and more, and you can achieve unbelievable heights. Uh, one more piece of advice I don't say suggestion is, when you have your own businesses in the future, when you develop something, please develop or produce which is universally designed. So nobody is left behind. You got to have everybody use your product so that with little investment, you would create a bigger market for yourself. So with this, I would like to thank Professor Chitnis and Srinivas sir, entire faculty management of DSU, and all the students. Once again, I would like to extend my hearty wishes to you. 2021, may this year bring a lot of happiness, peace, success, prosperity. Whatever we lost last year, let us compensate it by not only once, at least by 5 times, so that whoever is fortunate can share that good fortune to people who are struggling to meet their ends. Thank you. Have a great day. And I went through some of the sessions. I think morning sessions were very, very impressive, very helpful. They are beyond curriculum and classroom. So once again, my congratulations to DSU for planning these kind of sessions. So the more than classroom learning, hearing from eminent people who have done something, who have crossed their barriers, I think they are the biggest lessons, is what I feel, which I learned from my national college, because every week we had a guest lecture coming and talking. So they were the most memorable, most inspiring. So my big thanks once again, and have a great day.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. It was very, very inspirational. And I'm reading the comments from our students, right? They're writing in the chat box that, no, that's very inspirational. And all of them are saying thank you, actually, one after other. So thanks a lot for this talk.
Thank you, sir.
No, and that really kind of makes us think, actually, right, that every one of us has some disability to other, right? Some people have disability of we are not able to focus on certain things. Some people have disability of getting time wasted, all those things. So I think each of us we have disabilities, and learning from you, looking at you, we should get inspiration to how do I overcome my own disability. That is my sincere request. So thank you very much, sir. I'm handing over to our MCs, right? They may also have to say probably a few words.
Sure. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring us with your words. It's true, we may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. I'm sure this year we'll bounce back stronger. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions any students have? So far, I've not seen any questions. You have quick questions? Yeah. Kushal Yadav is saying really very good work you are doing, sir, and we are lucky because people like you are in our society.
Thank you. And Chitty sir, you can bring your students to Samarthanam.
Yes, very much, sir. Yeah. In fact, not only bring, sir, we have idea that students should do projects with you.
Sure.
So, some of your volunteers and experts should guide our students. We can come up with something things.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
A lot of potential for innovation, having patents and all kinds of things. So we really want to take it forward.
Definitely.
Sure. Yeah, and just for the student group, actually, our dean sir also had been working with Mante sir, and earlier when he was in PESIT, like our dean sir was in PESIT, that time they developed some projects and I think. So any of you have interest to work with Mante sir and his team, please contact me and we'll connect you. I know you can do a lot of inspirational things, right? Sure. Thanks. And even otherwise, if you have spare time in Saturdays, Sundays, etc., just go there and see how you can help. There's so many things, avenues you can help, not just projects, right? So there are a lot of books can be converted into audio format. All kinds of projects are running actually, so you can help. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Yeah,
thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Bye. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
So can we continue?
Yes, please continue. Yeah, please continue.
Technology is not just helping us recover from the pandemic, it is helping us emerge stronger, says a Forbes article dated yesterday. And I feel it's completely true because we have all seen it ourselves as to how technology has eased things for us, be it efficient management and organization, or on a lighter note, entertainment and socialization. So, yes, this workshop will help us give an better insight and motivate us to take up those technologies which have been total game changers in the current scenario and will remain so in the future as well. So, the sessions planned for today are quantum computing, app development, VR, AR, and cyber security. So, the session on quantum computing is lined up next.
Yeah. Is Dr. Shesha made co-host? He's there. I can see.
Hi,
yeah, he's there. Yeah. Welcome, sir.
Hi.
Hi.
One second, I'm getting my logistics in place. I'm trying to
Take care.
connect my mic here. If you can hold on for a sec.
And I think our MC student will introduce you, and then we can start.
Good morning, all. Now we have Shesha Raghunathan, sir, advisory R&D engineer, and he is IBM Quantum Computing Distinguished Ambassador. As IBM Quantum Computing Distinguished Ambassador, Shesha sir is amongst few who can officially talk about and for IBM quantum technology. Has worked on various aspects of analysis, including noise, timing, abstraction, reporting. Currently, he has been focusing primarily on electronic design automation 3.0 and is one of the principal contributors in that initiative. Sesha sir has got his PhD in electrical engineer from the University of Southern California, LA in 2010. So I heartily welcome you, sir, for this session, Quantum Computing Skill Development Program.
Yeah, thank you. And just one, small interruption. I see in the audience our Dr. P.C. Deshmukh. He is actually quantum mechanics expert from IIT Chennai, and he worked in IIT Tirupati and I think one more IIT. So just wanted to say welcome, sir, Dr. P.C. Deshmukh. He's our new faculty in Dayanand Sagar University. So he's in audience. I don't know whether he's able to speak or he's. Sir, hello, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to Dr. Shesha's lecture. So let me not cut into his time. But it's wonderful to be here, and thank you for this opportunity to be here.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say hi so that Dr. Shesha also knows, and our students also know they can also contact you in case they have
certainly. Very welcome.
To do with quantum mechanics and
absolutely.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you. So over to Dr. Shesha.
Hopefully, folks can hear me okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me see if I can get my. Okay. Let me get started. So can the host please enable my screen sharing? Okay. Just give me 1 second. I'm working through some logistics here. Okay, looks like I'll have to log out and log back in for the permissions to be set. So give me a second, please.
Hello.
Yeah, our distinguished speaker is going to log in again. Again, we have to make him co-host when he joins. Yeah. Can the host make Dr. Shesha co-host again?
So we are getting in contact with Imtiaz, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, sure. Got him.
Sir, we can see your screen, sir.
Okay, so hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, sir. Your screen is also visible, sir.
Okay, if I can. Okay. All right. So let me get started.
Can you make it full screen?
Yeah, I'll make it there. Just Okay, so thanks for inviting me. I'm glad to be here with Anand Sagar. I see that there is a lot of interest and a lot of folks have joined. I'm happy to be in this particular event. So today what I'm going to talk about and give an overview of is the technology, emerging technology called quantum computing. I will give a brief overview of what that is. I will also talk a lot about applications that folks are currently looking at. I'll briefly touch on computing model and how is it different from classical computing. And then scaling and roadmap is essentially what an IBM perspective is, and how do you join the IBM quantum network, what it is, and how do you get started with programming this device. This is the broad outline of what I'm going to talk about. I probably will emphasize some portions over the other based on the interest. I welcome questions. What I plan to do is from portion to portion, I'll take a brief pause for any questions, and maybe the host can look through the questions in the chat and just ask those questions along the way. I encourage all the students to start posting your questions in the chat window. I hope the host can help me reading through those questions, and I can take questions at various intervals in this particular presentation. Okay, so there are many challenging problems, computationally challenging problems that are everywhere around us. Many of you, since you guys are students, would know a lot of NP-hard problems, NP-complete problems, which means that computationally with classical hardware, we cannot exactly solve the problem, which invariably means that you will have to find approximate solutions. But these problems are of enormous interest for society and humanity in general. So for instance, it could be as simple as a fertilizer. One of the factoids I learned along the way is that nearly 2 to 3% of all energy resources, petroleum resources, for example, is consumed in making fertilizers. The numbers could vary here or there, but significant amount of energy is being spent in developing these fertilizers. So what do we use our fertilizers for? Obviously for better yield and better quality of soil and so on and so forth. The challenge there, of course, is you can ask the question, can I develop a better solution that consumes a lot less energy? In many ways, nature has many of those things available, be it earthworm or any of those microbes that are there in the soil, do the same operation of converting whatever minerals into nitrogen, oxygen, whatever is needed for the plants, and they do it in a very energy efficient way. The question then is, why can't we do the same? The problem, though, is for us to understand the chemical processes that involves in those transformations. And for that, we invariably have to go and simulate how those microbes behave in their fundamental level, which invariably will involve dealing at molecular level, which means that you have to describe your system in a quantum mechanical way. The problem with that is that if you have to simulate a quantum mechanical system in a classical hardware, it doesn't scale very well. So you can only do so much, and beyond which your computations, your computer hardware, even with the best computer, will choke. You just cannot do that. So there are limitations to what we can simulate in nature with the classical hardware that we have. And these have significant impact, as you very well can imagine. If I could do what nature does best, perhaps, and understand how nature does it, and I can emulate that and do the solve that problem, can impact environment in a significant way. Similarly, there could be other industrial settings, for example, petroleum, it could be another manufacturing unit. There are many challenging problems there. A simple thing could be petroleum processing and other activities involve a lot of chemical processes. There could be a lot of inefficiencies there, which means that a lot of energy is being spent where we could be more optimal. At some point, we cannot go beyond what we understand of those chemical processes because of the limitations of the classical hardware. In the logistical setting, the same problem exists. How can I efficiently use my logistical elements? In this example, say an aeroplane? How do I schedule them more efficiently? How do I use all the resources that is available in the airport more efficiently, for example? All these have a significant bearing on how we can deal with this problem. More recently and more pressingly in these days is analyzing and figuring out new drugs. There are challenging problems, as you very well imagine. We had a very tough year last year because of all the pandemic. Finding a drug, as you may have now realized, is not a simple thing. Figuring out what is the particular drug that addresses a particular virus is a very hard thing to do, because at some point you will have to do trial and error. You will have to actually simulate those molecules and try it out and see if it works and so forth. You cannot actually do a full-fledged simulation in a computer. That would be a lot more efficient for us to do, at least eliminate the less interesting ones. Challenging the problem again is you have to go simulate stuff at molecular level. Again, it comes down to simulating quantum mechanics in some form or the other using classical hardware. That again is challenging. But by no means this means that we can solve all the problems if we had some magic technology. It's less likely, but at least many of these problems could be addressed, can potentially produce a different result, perhaps an interesting result, if we had a new technology that can help us solve some of these problems. So all this while, the classical setting has been using what is known as bits as a fundamental element of compute. As you very well know, bits are nothing but it can take either 0 or a 1, but never any combination thereof. It is a fundamentally deterministic system. The reason why we go binary is because it scales very well. We can build a hardware and scale it up like we did in the 70s. We had very simple hardware to doing simple operations, to CPUs, and then multi processors, then GPUs, and so on and so forth. All these could be scaled up more naturally and could be addressed more efficiently, and the integration could happen more better if you had a simple 2-bit system. But there are some fundamental limitations because it's a fundamentally deterministic machine, and it's only so much it can do based on the model that we are using. Quantum, on the other hand, is very different at that fundamental level. The basic element is not a quantum bit or a qubit. What it is that it is also represented in a two-state system, 0 or 1. The difference, though, is that it can take any value between 0 and 1 in a probabilistic sense. So, for instance, that is shown here, 0 is the North Pole and 1 is the South Pole. If and You could be in any state in the sphere that connects this 0 and 1 in the sphere that you are in. So if you happen to be in an equator, then the probability of you having 0 and 1 is 50-50. But if you are on the northern hemisphere, you're more likely to see a 0 rather than a 1. And if you're in the southern hemisphere, you're more likely to see a 1 rather than a 0. So what you have to see this now is that at a fundamental level, the basic element of compute has moved from a deterministic to a probabilistic setup. This is more than just probability in that it's a probability amplitude. Those are technicalities, but nonetheless, the way we look at it is we are shifting from fundamentally deterministic to a fundamentally probabilistic way of compute. On the right is the circuit that you typically see. We would call this a quantum circuit. Quantum circuit looks not too different from classical circuits. If you have done any VLSI courses, you could imagine some of this could be a single gate or a two-bit gate and so forth. So is that classical hardware is irreversible in nature, quantum is reversible in nature. Again, those are details. So what you have now is
స్టిక్కీ నోట్స్ అక్కడే పెట్టేసిన నేను
is there a question? Request everyone to go on mute if you don't have a question, please. All right. The circuit. So we, at least in the superconducting qubit mode of doing things, or a circuit model of quantum compute, the fundamental way of doing things is through circuits, and a sample circuit is shown on the right here. So what you do is typically you start from all zeros, which is default, the initial state of the system. You can have set of single qubit and two multi-qubit gates. The qubits go in the horizontal. Each line stands for a qubit here, and you do operations along the horizontal. The time flows from left to right. And once you're done with all the operations, you do measurement at the end to get the results. In nature, you cannot access actual quantum state of the system. The only thing that you can access is when you measure, you get the probabilities of being in certain states, and that's what you can get out of the system. So what you do on the right, the odometer type signal that you're seeing is nothing but measurement of those individual qubits. And when you do that, you eventually get a classical string out. And since this is fundamentally probabilistic, as I mentioned, you will have to run it multiple times and do sampling to generate the probability values that you need. So what is the difference and why is it interesting? So what this particular picture shows is the scaling part, the number of states that is available to us if I were to have a quantum bit versus a classical bit. On the left is a quantum bit. On the right shows if I were to simulate the same thing using a classical hardware, how many bits would I need to represent that system? In other way, how does it scale? So if you see on the left, if I have a 2-qubit system, I would need something like 512 bits. Each qubit is, as I said, a combination of 0 and 1. So it has a complex number, which is a probability amplitude for 0 and 1. So you have two complex numbers. Each complex number is two real numbers. And each real number, if I assume 64 bits, means that one complex number is 128 bits. And as we all can quickly see, 2 qubits means 512 bits is what I need to represent a general state of a quantum system. If it is 3 bits, I would need 1 kilobytes or 1024 bits rather to represent that thing. And as you very well can see, if you go beyond 100, you're going to the state space that is very well beyond the capability of any modern hardware. So what it's essentially telling you is that the state space that a quantum system inhabits grows exponentially. And so the qubits, while it scales linearly here, the state space it can represent grows exponentially, as you can see on the right. And the challenge with classical hardware, or the limitation of the classical hardware, is that a general quantum state cannot be represented efficiently in a quantum hardware because of the scaling property of a quantum system. And that's where the problem lies. So if I want to simulate any significant molecule of interest, I quickly run into this problem of the state space explosion for me to be able to do anything useful. So at some point I have to cut the losses and say I have to do a lot of approximations, and at some points heuristics to do some things to understand the system. By definition, when you do that, you're going to move away from what the reality is, and that's where our problem lies. So quantum systems provide this exponential state space that gives the new value proposition. The solutions that can leverage this exponential state space are the solutions that can provide benefit It's unclear whether all the solutions can, all the hard problems can be solved efficiently. In fact, we think not. But there are some problems that can be solved more efficiently in quantum hardware that no classical hardware can ever do. So that is the space that is opening up, and that's interesting with this hardware. Just to show what it looks like, on the left, you have the system. So this is the uh, uh, chandelier like looking like thing is a fancy refrigerator. What that is you see this system, each level, basically the temperature goes down by an order of magnitude. Right down at the bottom, you see the picture of, I don't know if you can see this picture, small picture at the bottom, that's where the actual hardware sits. It looks like a simple PCB. If you have done any PCB in your labs or any of those things, it looks like a simple PCB where you have this hardware sitting, then you sort of mount it right at the bottom. The reason you mount it right there is because the temperature. So what this is at each level, so at the topmost, you have the room temperature, and then you drop down by an order of magnitude. This here it will be in the order of single digit kelvins, and then you further go one more order down, one more order down. By the time you get here, you are roughly operating at 15 millikelvin. 15 millikelvin, just as a reference, is something like 100 times cooler than outer space. So it's really, really, really cold. And it's that cold because the quantum systems or quantum features is very sensitive to external interactions. We want to keep external interaction as minimal as possible. Even a stray photon can disturb the system. So you're keeping it out in that cool temperature. Especially heat is the single significant contributor, because you have stray photons, energy coming in and interacting with the system and taking the quantum systems away. So what you do, this is the internals of it. You then enclose it in some sort of cylinder, and then you mount it in this hardware. What you're seeing on the right is one of our VPs, Jay Kempeta. So this is a massive refrigerator that we are currently building. This is much bigger than what we currently have. This is to have the scalability problem solved in a way that we can stack up multiple layers of these hardware and build a stack of those hardware. So this is a super giant refrigerator that is under development. In one of those future systems, you're going to see these things mounted up here with multiple cables coming from both bottom and top. Basically, all these cables that you're seeing is essentially going down to the hardware, talk to individual qubits and take the signal back. It's essentially a signal going down all the way to the bottom and coming the signal all the way to the top. And the compute is happening right at the bottom here. All right. So this is what the actual
Sir,
hardware.
I have a small doubt. Sorry to cut you in the middle. Can I
Let me
ask my
finish
doubt?
this section. I'll take the question. Just give me
Okay,
one
thanks.
more chart is left. As I said, after each section, I'll take a pause to take questions. Um, this on the right is the actual chip, sort of zoomed in. Actually, if you ever get a chance to see this hardware, you can actually see them. It looks like any other chip that you would have, and if you look closely, you can actually see it with your bare eyes. What this is the actual. This is what the qubit looks like in that actual hardware. The wiggly things are the microwave resonators. The ones that are connecting two qubits are the resonators connecting those individual qubits. The ones connecting going out is the readout resonator. So you can do certain operations from this. This is a superconducting qubit way of doing, which is what IBM does and many other companies do. There is limitations in terms of which qubit can do two qubit operations. So for instance, what I mean by that is, in the circuit picture that you saw earlier, you had a single qubit gate operation and multi-qubit gate operation. The two qubit gate operation can happen between the neighboring qubits, which have these wiggly things connected to one another. If you do not have those connections, for example, if you have to do a two qubit operation between this qubit and this qubit, you probably would have to do a swap first and then do a two qubit operation and swap it back, which is a harder. So that's how you end up doing it, but it's a costly exercise. On the right, each of those square thing is nothing but a superconducting qubit here. with a Josephson junction, which is the fundamental element. Those are technical details, not of interest, but essentially this is a fancy inductor that helps you provide artificial atom-like system, and then you sort of use the lowest two energy levels as your qubit. Um, and I think this is the last one for the intro section. So here is how you're going to program this hardware. As you very well can imagine, this hardware is fairly complex. It's not going to be in your laptop anytime soon. So more likely it's going to be in a cloud. So the way you end up, you're going to do this is I'm going to do a short video while I'll talk over it. So here is your program you're going to develop in perhaps your laptop, and then you send it to cloud. The circuit goes to cloud. It gets then compiled or transpiled as the case may be, so that the hardware can understand it. It's going to go target a particular hardware. Then it's going to go run the actual quantum run. Then the measurement results are going to come back. Then signal processing happens, and then it comes back to your computer, and then you see these results. Time permitting, at the end, I will quickly run some toy examples in an IBM quantum experience and show you how this particular thing works. But the compute model is essentially you're looking to do a cloud-based compute. In general, as the hardware evolves in time, the compute model we are looking at for some foreseeable future is a hybrid compute model, where you're going to have some portion of compute happening in your
Kodra.
hardware, and
ಇವಾಗ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕೋದ್ರ
and everyone please go on mute.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಎಲ್ಲ
Uh, request host to put everyone on mute if they are not talking. Okay, then the compute model, as I said, was going to, once this scales up a little bit more, is going to be a hybrid compute model where you're going to have a classical hardware as well as a quantum hardware. So you're going to have a main thread running in your classical hardware. You're going to identify some kernels that can be solved more efficiently in quantum. You're going to map that over to quantum, and then you're going to solve that problem in quantum and get the results back. In terms of the idea, it's very similar to the way we do GPUs. We use GPUs these days. You do your compute, identify those portions of those vector transformation type operations, and you run it in GPUs because those are the costlier ones to do in CPUs, and then get the results back. These are going to be what is called as quantum processing units or QPUs. So you're going to have a similar model. You still will have a classical hardware. You need that. For certain things, classical hardware are tuned quite well. They're quite efficient. But for some problems, quantum can be quite useful. So you're going to map them over to quantum and then get the results back, and you'll have a main program which runs in your classical hardware. So again, is quantum faster? So here is some numbers just to put this in context. So let's say you want to multiply two numbers, be it 248-bit integers. So P multiplied by Q is what you're looking at. So the classical, so if you want to do the multiplication problem, the quantum hardware is going to be very slow at this time. It's going to take in the order of few seconds to compute that. But in classical, you can do this multiplication quite efficiently in the matter of few nanoseconds or even less. So it's orders of magnitude slower in quantum if you want to do a simple multiplication. On the other hand, if I say factor this number, I'm going to give you n, and the problem is you need to identify the prime factors. For a 2048-bit integer, you're going to take billions of CPU years if you have to solve that problem. Currently, there is no known efficient solution to factoring problem. But for quantum, if you had the same 2048-bit, if I had an efficient machine, then I potentially can solve the problem in 8 hours. So what this tells you is that some problems are better solved in classical, but there are some other problems where quantum can solve efficiently, but classical cannot solve it efficiently because of the nature. The reason why we can solve efficiently the factoring problem is because we leverage the state space, the exponential state space, in an efficient way, and we map the problem into that exponential state space, solve the problem there, and get the results back. And that's where the problem is. And not all problem can sort of have that kind of a mapping behavior where you can leverage the exponential state space. So in terms of if you, this cartoon, what this one is showing is there are problems that are easy for classical, the dark blue colors that you're seeing. Those are easy even for classical hardware. But what quantum is doing is opening up a new avenue. It's going into some of those hard problems that it can do efficiently, which we call as quantum possible. And it can do so quite efficiently, and classical cannot do that efficiently. But what you can also see in this cartoon is by no means the blue oval that you see is covers the whole light blue color that you're seeing, which are class of hard problems. So it's going to solve some of them, not all of them. So it's not a panacea, but it's solving some of the more interesting ones, which makes it more exciting for us to go look at this space. So this quantum possible is an ever expanding space. A lot of active research is happening in this particular area with a lot of exploration to see how to do that mapping thing that I was telling. How do I leverage the exponential state space, which is the key real estate that's available in quantum, and see if I can take some interesting problem, map it there, solve it efficiently. And this is where the value proposition is for a quantum computing. So let me pause for a sec. I'll take few questions here.
So, sir, I have a doubt in when you showed the images relating, there's a small PCB or a hardware which is very down and which is in very low temperature. So, by chance, due to some fault, if the hardware or the PCB gets have some problem, technical issues, so how will it get serviced or changed?
So we run the hardware. Each hardware, there is obviously you do maintenance for it. So from time to time, every day we run some benchmarking to see the quality of the hardware, to keep an eye on it. And if it goes deteriorates a bit, then you'll have to pull it out and service it externally. So that's how it goes. This PCB does not have any other circuit other than just this physical one quantum processing unit, right? There is no other external things. I said PCB because it's mounted on a PCB board, and that's how you sort of connect them together. But you don't have any other hardware other than this quantum system that is there, at least not yet. Because the challenge is if we put any other hardware, it's going to start interfering with the quantum system. So you want to isolate this as much as possible. And second challenge is how operating classical system in that lower temperature is also not a trivial thing. So, and we really don't know whether we want to do it at that lower temperature or not. So they will have structural issues and other problems, complications that will come if you run our semiconductor devices at that lower temperature. So here you will just have that quantum processing unit, at least as of today's technology. So PCB doesn't have the whole array of things. It's just that one particular quantum hardware that is there, and all the connections are just going to that quantum hardware. It's mounted on a PCB-like system. That's what I meant by that.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? If there are any other questions in chat, I'm happy to take them.
Sir, what is
Sorry? I couldn't get the question. Can somebody repeat that question? I didn't hear. Got cut off.
Okay. If there are no other questions, all right, so let me talk about applications. So what are we using this for? What is the kind of problems that people are looking at this time? There are three broad categories of problems that are being explored right now. One is naturally simulating a quantum system. I was telling you about a lot of these things. And in fact, the origin of the way the current quantum computing as a computing model emerged from 80s is the primary problem was always about simulating quantum physics. So it's sort of its origin story. So simulating a quantum system is a natural thing because we know a quantum system has a quantum. You have a quantum system, it's a mapping problem. Take the quantum system, map it into this qubit type system, and see if you can simulate that. The other two broader areas is artificial intelligence and optimization. As you all know, artificial intelligence, machine learning broadly, has taken off quite a bit in the last decade, and it's become one of the most significant consumer of compute resources in modern day. So a lot of problems in artificial intelligence people are looking at to see if I can map that over into a quantum, and whether quantum computing can provide some efficiencies in solving some of those problems. We'll talk about some of them at the end. And the other broader category, which is a wide category, is an optimization class. We know that many of those optimization problems, or many problems, are NP complete, NP hard, very hard problems to solve efficiently. Obviously, and it has significant value proposition if you do solve them. So a lot of problems are being looked at. So for example, in simulations, quantum chemistry is a natural space and material science. This should come as no surprise. You would want to go look at quantum chemistry because, for example, drug discovery I described a little earlier would fall under the quantum chemistry space perhaps. You would want to go look at various aspects of a drug. You are playing with various molecules. You want to understand the quantum chemistry of it, and then you want to be able to simulate those systems efficiently to solve some particular problem. Drug being one of them. Fertilizer is another example. You would want to come up with different solutions. You would want to go simulate those systems. Material science is another very important category. For instance, battery research involves understanding materials or even hardware design. If you want to say quantum technology, you want to understand different materials and its properties to use, say, even build a quantum system, for example. You could use these kind of techniques to understand different properties of various materials and combinations thereof to see if certain properties can be improved or contained or whatever be your goal. And obviously the physics part of it is very important. So there are many problems in high energy physics that you would want to go look at, fluid dynamics aspects of it. So there are many such problems that would be of interest. In the case of artificial intelligence, the kind of problems people are currently looking at, this is just a sample of them, is better model training. The way to think about this is uh, you you're trying to see how to find a model in a way that sort of can I train it? Can I use this state space, the exponential state space, to build the model? And can I, in a way of doing that, can I get a better model that emulates the actual data set that I have more efficiently? Given the classical limitations, my understanding, my inferences could be not that important. Given the state space, I potentially can find a better model than any classical hardware can find. So that's a line of research that's happening. Pattern recognition, again, you are trying to have various patterns. The idea there is, again, put that in that state space. Is there a way for me to hone in on the right answer more efficiently than the other? Fraud detection, you're looking again at the data set and say, are there anomalies? So you're trying to find a kind of odd states in your exponential state space. Can I identify those and grab them? So those are the kind of problems that people are looking at and say, these are challenging problems in current computing hardware. Is there a better solution in quantum? One way to think about it, the reason why some of these problems are more, or in a way, at least intuitively to think about this is, quantum systems are defined in using linear algebra. And there are certain transformations, linear algebra transformations, which basically means you have vectors and matrices. You are doing some operations on matrices and vectors. Certain properties, like finding the lowest energy of the system, is more naturally in quantum. If you map your problem into something that you can leverage by getting the lowest energy of a system, for example, you can do that quite efficiently if you map it right using a quantum system. And if, for example, in the optimization case, if you do a minimization problem or a maximization problem and map it into the energy of the system and say, minimize the energy of the system. What is the lowest energy of the system? And that essentially solves the problem of interest. That is how they generally solve this optimization problem. So that sort of lends itself. So that kind of problems, the diagonalization part of it, lends more naturally into quantum, and that's where people try to leverage the quantum system to solve some of those type hard problems. Diagonalizing in general is very hard to do in classical hardware. Some of it, if you map it right, you can do it more efficiently in quantum. The other interesting part, Monte Carlo part, is a recent result a couple of years or so back, was that they showed that the convergence, as you well know, the Monte Carlo simulations, you run thousands of simulations and then you average to find the probability. This is the Monte Carlo. The convergence of it goes like 1 over square root of n, where n is the number of samples, the number of trial runs that you make in Monte Carlo. The recent results show that the convergence could be more like 1 over n in quantum system. This is not an exponential benefit, but a polynomial benefit, but nonetheless a very important result a couple of years back. What that means is that things involving risk, anything that requires some sort of prediction. So for example, in finance sector, you have to do risk analysis of your portfolio. What is the risk in your portfolio? The way they evaluate the risk of your any portfolio is by simulating various scenarios and then averaging over all the scenarios, and you then get a probability out of it. So that lot of fintech companies run huge amount of simulations, to Monte Carlo based simulations, to evaluate the risk of any particular portfolio. And when they do that, they run it for days over to generate the risk value. So if, for example, something that runs for a week can run in 8 hours or 10 hours because you have a polynomial benefit, that's a significant game changer for a fintech company. And you will see that fintech companies are the first ones that have quickly jumped on this to see various possibilities, to see whether they can leverage this and build some IPs around it so that they can find a solution. As and when the technology becomes more mature, they would want to go first because there is a significant first mover advantage in doing such things. So here are some examples of the researchers, more recent one. This is all the researchers in the last year and a half. So Daimler owns Mercedes-Benz. This is a joint work between Daimler and IBM. Here, this falls under the broadly materials and manufacturing category, if you want to categorize them. They are looking at battery research. And why? As you very well know, at least in rich countries, electric cars are in, and the future is in electric cars, and they are trying to phase out petroleum or petrol-based cars. The key value proposition in any new car offering is the quality of the batteries, because the longer the car runs in a single charge, that much more valuable it is. Because if I have to charge every 10 kilometers, then it's a pain. And if I have a better battery that can hold energy that helps me run for, say, 400 kilometers or 500 kilometers, that's a game changer in that particular industry. So there is a lot of interest in automotive industry, and a lot of these companies are investing a lot in understanding the battery, trying to figure out, is there a better battery? Currently, lithium ion is the default standard. They are looking at other combinations to see whether it can do a better job. As you well know, what is the idea of a battery? We want to store energy in as compact a form as possible. And if the same volume can store more energy, which means that it's going to have a longer life. So they are trying to figure out different materials and simulate different materials and understand the material properties to see whether it will make a better battery or not. And that's the line of research that Daimler and IBM were looking at. This is the finance side of it, JP Morgan and IBM. So I described the sampling problem, the Monte Carlo example. So this is the work that they applied Monte Carlo in derivative pricing. They took the Monte Carlo. They typically do any of these kind of prediction type thing, risk and prediction, option pricing, derivative pricing, and so on and so forth. They leverage this result of doing this Monte Carlo type simulation more efficiently in quantum and show that you could apply it to derivatives pricing in the finance space. This is the energy space where chemistry comes in. So ExxonMobil is one of the partners of IBM. With IBM, they developed the circuit on thermodynamic observables. I don't know all the necessary details in this particular thing, but they are obviously looking at things that they would be interested in. Being an oil company, how to identify where the location of oil, that could be one, or simulating geothermodynamics could be another problem, because those things are very important to understand, to see where the oil is, how to pump the oil out, and how to move things around. Those are some of the harder problems in this space, and presumably they are looking at these kind of problems in here. Here is a laundry list of more problems. On the right, you see more lists. I've talked about several of them, but they fall under the broad categories of AI, material chemical research, optimization, and simulation part. So simulations are the more natural ones. Some of the more other things like artificial intelligence and optimizations are more leveraging and mapping things into a certain particular aspect of a problem is mapped and solved in quantum, and then you get the results back from them. Okay, let me pause here for questions on applications.
Yeah, so is quantum is related to nanotechnology?
What do you mean by nanotechnology?
So nanotechnology means it's in
The reason I asked that
nanoparameters.
is, yeah, the reason I asked that is nano means anything in the nanoscale. That is
Yeah,
10 power
so
minus 9, right? The classical hardware, your bits, in the current bits, you are operating in 7 nanometer technology now, the latest technology, or 5 nanometer, depending on which fabrication technology you're using. They are already in nanometers, right? So in a way, even the phone that you may be using, even if it is using 32 nanometers, it's a nanometer, it's a nanotechnology, if you want to argue that way. But by nano, if you mean quantum, then yes. So it is certainly, this this is as quantum as it can be. We know that nature is described quantum mechanically, and that's the way nature operates at a fundamental level. What we see in classical is more an emergent phenomenon from what is fundamentally quantum. If you mean nanotechnology as that, then certainly this is as nano as it can get. But physically, the actual qubit of the hardware that you're seeing is not, it's in millimeter scale. That's the strange dichotomy that you will see, right? You can actually see the qubit with your bare eyes, but you cannot see a single classical bit with your bare eyes. It's so small that it's 7 nanometers. You cannot see it. But this particular semiconductor-based superconducting qubit, you can actually see it with your bare eyes. But they're going to scale it down for sure. But right now, you can see it with your bare eyes. It is in the order of few millimeters, at least the outer one. The actual Josephson junction could be much smaller, but still that's much larger than the bit that we have in classical. Let me see if there are any other questions in chat.
Excuse me, sir.
Yep.
Good morning, sir.
Uh-huh.
Sir, what skills we want to build to become a good quantum developer?
I will touch on that at the end. There is a section where I'm going to talk about programming the hardware, so that hopefully will answer your question. So please hold on to that question. If I don't answer at the end, please bring that back up.
Sir?
Yep.
Sir, speaking about algorithm development, are they different for quantum systems and normal systems?
It depends. The basic algorithm, the quantum algorithm is different. It is because it has to leverage the, so there are different levels of quantum problem that you can solve. One is quantum algorithm. When you say quantum algorithm, it certainly involves solving a problem in the quantum circuit that I showed you. Then you ask yourself, what is a quantum circuit? It's just a representation of the quantum system and its evolution. So then if you say, okay, so what does that mean? Then you need to solve a particular problem, map it into something in quantum and solve the problem in quantum system, which means that you need to have an understanding of quantum physics to solve that particular problem, or some mathematics of things to solve that particular problem. The other way of looking at that, there could be algorithm on, there could be nuggets of kernels that are developed. You don't necessarily have to understand how that works, but essentially you need to understand how to interface with that. If you understand that, then you can program at a higher level. Then that is more about how do I leverage that? What is the behavior of that particular library that is available to me? What does it do efficiently? When does it do efficiently? So does this problem, I take some other problem, can I map it to that problem, leverage that thing, and then get the results for myself? That is a different kind of development. That this would be an algorithmic development as well, but this is at a different level, not at the basic level. Basic level would be more quantum algorithm, which would be more quantum physics oriented. But here, if you move up this ladder, then it's more about developing algorithms in understanding at the more computer science level. So there are different levels of algorithm development. What basic knowledge we need to enter it if we are new to it? There are any technology has different layers, different levels. Like in quantum, as I discussed just now, at the fundamental level, you need understanding of more basic science disciplines, math, science, or chemistry, based on where you come from. You would need that kind of knowledge at that very core level. But then that is not everything. You have a layer above it, which I just described, how to leverage those core capabilities and which kind of problems can I solve if I have those kind of capabilities. That's another skill at the next level. There could be another skill on top of that. How do I, for example, in the system that I will show a little later, how do I, there is a lot of DevOps related problems, that are problems related to qualities, problems related to, there was a question on what if there is an issue with the hardware, how do I manage it? So that could be DevOps related. How do I identify there is a problem in this? What is the quality of this? There is a quality related question, which is a slightly different from some of the other questions. And then there could be an actual application development on top of that. You take that and solve the particular problem. In the case of IBM Quantum Experience, it's actually an application where you're running things. How do you build a system and solutions to develop that? That could be an application development layer. So there are different skills needed when you have a technology and a broad system of things. And you will have different layers. It depends on your skills and interests, where you find things interesting, you would want to land at it. If you want to do fundamental quantum algorithm development, you would want to have more advanced degrees or knowledge in basic science. But if you want to land on how to leverage this technology and solve some problems, perhaps you would want to have more computer sciencey part, though you may need some understanding of the underlying quantum systems. You are doing some other aspects of quantum, which is DevOps and other things. That is a computer science problem. Application development is again a purely computer science type problem. So there are various skill sets needed for the full solution stack. So it depends on where you want to land and what you want to do. Weather forecasting. I'm not sure I understand weather forecasting in terms of what is the kind of algorithms they use classically, what kind of simulations they run. And right now, I don't know if there is any paper on weather forecasting. It's possible, because weather forecasting is hard to do in general, that I know. But what exact algorithm they are using, whether there is an equivalent quantum solution that people are working on, I'm not aware of it. What is CPU years? When you say CPU time, it's years is in time. So, for example, you have your processor in your laptop. Say it runs in 2.3 gigahertz. What is the 2.3 gigahertz in time? It's 1 over 2.3 into 10 power 10. That will be the time in some nanoseconds or picoseconds, right? That is for single compute. If I say I need these many cycles to compute a particular calculation, say 10 power 10 cycles is needed for me to do a compute. And if I have a gigahertz based machine, I'm saying I need 1 second to compute. 1 second, then if I have say 60 minutes, then I have 1 hour to do the compute, then 24 hours. Then if it is 365 days, it's a 1 year of compute. And that's how we compute this CPU years. So quantum computers make password cracking easy for hackers so that hackers can crack password with less time. Will there be a solution for this in quantum computing? This is this broader space. Question of security is an important space. So I'll make few comments on that. The Shor's algorithm that I talked about, the factoring problem, which is the fundamental element. So we use factoring as a way to do our security in our current communications in networks. A lot of communication that happens in our network leverages that capability, which is the RSA way of doing it. What that is that you encode your information, the prime factors, multiply them, and you send the multiplied value across, and the receiver then decodes that. Once only when they have these factors with them, they can decode it. So only the legitimate person can decode and see the data. The reason why we use that is because multiplication is efficient, but factorization is hard. So encoding is easy, decoding is hard. And that's what we want. Decoding for people who do not have the value. So that kind of setup is good, is efficient. Now, if I have the Shor's algorithm, then I can potentially break that. So then the question is, okay, so will I have it today? When will I have it? So the challenge for Shor's algorithm is for me to implement that, I would need a clean qubit. By quote unquote clean qubit means is noise is at a very substantially low level, so that I can do a lot of error correction and eventually fault tolerance. So if I do some back of the envelope type calculation on it, you are looking at something in the order of few millions of qubits to do a reasonable logical computation of say 2048 bits transmission, so on and so forth. We are far away from that at this point in time. So we're probably a decade or so away from it. But then it is still a threat nonetheless. The reason is it depends on the life cycle of a data. So for example, your social media content may have life cycle of less than a day or maybe less than a few seconds. Your Twitter feed may be interesting for a day or two at most, or any other social account. But there are other data that has a longer lifespan. So data with the government, data with your banks, your data regarding your finance and other parts could have longer life cycle. That could be in the order of few months. But there are other data that could have value even after years of passing. So say military data, any other data in deep finance data, they may have value even after decades after the event. So those kind of data, if I were a hacker, then I could potentially just hack and get the data and just sit on it and wait for quantum to evolve. And once it evolves, then I could still hack it, decode it, and read the data, and it could be valuable. And so many of big institutional data are now using started using different encoding techniques rather than RSA-based encoding. There are different encryption algorithms, cryptography for there is what is called as a post quantum cryptography. That is a different kind of encoding and decoding technique. Basically, in the cartoon picture that I showed, you have what is called as a quantum possible, and there was a portion of light blue which was outside the quantum possible. Essentially, you sort of map the problem into one of those problems in that space, so that it's even harder to, even if I had a quantum computer, I cannot decode it efficiently. So it's sort of encode it differently and store that data. But right now it is not prevalent because this is not a real threat at this time in practice. But as time progresses, you're likely to see standards evolving on this post-quantum cryptography coming into the regular encoding even with our browsers and other communications. But right now it's not so important for day-to-day activities, but institutional level, people are looking at that. AI and ML are somewhat untouched with quantum computers. I thought I covered a lot of AI ML as a separate area. I'm not sure. As you can see, even this page should have that. AI ML. Certainly, fraud detection would be a AI ML problem. There could be risk analysis. That's a AI ML problem, right? So I don't know. I don't quite understand the question then. Are quantum computer good for gaming? Certainly. If you search for quantum computer and gaming, a lot of interesting games have come about using this simple hardware at this time. Yes, but explicitly, no algorithms are being used up. Um, that part, um, quantum, so games have been developed based on quantum physics nature, some aspect to teach quantum computing in some sense, and some interesting games have come about. But using quantum computing to solve some problems in games, probably there is some interest there, but that's little far off at this time. People are at least not actively looking at that particular problem right now. Risk analysis, there could be two different types of risk analysis. One was Monte Carlo type thing that I was telling you about, that involves simulation. There could be risk analysis based on AI, that is learning in the previous history, data, etc. So there is two different types of risk analysis. How is AI related to quantum? So for example, there is an important paper a couple of years or so back uh, where IBM wrote that paper. This was on the cover of Nature. Nature is one of the most prestigious scientific magazine that's out there. So this was about classification problems. So what they showed there was I can do an efficient classification. So they took the support vector mission based classification and did the support vector mission based aspect, solve that at two different kinds. One is solve the SVM based classification using quantum. The other was take the SVM kernel and solve the kernel in quantum. That is the inner loop of the problem was solved in quantum mechanically, and they showed that you could get better results with quantum. So you could do much better classification, which meant that I could get much less false positives. So that's how you measure the classification. So there are many such examples in AI. In fact, AI is a very, very active area of research in quantum. Does India have a quantum computer? There are some institutes that are developing it, but right now, so if you say there are machines that that can simulate qubits, etc., there are, but in terms of full-fledged integrated system, not to my knowledge. Difference between super and quantum computer. Supercomputer is nothing but building a stack of computers. You have various servers connecting them together and pulling things together and solving it as one whole. So that's what a supercomputer would be. Quantum computer is a fundamentally different way of compute. As I said earlier, quantum computer, the fundamental element is called a quantum bit, which is very fundamentally different from a classical bit. So classical hardware, even if it's a supercomputer, everything ultimately reduces to a bits, 0 or 1. But in quantum, it goes into a quantum bit, which is fundamentally probabilistic. It's a fundamentally different model of compute. Considering noise issues, will stochastic approximate algorithms more suited than deterministic algorithms? It depends. It depends on what that is. So what aspects that you want to leverage, where you want to see a benefit from quantum. If you are taking a matrix related problem and trying to solve, some problems map well to quantum. So you're leveraging quantum in that sense. But if you're saying, I want to leverage the fundamentally probabilistic behavior of quantum, that is also possible. But whether you can map that problem efficiently. So there is an example of random number generation, right? You know that random number generation in classical hardware is actually a pseudo random number generation, right? Here, if you map it into classical, you will get a true random number. So that is a stochastic, if you want to call it stochastic. So depends on what aspect of quantum you want to leverage to solve the problem, but certainly you want to look at that. Quantum computing is unreal in nature in many instances, even though it's designed to solve problems in particular fields which classical computing can't perform. When will the time when it gives more evaluation rate? Not sure I understand that question. Unreal in nature. Quantum, I wouldn't say, I wouldn't phrase it that way, unreal in nature. Yes, we are building an artificial atom, if that's what you mean by unreal, but there are different approaches to quantum, realizing a quantum computing. Superconducting qubit is but one approach. You can actually do the same compute using spins, which is as real as it can be. It's a spin of an electron or a spin of a nuclear. All these are as real as it can be, and you can do quantum computing with that efficiently. The problem with those devices, at least as the technology exists today, as of today, is that control systems, controlling it, managing it, scaling it, doing computation around it is the harder part. So, the reason why we go with superconducting qubit, at least IBM and many other companies use superconducting qubit, is because it's based on the fabrication technology that is used in our classical hardware. And that has had good 50 years of development, and there is more knowledge there, more skills there, and more stability there for us to invest there. So that's the reason why we do that. All right. So in the interest of time, I'm going to go further. Probably I'll take some of the other questions at the end. Hopefully I've covered a variety of questions here. So I'm going to go with my presentation. I'm going to circle back to the questions at the end. So I'm going to skip this. I think some aspect of it I've already talked about it here. Basically, it's telling you what are the aspects of this. I'm actually going to run it and actually show you rather than talk about it. These are superposition and entanglement or technical details. These are fundamental aspects of quantum physics that are used. You need all these aspects for you to do for quantum computing to be useful. Entanglement is the reason why you have those exponential states that I was telling you about before. What that is not important at this time. Maybe one of the more subsequent presentations or events I can cover that in a little bit more detail. So and then you have this. Okay, so at a broad level, this is how you would want to imagine a quantum algorithm to be. So you have this state space. Imagine each of these things as states that is available, and it grows exponentially. Any algorithm that uses quantum computing and provides benefit will typically have these capabilities or features. First is you want to leverage as much of state space as possible. The state space goes to power n, so you want to use as much of state space. If you use only small set of states, then that's not really useful. You're not leveraging the full power of quantum. You're less likely to see any value. If you encode your leverage the state space and take the problem, map it into that exponential state space, do the transformations in that state space, and then measure the results out, and that's when you're going to get that value. So first is you take a state, spread it out in the state. So that's uses superposition, and then you go into those entangled states. You those transformations on those entangled states, and then so you're doing transformation in the 2 power n states, and then you use interference to identify the right answer of interest. So then you remove all the wrong answers and converge on the right solution. So there you leverage the interference effect, and then you get the right answer, and then you measure the results, and that's when you get the answer. Any problem that can have this kind of pattern, spread it out, use the transformation in that entangled state space, then use some sort of interference to converge on the right answer, and then get the result out. So you should have those broad pattern in any new algorithm for you to leverage value in a quantum. So that's the broad kind of flow that you will see in a quantum. Okay, now I'm going to briefly touch on some of IBM's point of view. So how is it scaling? The picture that you're seeing here essentially tells you a story in a way. We are still quite early in the development life cycle of this particular technology. However, this technology is going quite rapidly. On the left is probably an ENIAC machine, if I'm not mistaken, from 1944. On the right is the quantum computer from last year and a half or so back, where two of my colleagues are working on that particular hardware, the chandelier type thing that I was telling you about. It's still a little clunky. It is still needs more integration, but this is moving quite rapidly. So for example, so before I go describing how it is scaling, I need to define the metrics to measure this scaling. So quantum volume is the proposed metric that IBM proposed to measure uh, the the compute power of a quantum hardware. For example, in classical, you can say typically if you are a laptop, you generally say what is the frequency, what is the number of cores that you have, and what is the RAM. These are all coming together, tells you some way of saying what is the compute power of your particular hardware, right? If you are talking about supercomputers, you have this petaflops and gigaflops and etaflops, so forth, that tells you what is the compute power of the server farm that is available to you. In quantum, something equivalent is called as a quantum volume. Quantum volume is an aggregation of all the metrics that goes in. Essentially, imagine that I have the state space I keep talking about, the exponential state space. Say it goes like to power n, what proportion of that state space is accessible to me? Ideally, I would want the full state space, all the exotic entangled states is, I want to be able to get to that. But sometimes it's hard to do because it takes a lot of steps for me to generate that state. And my coherence time is much less, so I cannot generate some of those states. So I'm always in a subset of the overall state space that I have, but this is an expanding subset. One of the key aspects of why I cannot go there is the coherence time. And the reason why my coherence time is small is various noises that is there. Thermal is an important effect. There could be other noises, coupling noises that could be there in physical hardware that causes that effect too. There could be random photon coming and hitting my hardware. And there could be other issues related to the quality of my qubit. So I mentioned Josephson junction as a fundamental element, quantum element that gives me the quantum behavior. The quality of that matters. So how I fabricate that, what's the quality of my thing, how it behaves, how much of a quality of my signal it has to go through a physical hardware to talk, I have to do signal processing. All these adds up, all these noises add up. So what this picture is showing is quantum volume is one metric that sort of pulls all those factors into one metric. So what this one is telling you is that on the x-axis is the number of qubits, on the y-axis is the quote unquote error rate, right? In typical news systems, in all the popular press, qubits is somehow said as the power of a quantum hardware. I want to make sure people understand this thing. Qubits is but a very important element in a quantum volume. So for example, if I go just double the number of qubits, am I increasing the power of the quantum hardware if I don't do anything else? The answer is no. My quantum volume is still what it was from before. I'm not adding anything to it, but I've added doubled my number of qubits, but it's not giving me value. But if I improved my error by an order of magnitude, so I went from whatever the error was, 0.01 to 0.001 error, you see that I get a 500x improvement. That is, the state space that is now accessible to me expanded quite a bit. And still, it's not the full state space, but it's expanding quite rapidly. So ideally, what I want to be doing is that I want to go diagonally across. I want to be able to reduce my error rate as well as increase my number of qubits so that I go broader and broader and have more and more of those state space. So please keep in mind, if not anything else from this talk, is that number of qubits is not equal to number of this power of a quantum hardware. There is more to it. You also need to ask the question, what is the quality of the hardware? What is the error rate, etc. As it exists today in superconducting qubit technology, at least, the error rates are improving quite rapidly. I will have a chart to show that, but still it's not at a level where you could do high fidelity kind of activities or fault tolerant kind of things. It still needs more work there. So if you see, there was a question on what are the various errors. This was a recent result. So IBM showed a quantum volume of 64. Now actually 128 is also available, but this chart was done, this particular result was in August of last year. So there are different technologies that have gone into improve the quality of the quantum system. So the other aspect to remember is not everything is just about the physical quantum physical system that we are trying to build or the qubit. The surrounding aspect is software that surrounds it is even more important now. There is becoming more and more of those things. So better compiler has led to better solving more and more of the compute. So basically, I want to have some coherence time. That is the time for which my quantumness lives. I want to be able to do more and more interesting compute within that. So if I have a better compiler, I'm leveraging that and putting the right kind of computes within it so that I can do more and more of my compute. So that's the better compiler part. There are better C-naught. This is the actual implementation of the gate called C-naught in physical hardware. There are different ways of implementing it. Probably a better way of implementing. This is more at the pulse level. How do you pulse the qubit system to do a particular transformation? Dynamic decoupling again is a little bit at the software level. How do you do this kind of inserting some pulses to avoid any noise, that is decoherence effects. So a lot of these things have gone in. The technology is not just about the physical qubit and its quality. Certainly there is a lot of interest, but more and more the surrounding software that leverages that hardware is also contributing significantly to the quality of that system. The scaling part, I will just mention this. So on the left, you see the Moore's law. So many of you would have at least know about this Moore's law. This is the actual data point from Gordon Moore's paper from 1965 on the left. On the right is the new Moore's law. So what this is the quantum volume plot. As you can see, it's a log plot. So Gordon Moore in 65 predicted that the transistor sizes are going to double every year and a half or so. On the right, what we are seeing is that quantum volume is increasing or doubling every year. And in fact, it's doubling even faster than doubling. As you see, the 64 happened mid-year, and in fact, we have gotten one more result, which is 128. So it's growing much rapidly, and it's growing exponentially fast. And we are likely to see this trend continue for some foreseeable time. And before too long, we're going to see some interesting point problems being solved with quantum hardware. And one of them is likely to be some simulation problem. So that is likely to happen in the roughly 3-year or so time frame. So if you see 2023, 2025 time frame, once the quantum volume goes beyond, say, 1,000-ish number, you are likely to have sufficient horsepower in your quantum hardware to solve some real problem of scale that classical hardware will find it hard to do. So that would be an interesting point where real problem of scale is solved, and we are likely to see that happen in the next 3 years to 5 years, anywhere between 2023 to 2025. That's likely to happen, and that's likely to happen once the quantum volume gets beyond 10 power 3-ish value. Currently, we are in there is one more data point which is not shown here. 128 is also available in the same machine, I think, for Montreal. And that came about a month and a half or 2 months back. So it's growing even faster than what is shown in this particular plot. So the key aspect message here is we are at an exponential, certain key inflection point. If you look at the quantum volume in the actual plot rather than the log plot, you are seeing that you are getting to the knee of the exponential plot. You're getting very closer to that knee. It's growing quite rapidly. By 2023, 2024-ish scale, you're getting to a point where you're going to have the quantum volume that's going to be sufficiently large to be of interest, and it's going to get into the knee of the exponential. And that's where real problems get solved. However, for us to do full-fledged quantum fault-tolerant computing, we still have to continue further along. It needs more work. But some point problems of interest to humanity could be solved potentially once you have some amount of quality in your quantum hardware. So this is basically IBM's technology roadmap. So what we have currently is 65 qubit. In fact, 127 qubits is being worked on. 65 is already done. And some key advancements have been shown. Quantum volume is not shown in this particular plot just for simplicity, because scaling is just as important. Once you have reasonable control of your quantum hardware, then it's about scaling up the qubit becomes more important. And that's why it's shown in that way. Some key development is happening right now. The packaging problems, miniaturization would be a key development. So how do I go and develop a better way of doing that Josephson junction in a much more miniaturized fashion? Would be a key development, because that's when I will have more and more of qubits in a per square unit thing. Then I will probably stack it up So the stacking technology is why it needs that super fridge that I showed you before. This is the path to a billion qubits, hopefully by the end of the decade. But by 2023, 2025-ish timeframe, it would become sufficiently large, sufficiently powerful enough for us to solve some interesting problems of interest. And then it's going to be of production level at that point. All right. So I'm going to quickly throw some numbers and I'm going to close here. So quantum network, how do you join, how do you get started? Some interesting data points. IBM put out this quantum hardware for free in 2016. There are some machines that are available for everyone to use. I will show how to get there. But there are other machines also available for paid use. That's the differentiation. Thus far, nearly 2.5 lakh unique users have used this hardware. Over 400 billion quantum circuits have been run thus far in the last few years. We have about 29 quantum computers and increasing. We have 130 plus partners and clients collaborating over 30 plus applications. More important of all, when this was first put out on cloud and many of it was for free initially, it was more from an educational standpoint. At that point, the idea was for students like you in this audience to go play with it and learn. But what it turned out was that a lot of people started doing research on top of that. Over 400 scientific research papers have come using this particular hardware that we have put out. And this hardware is still not at a point where we can solve a real world problem of scale. But that tells you the value of putting this machine on cloud and then providing all the data available for people to do research on top. So that was an interesting and a fulfilling thing that so much research happened and every day people are running billions of experiments. And right now we are averaging something in the order of a billion run every day or something of those order. Significant number of runs are being made. All right, I'm going to skip some of these things. I'm going to just quickly show this. Who are the partners? Partners means you have an engagement with IBM. It will typically be a paid engagement for either joint research and or accessing some of the more advanced hardware. We have some machines available for free for everyone to use, but those are typically smaller machines. The more high-end machines are available only for paid partners. What you can see here is partnership across institutes, research labs, as well as key major universities, basically being partners. So we work with the universities offering courses, doing joint research, as well as they do their research, and they work with other partners based on whether they are hub or not. But the key message here is startups, big institutions, labs, as well as universities are paid partners with IBM. I'm going to skip all this and I'm going to say make one comment on Qiskit. So I'm going to go there. So last thing is, how do you get started? We have Qiskit is the software development kit or software stack that works on top of the hardware. It's an open source Apache 2.0 licensed software available on GitHub. Anybody can go download and start looking at it. It's based on Python. It's as simple as going and cloning a repo and start running it. And there is also a framework called Quantum Experience, which I'll quickly show for a few minutes, how to get started on this. And we have many resources. If you go to qiskit.org, there is a lot of resources available for you to go look at, along with pointers to the GitHub repo where you can go get the source code to see how it is programmed. Yeah, so I'm going to stop here. So before I go show quantum experience, let me take a few minutes to more questions if there are any. Feel free to ask your questions. I'm open to questions now. Difference between cloud computing and quantum computing. So the way you would want to imagine that is when you go do a cloud computing, what do? You say you log into any of these cloud providers and say, I need certain resources. You say, I need these many CPUs, I need these much of RAM, I need these many GPUs, that's your request, and then you make your run. What this quantum is going to do is eventually it's going to be hosted on cloud only for some foreseeable time. At least that's how we see it now. So when you have that, so along with GPUs, you're probably going to say, I need these many QPUs, which is quantum processing units. And then you're going to do this processing on a cloud. So you're going to be doing it on cloud only. It's just that now quantum processing is an additional engine that's now available on cloud potentially. It is the hybrid model that I was describing earlier. You're going to have these mainline classical things running in your classical hardware, and then you're going to go run some portions of your code in quantum. We call it QPUs or quantum processing units. So you're going to, when it is deployed in production, you're going to ask for those hardwares, like the way you ask for RAMs and GPUs and so forth. And you then run your main program, and it's going to go run some of these portions of your code or kernels of your code in quantum. So they are not exclusive. Quantum is likely for foreseeable future be part of the cloud. How electronics is related quantum computing? I'm not sure I understand that question. Was before telling that quantum computer provides varied evaluation and even its security can be hindered in present state. If I understand what you're driving at, then no, currently security, we don't have a quantum computer that's powerful enough to go run a Shor's algorithm of scale, like 2048 bits or something. What it's been shown is to factor 15 and so forth. It's not, right now we don't have a quantum computer that can factor 2048 bit encoding. H gate is a Hadamard gate. I will show you that shortly. Temperature has nothing to do with that. I don't know, slow rate of evolution of quantum computers. I'm actually saying it's at a fast rate. Evolution of quantum computer is growing exponentially. If you see the quantum volume plot that I showed, it's growing exponentially. It's just that the technology is new. If you were born in 1970, classical hardware would have been very new to you, because that's when the first integrated circuit, 1971, I think, is when Intel put out the first integrated circuit. That was a new model of compute, a new way of doing things. This is the technology that has matured now, the last 10 years. In fact, if you see 2010 and 2020, the change is drastic. 2010, if you see some picture, you will see that that particular quantum computing looks like a very laboratory university type thing. And if you see now, it's full-fledged integrated system. It's now we are building systems. So it's very different from what is. And I wouldn't say evolution of quantum computer is slow. In fact, quantum computer is likely to evolve much faster because of 100 years of compute knowledge that we have built, and the classical hardware that is available to us that will help improve the process of learning, process of discovery that much better. So it's going to improve that at much faster rate. Quantum superposition, I didn't want to get too technical here, but since you asked it, I'll just say it. Quantum superposition is basically a feature of quantum mechanics. Basically, it says that you can be in multiple states at the same time in a probabilistic sense. All right. Okay, so I'll take a few minutes. So let me see. So, Professor, do I have 5 minutes?
Yeah, yes, please, asking something.
Yeah, okay. Do I have 5 minutes? I wanted to quickly show how people
Yeah,
can get started.
yeah. You can please.
Okay, so I want to give you a few pointers here. One is quantum-computing.ibm.com. You should be able to go find it. Quantum-computing.ibm.com. So that would be an important link. The other important piece is qiskit.org, Qiskit, Quantum Information Science Kit, or Qiskit, QISKIT. You would want to bookmark these two. Within the qiskit.org, you can go to documentation and learn section. There are a lot of resources available there. Documentation tells you about the various APIs and details of the Qiskit. So you can go get information about various aspects. And if you go to the learn section, there is a lot of information. And the other, I will just briefly touch on that, but the other one is if you go to YouTube um, and search for Qiskit, so you would want to go, you want to go to Qiskit, and you would want to bookmark this as well. There is a lot of resources here, including programming all the way, basic intro all the way to the scientific research level. You have various playlists available and channels available that you can go look at. So you'd want to bookmark at least these to start with. In the Learn section in Qiskit.org, you have Qiskit textbook. It's a good way to get started. You'd want to go click on that. There is a brief explanation on the program to go with it. There is coding with Qiskit. There's a set of videos available. And then for more advanced things, there is introduction to quantum computing and hardware. This is more involved. So if you are novel and you want to learn some basic things, you want to look at coding with Qiskit, a lot of nice simple videos. You want to read on the Qiskit textbook. These are all good resources to have. Back to quantum-computing.ibm.com, you can use any of your ID, even your social ID or any other IDs to register. It may take a few minutes to register, just like any other um, uh, thing that you will use your ID registration for. It's no different. In my case, I have an IBM ID, so I'm using it. But if for many of you, you can use any of your other IDs. So you can go there and register, and then hopefully I can get in and show you. So when you do register and log in, hopefully it lets me log in now. You will land on this kind of a dashboard. So anybody should be able to access this hardware. On the right is the set of machines. So when you see the names of cities, that's the different machines that you have. So typically, I have more access to many more machines than many of you would have. You will have access to most of the 5-qubit machines here. These are all available for free. And there is a simulator. You can also do some simulations up to 32 qubits in a classical hardware. You can run it with simulators too. So when you log in, you can go look it up. These are the machines that are actually available, and you can run some of them in. I think there are 4 or 5 machines available for free for everyone up to 16 qubits. I think to Melbourne. You should be able to run it in actual hardware if you're interested in, and you can also use simulator if you want to. So I encourage you to go create an account, log in. And there are 2 different modes here. I'll just walk you through what we have here. These are the system details. The other is the jobs. You can go whenever you run anything, it shows up in the jobs list. You can go keep a track of your job. There is 2 different ways: the circuit composer way and the programmatic way, which is Quantum Lab, which is the Jupyter notebook based programming. Circuit ways, quantum circuit is available. You have various circuits available. You just do a drag and drop, and then do measurement things. Then all you have to do once you're done with this is go run it in, say, so for example, you will have a drop down here. You can go run it in a simulator. And then this is the number of samples that you will be running it on. So this is going to go run it in simulator. Job will show up here, or you can run it in actual hardware. So say, let's say I want to do it in Q2, I can run it in hardware. So as you very well can imagine, this will tell you what's happening. So here the compiler part of it is done, the simulation part. So you can see the results there. This is the simulated run, and actual run is queued up. I will have that run in few seconds, so you should be able to run this. So in this case, the results is 50-50 is the expected behavior between 0 zeros and 1 1. This is the Bell state. You should be able to get that simulated quite accurately. If you increase the number of sampling, it will converge to 50-50, which is the ideal answer. In the actual simulation, you will see that it's not quite 50-50. You will have errors because of noise creeping in. So this is the circuit way of doing it. There is a lot of information available. If you click on docs, you can go click on docs and it will tell you how to use the circuits. So there is a circuit composer portion. It will walk you through various way how to use the circuits, what is each of the circuit composer. It tells you what to do, how to run. So there is docs right there. You should want to consult that and then play with circuit composer. That way you'll be able to see this thing. The other is the programmatic way. So this is good for learning, very intro level, or in your case, if you guys want to devise labs and so forth, this is a good way of doing things for teaching and learning some basics. But really, if you want to do things, you have to do it programmatically, and this is through programs. Once this loads, you can create Jupyter notebooks and program it. There is a lot of tutorials available, some canned tutorials that you should be able to go see. Once this loads, I will show you one sample. You'd want to go run those Jupyter notebook and see it for yourself how it runs. In one of the follow-up things, I can walk you through all these things in a little bit more detail and show how to make this run. So for example, I don't know if this has anything. This is machine learning section. So this is quantum GANs. So it looks something like this. So this is a Jupyter notebook that it will fail. Okay, let's try out something else. Optimization.
Yeah.
This is more
In February,
interesting.
how
So
many visiting
go
faculty we had last
to,
semester? That also was
sorry,
substantial count. No?
sorry.
Yeah, I've sent WhatsApp. If you can put in WhatsApp, also fine.
Okay.
Whichever actually.
So you can, okay. So you can look at, say this is how a new program in a Python Jupyter notebook. This is how you're going to program a quantum hardware. So you can go click on this. You have a lot of documentation there if you want to go dig into it. But now all these algorithms being developed are now available as library. You can just use them as library and start programming and solving your real problems like max cut and so forth. So I'm not going into details because of lack of time. In one of follow-up sessions, I can just focus on this and tell you how to program this. Any questions on any of this? Hopefully I've given you sufficient pointers to get started. At least you should create an account, and all these are for free. You should be able to go give it a try. Certainly go look up qiskit.org and the sections that I showed you, learn and documentation, and also there are a lot of videos available in YouTube that you would want to go look at. Okay, I'm open for any other questions now. Do we code the logic or the physical design in Jupyter Notebook? This is not the right session for that. So maybe in one of the follow-up events where I'll walk you through that, this would be a more better things. By physical design, if you mean the qubits and so forth, no, the qubits are fixed, their connections are fixed. How do you use them and program it? There is also compiler or transpiler available. You can code it at high level, it gets converted, eventually it converts. So let me take a step back. How does our current compute work? You write your programming in your C, C++, Java, whatever that you have done, or even Python that many of you are writing. Is that how it runs in actual hardware? Obviously, no.
No, sir.
It gets converted down. That's the process of compilation into a binary. So there is one machine independent compilation and optimization that happens so that you can do your code. The compiler has knowledge to do a better and efficient way of trans. So what you're essentially going is from your high level program down to your assembly level language, right? That the actual program, actual hardware runs in. That transformation is the compilation. There is two steps. One is the machine independent transformation that happens in optimization, and then machine dependent. And that's how you take the same program, run it in one machine, which is a different CPU, and run it in some other machine, which is a different CPU, because that compiler is how you make it work. Similarly, you program it. You have what is called as a transpiler. You takes a high-level program, eventually converts it into a circuit. Circuit then is transpiled to leverage some of the interfaces of the actual hardware. That is the machine-dependent portion, and then you transform it into set of basic gates, or think of it as similar to assembly level language. We have what is called as quantum assembly level language, or QASM. It converts it to that, and that's what runs in hardware.
Yes, sir. I actually was asking about the logic, the difference in the logic between a classical processor where we use logic gates from the basic ones to the more complex ones. So does the logic differ, or just that instead of a binary approach, we'll take a qubit approach?
Logic has to differ, right? Because it's a different model. This is not a same as classical. See, classical has your machine instructions. So you have your AND or NOT that forms the universal set, or NAND gate. A 2-bit NAND gate forms a universal set. In classical, um, there is a well-defined uh, set of gates. The different classes or categories. If you have those gates that you can do, that's a forms a universal set, and that universal set tells you that in classical case, when you have AND or NOT, for example, it says I can simulate any function or run any function that can simulate a Boolean logic. In quantum, if I have the universal gate, it tells you that I can run any function that emulates a quantum logic. So they are fundamentally different. These set of gates, they are more than needed, but these set of gates, think of it as the universal set, like an AND or NOT in your classical.
So instead of having only 4 fundamental gates, we have these many gates, and hence
No, there are
that would
more
speed up
than
the
what
process.
required. The reason why you have other gates is for efficiency reasons. If you go look up any of the textbooks, I think there are different categories, like AND or NOT is one, but you can, NAND2 is also an universal gate. NOT2 is also an universal. There are classes of different universal set that you can have. In quantum, similarly, you have, there are different categories. There are thing with 5 gates, there is one with 3, I forget what. You can refer to textbook. There are some categories, different gates that forms. Here you have a lot more gates for efficiency reasons.
So when do we start to actually notice the speed and computational difference when we are using a quantum chip or using a quantum processor instead of a normal one? I heard about this thing in 2019 where a quantum computer from D-Wave, I believe, was actually able to outperform a normal computer, but I don't know what that exactly means. How?
So the way you would want to think about it is so where was this from? Yeah, so I wanted to show you this. Quantum is slightly different in some ways, in that you're not so if you want to say, I want to do a multiplication operation in quantum, you are not going to beat the classical hardware at it, at least not at this time, because your quantum technology as it exists today, uh, the classical hardware has evolved over last 60 to 80 years, and the multiplication operation is but one example, but the hardware in general has been optimized to such a level that the multiplication operation, for example, can run in few nanoseconds. But if you run the same in quantum, that will take few seconds. It will be like 10 power 6, 10 power 8 orders of magnitude difference. But that's not what the real game is. The real game is, think of it in a complexity class sense.
So
You are
basically,
solving a problem that is impossible to do practically in classical, and you want to solve some of that in quantum. So in this case, the factoring problem, there is no known efficient classical solution. So if you want to decode a 2048 bit integer in classical, it would take this long a time to do your compute. But if I had that clean qubit, I could do it in 8 hours. There is no comparison here, right? This is a complexity
yes,
argument.
sir. Oh, okay. So basically, all the P kind of problems in mathematics, the P versus NP kind of problems, that I think is solved by quantum computers. Okay, so thank you.
Right. So you see in this cartoon, easy problems, think of it as P, and light blue are the NP. And quantum is opening up a section of the NP, in fact, beyond NP also. There is P space. So some of the problems fall in that category. So it's opening up an interesting area of hard problems that you cannot solve efficiently in classical. This is a complexity class picture.
Okay, so thank you. And also, the hardware of hardware part of it, how, like right now at least, so basically we're working for the potential of quantum computing and not exactly what it gives right now. Basically we work at it right now because we think if we develop this more, it can actually be like a lot better, and we can't see that exactly right now, right?
No, the way it works, anything works is you do a proof of concept. Proof of concept generally is you reduce the problem into its simplistic form and solve it and show that it works. And the way you would have developed, then you ask, does it scale up? And if it scales up, eventually when the hardware scales up, my algorithm will also scale up along with the. See, algorithm, as you know, when you say order of n squared, do you solve it order of 100,000? No, generally you solve it with few numbers to show, and then you make the argument that as n increases, my algorithm grows order of n squared, so it's going to be contained and it's efficient. So similarly, the algorithms that are developed, they show algorithm in a generic sense and then demonstrate using a small version with few qubits and show that it works.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Professor Chiknis, is there anything else that I need to cover here?
No, I think you have quite a lot, and this is a very vast subject. So probably we need a separate session workshop for key people who are very interested and ready to put in hard work to do a lot of hands-on stuff, right? So so thanks a lot, and I mean, this is really interesting. I was kind of afraid whether students will be able to understand, see, etc. But looking at the questions they have, I'm very happy that we took that chance and challenge. And I think, yeah, so a lot of students have done that. And I think, again, thanks a lot for accepting our request at very short notice. That it was very useful. I'm sure this recorded version, we are having this recorded version. I hope students can see this later. Right. So thanks a lot. And over to MCs for further things.
It was
Yeah,
really very
and
interesting, sir.
thanks.
Thank you so much for spending your precious time with us.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dayanand's other group and students. I wish you all the very best with your journey. Hope this particular talk gave you some impetus to go explore this area. It's a new emerging area with great potential. A lot of, especially students, are actively looking at this. In fact, this may interest some of you. We had a Qiskit challenge. This is essentially a hackathon type thing. We did it in September. We had about 1,000 odd participants, well over 700, 800 participants with many things. Interesting statistics was that some 56 odd percent was our undergrad students in that challenge. This was only in India. This is India only, not worldwide.
Great.
So there is a lot of students who are actively learning the skills. Since Python as a language and machine learning as a concept is, students are very adept right from high school these days. That platform and framework is more amenable A lot of people are taking into it and learning. And for those of you who are much older, like me, or even older, if you have teenage kids, have them hooked onto this. It's a good way, the platform, they are more intuitive to learn these things, even though they may not know the logic of it. It's good to have them start playing with this. So because this is the technology of the future, having them start playing with this sooner is much, much more useful.
Yeah.
With that, thank you for the
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot again. Yeah. See you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
So next we have apps and internet session lined up. So stay tuned until the program starts.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Mr. Saurav may be already knowing the thing. We can get him as a co-host, and we can start setting up slides, etc. for the host.
Sir, I had a question.
Yeah, 1 minute. Is Saurav already there? Yeah, ask. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sir, the slides and etc. that they showed here, will that be available on the Google Classroom later?
As of now, no, but we can request them. So one of the volunteers can request, they have email IDs, so they can share. Videos are definitely there. We'll edit these videos, make it kind of nice in between. No, you may have some noise, etc. So we'll make a nice videos. Videos will be available. Slides also, you can request them. So this is not a common thing. So actually we are a little delayed already, 5 minutes delay for the previous thing. We had actually break from 11 to 11:15, but a lot of questions were there, so that's okay. So by the time we set up, I think people can take a quick break kind of thing, couple of minutes, and we can start setting up if Saurabh is there. Otherwise, I'll call him. Is Saurabh Mini there already?
Yeah, I'm here, sir.
Oh, great. Okay, sure. Yeah, welcome, Saurabh. Nice to see you. Yeah, as I was telling, we had actually 11 to 11:15 break, but this 9:30 we started sharp. So this talk on quantum computing was very interesting to students. So all question answers will went on till 11:15. But I think by the time we set up another 2-3 minutes, is it okay for you? Just
Sure.
yeah. So just so students will have some space, and then maybe we'll start in 3 minutes from now, 11:25. So meanwhile, we can set up slides, etc.
ఏం చేస్తామమ్మా తెల్ల ఏమో కలెక్షన్ ఇస్తారంట
Yeah, I request all participants to mute themselves. I have specifically, no, we have kept you permission to mute, unmute, so that you can ask questions or interact. So do unmute.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen, sir.
Good.
For me, it is kind of blank, probably still coming up. Yeah, it is coming up actually, yeah.
Sir, we cannot see anything on the
Yeah,
screen.
it is blank actually right now.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's a bug from Zoom or.
Or I don't know, is it, see the windows we are getting as blank, dark windows, like top we are seeing the Zoom window and one square on the right. Are you using two monitors or?
Yeah, I am actually two monitors.
I don't know which. So one monitor we are seeing, the middle one has come up now, like a pop-up, which is.
Okay, let me do one thing. Let me join and see if that works.
Uh, uh, is he back actually as a co-host? Sometimes somebody has to make him co-host. The host has to make. Uh, just he'll be probably waiting to be made co-host.
I guess he's there in the meeting, sir.
Okay. Okay. Sure. No, but we have to see whether he's there as a co-host, because he's there, but he's not co-host, no, so he cannot share
He's
any.
not the co-host, sir, but like
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
there in
So
the.
the
Oh yeah, he
now
started.
he's there.
Yeah.
Great,
Yeah.
great. Okay.
I had to
So welcome back. Yeah, sure.
reinstall Zoom, I think. That's the only
I
thing.
got it. Yeah, that's something. But now we can see and hear everything
The
perfect.
screen is clear.
So that's good
Better
also.
now?
So I think we can start. So before I hand over to MC, just a very warm welcome to Saurabh. So he had been very supportive when I was in my previous college as well as this. He's very active, not only as his whatever professional role in Google, but also in terms of organizing one event called Barcamp. Right, it's a very interesting event. We'll talk more about it sometime later. So here, the Saurabh works for Google, incidentally, and but today he'll be talking about his kind of areas expertise. So he's going to take case study. So his talk is on what does engineering mean, but he's going to take very interesting case studies that he himself will explain. So hopefully you will know a lot of things under the hood. Okay. So thanks again, Saurabh, and hand over to Karthik for no introduction, and then we'll move on. Thanks.
Yeah, so mobile devices have quickly become the easiest portal into your digital self, says a quote. And I'm sure apps are the lifelines of a mobile phone. And a mobile phone is nothing without apps and, of course, the internet. So, welcome back, everyone, for the session on apps and internet. I heartily welcome Mr. Saurav Mini, who is the speaker of the session. He's currently a software engineer at Google, and he has previously worked as a technical architect and as a development engineer in many organizations. He specializes in Android, PHP, JavaScript, and the list goes on. In fact, I could see a lot of titles under his profile. So I welcome you, sir, onto the virtual stage.
Thank you, Karthik. Thank
Yeah.
you, Sanjay sir, for inviting me. Uh, what I when sir asked me to give this talk, I was like thinking, should I talk about Android? Should I talk about mobile development? What should I talk? Then it struck me like this has been my experience that uh, when in college we are not able to, and we are taught several things, and we are never able to connect all of them together and figure out the details. And this 15 years of experience has taught me that. So just to give you guys a sense of what all engineering actually means, right? What uh, does this mean? Just that you're able to make a website, or is there more to it? Or you're just able to make a web app or a mobile app? Is that enough? So that's what I wanted to talk about in this session. I hope you guys find it interesting enough. So to give you an introduction of, I've been 15 years in this industry now. I've authored Apache Kafka Cookbook. I've written production code in all these languages. Maybe I might be missing one or two, but I don't remember. But these I can today also write code in. Uh, so yeah, over the period I've worked. Currently, I work as a software engineer at Google. So Google doesn't give fancy titles; it just says software engineer, and that I think is a great thing to just be told like you're a software engineer rather than uh, a bunch of other titles which don't mean anything. So let's talk about what engineering is, right? So can you, any of you, give me uh, tell me what engineering means according to you?
Yeah, you can unmute and talk also, if you can.
Solving problems.
Yep. But problem everybody solves, right?
Creating something new.
Yeah.
Creating problems.
Sorry?
Finding the problems and then solving it.
Uh-huh.
Sir, it's a technical course.
Engineering course is a technical course. Yeah. But engineering is not a
Basically,
technical course.
engineering, you could say, is just solving problems, but the problems are from the real world and not theoretical.
Right.
Designing or building.
Yep. That is
Solving problems in an efficient way.
right. So all those things that you've told is correct. And some very learned people have condensed that into these many words, saying engineering is the application of science and math to solve a problem. So I often used to hear this thing like, why am I reading chemistry or physics or this particular Fourier transform when I'm not going to use it ever in my life? But engineering is actually applying all those maths and science to solve your problems. And these, you don't use them every day, but the test of the metal of a good engineer is when they know when a problem comes and they know how to solve it. So that's what engineering. So when you go and solve engineering problem, like you use math and science, right? But what do you start with? Do you build everything from scratch?
We can use existing information and things in there.
Yeah, using existing information. So do any of you know what this image is actually?
Sir, it looks like a building scrap. It looks like building scrap, sir.
Not even close. But any guesses?
Something
Anybody?
organic, you know. Like,
Sir, it looks like a stepney.
Nope. So this is a very interesting story. Okay. This is a toaster, and there is some person who tried to build a toaster from scratch. He used all the knowledge, all the science, and he built it from scratch. So basically, so toaster is a simple thing, right? And I'm sure you'll agree with that, right? Toaster is one of the simplest instrument. It just heats up the bread and you have it.
I'm sorry, he tried to build a toaster with what?
He tried to build a toaster from scratch, like getting every raw material by himself and processing them and applying all the science and math to build it.
This is not near to a toaster also.
So this is a toaster after the second use of it.
Oh.
Right, and this is a you could probably Google it, the toaster from scratch, and it's there. So the point here is a toaster, which we might think of as a very simple instrument or engineering object. It actually has 400 different components, and you need to get materials like copper, steel, plastic, uh, aluminum, a bunch of them, right? Mica, nickel, I don't know. And then you have to mine them, refine them, and use raw materials to build them. So often as engineers, right, we want to build everything ourselves. And when you do exactly that, this is what you end up with, right? But
Sure, at the first iteration, maybe then, but if you refine
right?
it might be
But
better.
yeah, so toaster has been there in since when? I think almost 100 years now.
Hundreds of years, yeah.
And this guy built it just a few years back. So there are more things to it. So engineering. So what it says is engineering is a very complex process. It's not a simple one, right? We might think it to be a simple one, but there are so many different components involved, and an engineer has to figure out what components to use and where to use. Right. So when we are building an app, we also have to approach it in a similar way, right? So what I want to go with is now there are different levels of developing an app. You can start with uh, here. So we start from a very basic level where you how to use the app. You could just click on it, click on some buttons, and you get it done. But then there are so many different layers, which if you start peeling it up, right, you will figure out that there are so many different things to be done to make it perfect or make it work. And as an engineer, you have to be aware of all of that. So as a simple case study, I want to take a Wikipedia app, right? Like, I hope all of you know what Wikipedia is, right?
Yes.
Anybody who does not know, right? So if you have a Wikipedia app on your mobile and you open it, right, there are a lot of things which happen in the background. It's not just that a page comes and you see the text, right? A lot of things have to happen in the background. So at the end of it, I want to give you guys a sense of how complex the whole mechanism of loading a simple Wikipedia page is. Right. So at level 1, when you're just looking at the app, uh, what do you see? Right? How you at level 1, you want to see an article. What do? You click on the app, click on the article, and you read the article there. Simple. There is no complication at all to it. But that is one layer of things which happen. Now you peel it down a little bit more at level 2. Now what happens at level 2? Right? You open the app sends a HTTP request to the wikipedia.org servers, gets the HTTP response from the Wikipedia servers to be displayed, and the app renders the data as it's received. Very simple, nothing complex at all, right? You guys with me on this?
Yes.
Now, this is what you will be told at the end of the first year, or you might already know this, right?
Yes.
Is this something new to anybody? I can explain more. Now you go one level more deep. What actually happens now? User clicks on the app. Now a DNS request is made to resolve the server's IP address, and then a request is sent to the actual server to get a response using the IP address. It is not your app. The systems don't really know what Wikipedia.org server is. It just knows the IP address. And server would receive the request and send a response back with just the response code, with a response, and the app will display the server response. Fairly simple, but now we have removed one more layer, and we see more things happening here now, right? There's you can't really talk to the wikipedia.org service directly. There is a DNS server in between, and that also has to work properly for you to get that response, right? Now let's go one more level deep into this, right? What happens at one more level? If we start looking at one more level, what all things happen? So first thing is handle click. What does that mean? Right? When you click on anything, right? Some piece of code gets called. How that happens, right? As an engineer, you have to understand how exactly that is happening. Otherwise, you might be left to some situations where you don't know what is happening there or why the performance of the system is so slow. So first thing is when somebody clicks on a button, what exactly is happening? You have to understand that completely and do that right. So here is what happens when you click on it. Signal gets generated, uh, which tells you where exactly the user has touched on the screen. Then an interrupt is generated, which sends a signal to the app saying, first to the OS, and OS sends the signals to the app saying it was clicked here. The app then has to decide, okay, it's clicked here. So which is the object which is rendered at that particular place? And based on that, it will make a click. Now, once that click has happened, the app, okay, decide, okay, this is the object that was clicked. And this object has this code associated with it, which says on when the click happens on it, it should execute this code. So now each of these requests, each of these clicks, right, they will be creating a web request, HTTP request. So it creates its HTTP request. So there's a HTTP protocol. You have to understand how that protocol is implemented. Because if you don't understand that, how will you create that request? Which each of the servers understand. So HTTP is generally used. There are many other protocols which are also used, and depends on what your use case is. HTTP may or may not be the best one. So once a request is created, you create you want to make a network call. So now you again need to find out which server do you reach out to. So your app would only say wikipedia.org, but it has to understand what is the IP address of the machine which you're trying to ping to. So it makes a call. So DNS itself is a complex process, right? It's not, when I said just one layer of thing, I just simplified it saying you just get the address, but it's way more complicated than that. So first thing what happens is the app will check its own cache, whether it knows what the IP address for this particular URL say wikipedia.org is, if it doesn't find, it's asked the operating system for a check its cache. If operating system doesn't have cache, it goes uh, uh, to the router to which the mobile is connected, or to the ISP which is connected. It will check its own cache. Ultimately, it will go to the distributed DNS system, and from there it will try and figure out the IP address which it needs to ping to. So that's how finally you get it. But that's the first time. Next time the app will has a cache, or if some other app has already made a call to that, the operating system will have cache. So once you have the IP address, you make a call to that particular IP address now with the HTTP request. Now the server has to be able to handle the request. So first thing it does is it checks whether it's a valid HTTP request or not. Once it has the HTTP request, it tries to understand what the request is for and then creates a response. Now for Wikipedia, it will be a page which needs to be created. And most often than not, the response is in the format of a JSON. Now again, JSON is just one of the several different formats. There is protobuf, there is JSON P, there's JSON B. So like that, there's several different formats. Most people use JSON because it's very simple protocol to use, very simple encoding to use. And so once server sends a response back to a particular request, app has to parse this HTTP response. Now, the HTTP response would be parsed, and you get a object out of it, internal representation. And based on this internal representation, you would now change the screen because you got some data. So there may be image, so you will display the image. There's some title, you add the title to the right place with the right font and all those things, and the main text which is there, right? So these are all the things that happen. But do you have to do all these things while writing code? Uh,
Sorry, what's the question?
Sir.
Hello.
Yeah, sir.
There's some sound coming. Can you mute? Sorry, somebody's mic is on. Can you?
Yeah, Manjesh, yes, please unmute yourself.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yeah. I'll mute it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
What was the question?
Sir, are all the others also packages of JavaScript as JSON? The few names you mentioned.
So here's the thing, right? Now, each of all this that I've told you, right? It's language agnostic. It doesn't matter which language you're in. You have to do this for all the languages, whether you're writing in C++. To do this, like to get this thing done, even if you're writing in C++, you have to do it. You're writing in Java, you have to do it. You're writing in JavaScript, you have to do this. JSON, though it says JavaScript object notation, it's not actually tied to JavaScript as only. It's sort of used across the board. Doesn't matter. It may be an Android app, it may be an iOS app, or a desktop app completely. They all can use JSON. Does that answer the question?
Okay, sir, I got it.
Right. So you have to. So these are the building blocks of things, right? And you have to do all this to get things done. But the question is, do you really have to do it yourself, all these things?
I mean, not exactly. Most of it is in the IDEs and all, so they take care of all that. We just
No. IDE does not take care of anything. IDE is just a tool to help you write code. It does nothing more. Right? So there are some helper libraries which might help you do that, and they uh, uh, but still you have to do all these most of these things yourself. Still, like even with everything, you have to do all these things, right? But is this all, or there are more layers? So definitely there are more layers, right? So
Yes.
uh, let's deep down one more layer. So now let's talk about uh, the layer, one more layer where you're actually entering the article name. So you type W Wikipedia in that app and search for Wikipedia in a Wikipedia app, just for fun sake. So what happens when you press W on in the keyboard in your any of the app, or it may be a mobile or on your desktop, doesn't matter, right? You still have to press the W key. So when you press W key, uh, again OS gets an interrupt. OS tells, okay, this particular event got fired, which was a key press, and it checks which was the app which was in front at that point of time, and it gives app the signal that this particular key was pressed, right? Then the app decides, okay, this if this particular edit box was in focus, then you need to add W. It tells edit box, say W was pressed, what do you want to do now? So the edit box will decide what to do. So it adds to its uh, memory cache what that W means. Then it uh, it has to refresh the screen also, so the user should know that W is being present. So it draws W on the edit box and waits for the next key press to happen. So same with other Wikipedia, IKIP, all those things. Now when you press the search button, that's a different interrupt, and then it checks where it was pressed exactly, and the same way the OS tells the app, okay, this was pressed. Now app decides, okay, this button was there at this place, and this means I need to call this button's this particular code, and calls that code. Now it creates a request, told you. Uh, Now it creates an request. Now there are more things to it, right? Now as we look at more layers, right, there is something called a REST API, right? So REST is a format, is the way things get done. So uh, there's a standard REST format which is published for everybody to use, and Wikipedia specifically uses REST APIs. So you create a request using those REST API details. Uh, then you have to encapsulate it inside an HTTP request and send it. So we already talked about what HTTP request is, or HTTP protocol is, and then we have to look at it does a DNS lookup, as I explained earlier. Now, if it's an HTTPS request, right, it has to do more things. It has to first set up a secure connection between the app and the server. So how it does it is there is a uh, um, there is a socket connection which is open between the client and the server, which is basically your app and the server, and there's some certificates exchange, so that each knows, okay, the identity of the other, and they can have a encryption key shared between them. Once that is done, all communication after this is more secure. Like nobody in between can read those messages because everything is now encrypted. So after this connection is set up, uh, the actual data is sent to the server. And now, what will the server do now? Server gets a response. It looks at the REST API. Okay, it understands, okay, the request was for so and so things, and I need to now do more of this. I need to figure out what this particular thing means uh, and do something about it. But can that server do everything? May not be. Wikipedia is such a big database, right? That everything is not stored on a single server. So it will have to send it to a different server which it knows, which has that data, and they return it back saying, okay, now this is what you wanted and this is what you need to send. So this server will now create a response and send it back. Now the app gets a API response, which is again in JSON format, but it will not keep it in JSON format. It'll create an internal representation of the same. Right? Now, based on this, it has to create a new set of UI elements. Uh, this data is passed to, so it has to create a new page with new elements. The screen has to have this title, these images, this text, and these links, all those things. It has to create everything. So at one level, it creates all these UI elements. Then second thing is how to place them properly. That's the part of layouting, right? Where okay, you have to put the title first, then the image, then the rest of text comes, and this whole thing is scrollable, so you can only show till this point, and beyond that, it may not be shown. So that's the layouting part. And now the painting is, now it knows it has to, this particular font means this uh, has to have this particular shape. So it has to write the text properly. So there's a painting module which has to take care of painting all these, render the images correctly, draw the images correctly, make sure the text are aligned properly and have the format that they wanted in, right? So a fairly complex process happens in the client to render um, the text and the images that are required. So are you guys with me so far?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
So this is like there's we started with the basic level saying you just make an HTTP request and you send get a response and you see the image, but there's more to it, right? But do you think this is all?
Sir, if anyone uses a VPN, so will the process change?
VPN also, why the process does not change, right? VPN, what is VPN? So
So
it
it
just
makes a
adds a network.
secure access between the server and the client.
No, VPN does not make a secure access. VPN is just a VPN stands for virtual private network, right? What
Okay.
that means is uh, any of the devices connected to that VPN
Hmm.
can communicate between them,
Okay.
regardless of where they are. It just means that, like, it's as though they are plugged into each other. It's a virtual.
Okay.
So if you are thinking of communicating to, say, a Wikipedia.org from that Wikipedia servers will never be in your VPN unless you are part of the Wikipedia VPN,
Cool.
right? So the secure connection only happens through HTTPS protocol or TLS protocol, which is which HTTP actually implements, right? So uh, yeah. Any other questions?
Sir, using VPN is not secure, sir.
VPN solves a different problem. It doesn't add security.
Sir, but it means proves us a way that the network between the host and the server is direct. Means it doesn't go in any between device or something. Means at least that is fixed.
No,
Uh,
that's not VPN. That's not what VPN does.
so it
VPN just
redirects also.
VPN just say so you have a VPN between you and say DSU, and DSU can block traffic coming from anywhere outside except through the VPN. So then you can access VPN DSU networks as though you are connected to DSU network.
Sir, then why do companies request their employees to connect to the office network through a VPN when it is
Yeah,
not secure?
yeah, you don't want the company resources to be accessible to everybody in the world. That's the only reason.
So how is a VPN different from a LAN then?
VPN is virtual, LAN is physical. Right? So there are some very interesting networking concepts, which I think in due course you will learn these. At least they were there during my syllabus. I don't know if the current syllabus has it, but yeah. But the point here is like now let's see what happens. Well, can we go one level more deep now? Or do you think is there more things to be done now, or is this enough?
Maybe one more layer extra.
Just one more level?
For some level inside security protocol means after
Right.
HTTPS, how it
So
will.
so there is more, and I'm not going to cover all that because that will take another half an hour here. But the thing is, there are more things to it, right? Like uh, each of the different subjects that are taught in college, right? Uh, they give you a slice into all the different things that are needed to render a particular request or render a particular Wikipedia page in the app, right? So, and you have to go in depth and understand each one of these. If you think you don't want to understand one of these, right? So here, it will be difficult. Here, I have intentionally left out a lot of different things. So here, right? If you, I did not mention all of them here because there are way too many things, and I would not complete everything here. So to give you an example of things, I have not talked about databases here. It's going to be a whole, uh, whole different can of worms talking about databases. What kind of databases you want to use? Then there are things like caches, right? You want to cache a lot of things. I'm not talking about caching here. Then when you implement everything, you have to track metrics. Oh, did somebody get an error while loading the page? Why did they get an error? Why did this image not load up properly for the user? Or the app crashed. Why did the app crashed? How can I fix it? People will not come and tell you the app crashed. You have to sometimes proactively figure things out. Then you have a server, fine, but is the server actually running? Somebody has to monitor that. There is a lot of monitoring related things that need to be done. So uh, when we talk about things to be done, there are a whole lot of things that need to. Then I forgot the most important, the processor, right? Everything has to. You have an ARM processor, you have an Intel processor, you have a RISC-V processors. Uh, like uh, I'm pretty sure there are many others. Like uh, but these are the most important ones right now. So each one of them has their own own details to be figured out. Then all the operating system. I've left out intentionally the operating system part. Each operating system deals differently, so you have to understand all those things. But thing is, do you really have to care about all those things, right? So like that's some question, right? Like but so based on this, right, like uh, you will not write everything again from scratch. If you write everything from scratch, you're probably going to end up with that toaster which is burnt down, and you have to keep redoing the whole thing. So instead, what I feel engineering actually means is it involves understanding how things work, figuring out the different pieces which are needed, and making them work together to solve a problem. This is what my definition of engineering would be. Um, so, likewise, right? Uh, so as I said, right, you would not want to build everything from scratch. Uh, so if you do, you might end up with something like this. But the flip side to it is, if you don't understand how a toaster works, and you're trying to build on top of a toaster, like build a smart toaster or something, right? You might end up with something like this, where your toaster actually burns everything out rather than cooking that toaster properly. So, say you figured you could put some plastic or some other metal instead of the nickel sheeting that is required there, you will fail at it, right? So it's very important to understand all the different components and how they work, but at the same time, you need not implement and build everything yourself. You can pick and choose the things which are available there and work out of those. With that, I say thanks to you guys, and please shoot your questions. Here are two of my favorite images. Favorite uh, engineering objects which are the first for me, for kind of a first for me. The left one is the first PC, somewhat like the first PC I ever used, and the second is the first smartphone that I ever used, Nexus One. Uh, yeah, so please shoot your questions if you have any.
So, sir, will for similar be done for website development as app development? Will the same protocols be taken, like same amount of layers?
Yeah. So even if you're doing app development, right? See, okay, let me put it this way. Your web development is nothing but a specialized version of an app development, where you have a browser which is doing certain things for you, and you do not worry about them. Things like how the DNS and how the request gets made to the server, uh, the browser will take care of it. Right? Uh, Rendering objects, it gives you certain predefined objects which you can render. There's a format HTML which it tells you this is exactly how it will. So browser is just a specialized version of an app development. And going forward, like, they're already pretty blurry, the difference between app development and web development, and they're just going to be even more blurrier in the future.
I had a question. Are you going to be conducting a workshop on the web development and app development, or will it be something else?
So, I think Sanjay sir probably can answer this better. I think uh, I'm not conducting anything right now, but
Yeah, so if students want it, no, definitely not only this topic, any topics, we'll be very happy to conduct events, but you have to take initiative. You have to gather like-minded students. You have to make sure that you are sincere enough, not just working for certificate, right? It's not for the certificate workshop. You should really learn. And then we can see who's available. I'll guarantee you that so many people from industry, of course, Saurabh sir, plus a lot of others would be interested to teach you, of course, based on their availability, because they are also very, very busy with their day jobs. But yeah, there will be good people available, but you have to show initiative and interest to organize, conduct. We have a lot of student clubs here, so take initiative and do that. And the last point is, don't just it's not just about learning, it's also about implementing, right? So you learn something and then start implementing, right? So it's not that you learned 100 things. You learn one thing, implement it, do something, then learn next thing. Fine. That's what you heard yesterday. Sure. I hope that answers the question.
Sir, I have a doubt, sir.
yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, if we have a website, that means it can be easily replicated into the app. Is it true, sir?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by easily replicated.
That means if we have a website of something, in case we have a website, can it easily be made into app instead of starting just the app, like building the app alone?
So there are different ways to do it. Again, there are things like web views. There are things like Ionic framework. There's React. If you're writing a React, if your website is written in React, you can actually convert it to a React native app very easily. So it totally depends.
Sir, what do you suggest? React, Flutter, or JavaScript?
Uh, it again, I don't have a clear cut answer to say you should use X, Y, or Z technologies. It depends on multiple things. One, your comfort level with learning things. Two, what are you trying to do? So I would say if you're just writing a website, it should be simple enough. Go with JavaScript. If you're writing a complex website, which is going to be uh, then you should probably look at or a mobile web app. Then you should probably look at React. But if you're trying to make a app uh, and your first choice is to build an app, then Flutter is the way to go. Because why Flutter? Why not native Android app? Because you can write once and uh, get done with it for both Android and iOS. You not write it again and again.
Sir, how does cloud play a role in apps?
Right. So, what is cloud? First, tell me that.
It is a storage device. Basically, takes the information that we need.
Not really. So, in one line, probably cloud is just somebody else's computer. Right. That's the simplest definition I've ever heard, and it's very accurate, in my opinion. Uh, so, you can think of cloud being a set of services which are run uh, on somebody else's hardware. Somebody else is managing a lot of things for it, and you're just using those as tools to get your server running and your app to communicate with the server to get data or whatever, because app cannot store everything, and that's what cloud is, and that's where app and cloud uh, meet basically. You are not running, see, again, why cloud, right? So cloud is another layer of things in the entire stack, right? You could run your server at home, but then you'll have to make sure your internet is always up. You have to make sure the power is already up. With Bangalore, that is a challenge itself, right? So you would instead, and then you have to maintain other things like, will somebody hack it? Uh, what about people trying to uh, DDoS you or something? So those things are again very important things which needs to be done, and the cloud providers have a mechanism to have a solution for all these problems built in a box, and you can just use it right on instead of building everything on you.
Sir, I have a question, but I don't think so. It might be related to the topic. Why are cloud centers kept confidential, sir? Like people
Not
do not,
confidential.
like people do not know the location of a cloud center.
No, you would know.
Yes.
Everybody publishes their locations.
Sir, I read about it somewhere that cloud centers, like the perfect
No,
location of the cloud center cannot be found out. So,
you can find out. There's nothing stops you from finding out. You can know where Amazon has its servers. You can know where Google has its server. You can know where Microsoft has a server. Doesn't matter. Well,
But
JD
sir,
questions.
it's like that. All even the company's employees are not allowed, means allowed access.
Obviously, you don't
Software.
want everybody to go poking in the
Yeah.
servers. Yeah. Okay. Is
Yeah, I think one question probably people didn't ask, right? Two questions rather. Okay. I thought students would ask how they can get job in Google. So I think it's probably too early for people. That's why they didn't ask. Final year students
Yeah,
may
I
ask.
was
But
about to ask that, sir.
Yeah,
Thank
even
you
I
yeah,
very
yeah,
was
much.
please,
wondering
please.
about the
Yeah, yeah.
same thing.
So they were probably afraid to ask, but yeah, please go ahead.
so
Also, I wanted to ask, like, do you have to just because just if you have a coding skill and not a degree in computer science, can you get a job, basically?
uh, let me answer the question, your question first, right? Like, can you get a job if you don't have a degree? Yes, you can. There's nothing that stops you. I know people who have degrees in electrical and they're working as software engineers. Uh, but then again, they have to prove themselves much more than a software engineer would because they have not learned the things a software engineer has. So it's always you have to prove them because with a degree you have a proof that you know this thing, but without a degree you don't know how to prove, right?
But basically, any company is not biased against anyone, basically.
It is very subjective, right? Like I can't tell you this company does or this company does not.
Yes, of course. No, I meant ki, if I have the knowledge of like data structures and algorithms, and I know a couple of languages, and I am good at like competitive coding or something, and I'm able to give a good enough interview, that shouldn't actually matter what my degree is in.
Again, it's very subjective, depends on company to company.
Yeah. And sorry to interrupt, let me also put my perspective here. See, from company side, definitely they're looking for skills rather than a certificate, right? What matters on the job is what you can give to the company, right? So definitely from company side, skill is most important. From university side, what we are trying is we are trying to make sure that if suppose one of you has a certificate degree from DSU, then without any interview you can walk in. They trust that no, we have trained you enough, and based on that training we are giving you certificate, right? So no further evaluation required, right? That is our attempt, right? So give you all the skills required by industry so that you can walk in without any further evaluation, right? That's our job. Fine. So somewhere it's in between, right? You can understand. Hope that answers the question.
Sir, can you answer Sanjay sir's question?
Okay.
That is your question. I just ask on your behalf. So please go ahead. Yeah.
So what Google looks for is being good at data structures and algorithms and understanding a holistic view of the whole thing. But then again, being Google gets some I don't know some very high number of million requests. I think million resumes. How will your resume stand up, right? How will somebody? So we only have some limited time to take interviews. So you have to prioritize based on whom will you pick up to interview. So it depends again on what your experience is. So if you are uh, from a very good university, say if you're from MIT or IIT, right, you get a very different uh, priority compared to uh, say some college in a remote location in somewhere uh, Madhya Pradesh or somewhere, say uh, some XYZ location, right? Obviously, but if you have proven yourself, if you have worked in industry and you have uh, done some good work and you can project that out, that's how you get the door into the interview. Once you end the interview, then you have to prove yourself with the algorithms, understanding that you have complete understanding of the basics of algorithms, uh, and not just the algorithm but also the implementation. Can you write code properly? Can you write in write the code, not just write code, but write readable code, where you have um, not just use smarts, but also have made it readable so that other people can read the code. Then you understand the holistic, like how the end-to-end things work, right? What I just explained you, right? Like there's so many different layers, but do you understand all the layers properly? Do you understand what the layers are there in between? So those are the few things which not just Google, but any company would look for. And that's it. Like
Good.
I've,
And
Excuse me, specific to
What
again.
about how was your life at the college time and like what and all projects you made and how did you get into it?
so like I told you, right? Like I joined college in 2001. So I joined this college called Global Academy of Technology in Bangalore, and I was the first batch. Uh, I just joined. I I had not I had not learned C, C++, Java, anything by the time. The only thing I knew was some basic that I learned in school. Uh, so once I joined, I was very rigorous in learning C, C++, because that was the language of choice at that time. Uh, all the college projects, I am sort of proud to say I did on my own. I know many of you will copy projects from others, from seniors. But if you're serious, if you do it yourself, you'll learn a lot of things. There's some things which books cannot teach you, and you have to do it and then learn it. You have to make those mistakes and learn it. So that was something from my college days which I had done, and yeah, true. And then over the job or period of job, I realized I was more inclined towards embedded. So I was in a company where uh, I was working on assembly, C++. Then I thought, no, I have to move to something else. So I moved to desktop. I joined Adobe, where I was working on desktop products on Mac and Windows, uh, developing uh, products for that. Uh, then around 2010, I got interested into Android, and that's when tried looking. I learned Android on my own while working on at Adobe, and built a few apps, released them to Play Store. It was to call Android Market that time, and those based on that, I interviewed at Intuit, and they gave me a job, and I was there for some time, and then I like, okay, let me look for what next. So I joined a startup where I was working on not just the mobile, but the entire platform side of things, the backend side of things. And there I wrote a book on Apache Kafka cookbook, and then I was looking out again after 3-4 years, and I just got called to interview at Google. I was applying to Google, but I just got called. Sorry, uh, called to interview at Google, and that's when I uh, got through the interview and been there since. So learning is something which never stops, and you have to keep on learning. Flutter is something which I learned last year. Uh, Last 1.5 year, I've been learning Flutter. Dart is something completely new to me. So learning never stops. There's so many things to learn, so many layers to be figured out. So that's my journey so far.
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you seem to continue interest in embedded systems because last bar camp you gave a talk on Raspberry Pi based home automation and those kind of interesting experiments, right?
Yeah.
Looking
So
at your home,
my experiments continue.
yeah.
Not just that, there are more things in embedded. Like there is the AI kit which I'm working on. But again, this has nothing to do with my work. This is my personal. So since I love exploring things out, do that. So,
Yeah, and just one more question, I think, before time runs out. Google Summer of Code. So some students may be interested how to get into GSOC.
Yes, sir, I was actually about to ask
Yeah,
that.
there's a lot of
Yes,
people
sir.
are now
Like
asking. Yeah, okay, I should.
GSOC
Good.
and also about Code Jam, how you can get in touch with recruiters from your Code Jam rank and all that.
So, CodeJam rank, how to get in touch with recruiters? I have no idea. I have not done that. Google Summer of Code, please apply to the openings whenever they open up, and they will look at your past record, your academic record, and if you're already contributing to open source, you get a higher priority. So, those are the few things that you should be keeping in mind.
Can you get in as a first year student though?
I'm not sure what exact the requirements are, but I don't think so. There is a requirement based on the year of college.
Yeah. I think you spend 1 or 2 years working with some open source, right, contributing, etc. So you'll develop enough expertise and experience, then you can apply, right? But spend those 1 or 2 years investing in time.
Yeah, again, I'm not totally aware of
Yeah.
all the details of this,
Yeah,
so
sure.
please
Yeah.
don't take me
Sure,
forward
sure.
there.
Sure. Yeah. And by the way, these are all his personal answers, not from Google officially. That can never be. So just that proviso.
Sir, one last question, sir. Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Sir, is it true that in case you enter something, you cannot change your domain? It is very difficult to change a domain in case you enter into one. Like
Uh,
you told about switching into many domains, but I've heard from my peers that it is very difficult. And
I don't think it's difficult. It depends on your interest and whether you want to learn something. It totally depends on you. Seen people move between a mobile app to working completely on data science, ML, AI stuff, and then moving back to platform side of things. So it's totally on that person. Like, I didn't find it hard, frankly.
Yeah.
So my question to Sanjay sir, um, do you think Google will come to our campus for an interview session, placement, campus placement session?
Yeah, it depends on you. By the way, let's take questions only related to the topic. I'm available to you later. You can ask all questions.
Yes,
But yeah,
sorry about that.
yeah, there is nothing impossible. Just we have to, work towards that.
Also, Saurabh sir, a personal question. Do you prefer Linux or any other like a traditional operating system?
What do you mean by traditional? Google is 25 years old now, I think almost.
Yeah, I mean, like Google, like I heard that they work on Angular mostly, but how much of Linux do you use like in your daily life, or do you just normally use Windows or Mac, and then only for work you use Linux?
Oh, so I have a home laptop which has Windows, Ubuntu, and Manjaro, and I have a Raspberry Pi running at home. So, yeah, I mean, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Saurabh. Really, very, very useful and talk actually. I'm going to share this thing with our faculty also in terms of how to explore things. I think we should design our curriculum based on this approach, right? Level 1 to level N, whatever level you have to go deeper, right? And yeah, incidentally, Saurabh has helped us to design our web technologies curriculum, which is there in the 4th semester. But yeah, so thanks, Saurabh, for this talk, and yeah, looking
Thank you,
forward
sir.
to some more talks later. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
uh, sir, so the students can disperse for lunch, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we can all meet
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
1:40 after the lunch break.
Yeah. It's 1:30. Yeah. 1:25 they can join. Yeah.
Okay.
1:25 to 1:30 we'll start the session. Thanks. Yeah.
So yeah, a feedback form will also be shared. So please do take your time to fill the forms up. So.
Next डीजल माताड्ताను
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, your voice is little low. I don't know, is on my side or.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Yeah, yeah. We'll wait for a few minutes. I think some students are still coming up. I think still our students have to learn to be on time perfectly.
Okay.
But yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Uh, can we make Ravi Palekar and Yogesh Deshpande co-hosts so that they can share also and they can start sharing? Yeah, hello, Yuvraj. Good afternoon. Yeah. Hmm. I'm there already joined in. I'm there already. Is it okay? Hmm. Yeah, you need to tell the host. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Who is the host now? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. So he's not making the host for these people also. The main speakers also they are not host. So just send him a message. Just send him a message to make all this. That's why I made a list, no, that who have to be made co-host, no, that table has to be set to. Anyway, no problem. Now time is up already. So what you do is you send him a message and keep trying. That's all. Anything else? Yeah, tell me. Hmm. Hmm. That we'll discuss later. Now let's start this. Start this. Sure. Yeah, yeah. Please.
Sir, in the timetable it was given break till 1:40, so I think the students will join at 1:40.
Is it? I
Yes,
don't know
sir.
who made that 140 thing, but that's fine. Yeah, let's hope then. Yeah. So, Ravi and Dr. Yogesh, are you able to unmute yourself and you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
say hi? Yeah, hi.
Good afternoon,
Okay.
sir.
So I think, yeah, after a few minutes, this host will make you co-host, then you'll be able to share, etc.
Yeah.
So that will be much better control.
Fine,
So,
fine.
and looks like some glitch in terms of start time. So, yeah,
Okay, no
hi.
issues.
Yeah, no, thanks to be very accommodating,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, this somehow it
Okay.
happens. So,
Okay.
because to have synchronization, I'm stressing to use Google Doc calendar so that everybody refers to the same timing, right?
That's right. That's
So whether no, which are the slots, timing, start, etc. somewhere some other document got copied and sent to students. I don't know. People are very
Yeah,
happy to copy and make their own versions.
yeah.
Very difficult to keep on stressing that no, don't make different versions.
And just for your information, as thing you already know now, that I will start and the second part Ravi will take. So
Sure. Okay.
whoever student is doing this
Hmm.
introduction, whatever, I think it has been communicated to him.
No problem. Actually, that we didn't put any specific sequence. We just
Okay,
made
fine.
both of you can be made co-hosts. So then you can he can add also, in between,
Yeah, that's right.
pitch in and those kind of things. Yeah.
Yogesh, you can, once you finish, then I will start.
Okay, no issues. Yeah. Sanjay, I think I have still not been made co-host.
So Pulkit and Yuvraj, yeah, he's making co-host now, just now. Both of you can tell him through message also.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, he'll make you co-host two of you.
Okay, sir.
I'll also message him.
Sir, I think we can start now, sir.
Yes, we can start. Let's start. Yeah, as soon as they make co-host.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back for the AR and VR tech session. Looking to the future, the next big step will be for the very concept of the device to fade away. Virtual reality was once the dream of science fiction, but the internet was also once a dream, and so were computers and smartphones. The future is coming. So these are the takes of the CEOs of two big tech companies, namely Google and Facebook. When we see multi-dollar companies backing on a technology, we have to realize its potential. To help us realize the potential of these technologies, we have two speakers for this session today, Mr. Ravi Palekar and Mr. Yogesh Deshpande. Mr. Ra- Mr. Ravi Palekar is the Vice President of the Digital Experiences Wing of Ethos Digital. He is a digital content development professional and specializes in digital technology products, being AR and VR. Dr. Yogesh Deshpande is the Director, Center for E-Learning and Industry 4.0, Director, Unity Center for Excellence in Immersive Technology at Vishwakarma University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Karthik.
Can we start, Sanjay?
Yes, we can start.
Yeah, I
I
will.
don't see still being made
Yes,
co-host.
but I will start
So
and
that
check
sharing
out.
will be a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I can actually share it. I
Okay,
don't
if
know.
you can share, then nothing like
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
yeah,
then we can start. Then that's the only thing required for co-host.
ಅವರವರೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾವ್ರೆ.
Yeah. Yeah, and request other people to mute themselves. Yeah. Yeah. So let's start.
Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, we can see.
Okay, okay.
So the screen is visible.
Good, good. So, and am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Good, good. So, a very good afternoon to all, and thanks to Professor Sanjay sir and the entire organizing team of this prayer. It's a very apt occasion to be with you and introduce to you this emerging technology. So this is how we will go about. I will just create an awareness about the exciting world of immersive technologies, what are its components and what are different range of applications. And followed by me would be Ravi Palekar, who will talk basically about how projects are developed in industry, what type of development process is there, and some case studies of the actual applications that have been developed in his companies. Okay, so to start with, there was this TIFAC, which is Technology Information Forecasting Council, and in its report of Technology Roadmap of Education 2035, it mentions that immersive technologies and gamification is going to be the most impactful technologies in future. So what are immersive technologies? It basically comprises of virtual reality, augmented reality, and a combination, which is we call as mixed reality. So let us understand briefly different definitions, practical definitions of virtual reality. What does it mean? So let us understand this, that it basically brings your dream come true. So maybe, probably you will never imagine going to a moon, or maybe swimming with dolphins, or visiting the Earth's crust, or even singing on stage with Sonu Nigam. But if virtual reality ever lives up to its promise, then I think all this is possible. Even many more things are possible without even you leaving your home. So let us understand what this virtual reality is. A virtual reality is basically using computer technology to create a simulated environment around you, which you believe as if it is a real. And virtual reality places the user inside an experience where they get immersed, and they are also able to interact with the 3D digital world objects around them. In another definition, we see that virtual reality means actually an imaginary or virtual world rather than a real world. So the imaginary world is basically simulated, and it is running on a computer, which is sensed and which is fed back as a system to our brain. And it basically creates an illusion, but that illusion should very soon disappear, and you should feel as if you are in the real world. So that is why for simulating such an environment, we require high performance computers, we require some sensory equipments, we require some headsets and gloves that I will be talking to you later. So virtual reality means actually blocking yourself from the real world and substituting a computer generated alternative world in front of you, which means experiencing the things through computers and not through your real senses. So to conclude, as far as definition is concerned, virtual reality is an experience, is a complete experience of seeing, interacting with the real and unreal objects in a virtual space with the help of head mounted devices and some other accessories. So the virtual reality experience can have three different levels. The first is non-immersive. For example, you are interacting with a computer simulated environment in a room or a lab where you have large displays, but they do not cut you, or you do not cut yourself from the real world. You can see the real world objects around you. So this is non-immersive. And where the example is, you create a 3D architectural view or a walkthrough of set. Let's say you want to buy an apartment or a flat, and the architecture today gives you an experience that you can walk through in a three-dimensional virtual world. But in that case, you are not cut off from the real world. You just see that world in the screen or a large display in front of you. The second level is augmented reality, where you stay in the real world, but also you can see some computer generated simulated objects within that real world. It's a combination, it is a superimposition. And the third and complete immersive level is what we call as virtual reality, where we see only the simulated world, okay, and that simulated world totally cuts off us from the real world. For example, we can have such experiences of going to a museum by sitting at our home, and the entire museum can be created, simulated in the virtual environment. So in short, these are the salient features of virtual reality application. Believable, that means you believe that it is the real world. It is actually the illusion of alternative world should really disappear. The second feature characteristics of virtual reality application, it is interactive. You can interact, you can move along with the virtual world. It is computer generated, and it creates high performing 3D graphics. Explorable is the next property of a virtual reality application, where you can have individualistic multiple perspective of the same world. So any person who has interacts with the virtual world has his own way of seeing the world around him. And finally, it is immersive. It engages your body and mind. So with that, let us now go to the second part, which is how do we create such world? What are the devices required for creating a virtual reality experience? To start with, I'm not going completely into the technical details, because it is again a very high level, you can say bird's eye view of awareness talk. We have this something called as head mounted displays, which have got a high resolution lenses. It creates a stereophonic 3D image in front of you. As you all know, most of you have seen 3D movies. In addition to this, head mounted display has got accelerometers, which can track your body movement, your head movements. And it also have, some of them also have a sound, or you can say speakers inside it. And there are various advanced types of head mounted displays. On the other hand, we also have this a cave generated, which doesn't use actually head mounted displays, but you can see here an environment which is called cave automatic virtual environment. It consists of an array of large displays where you can get an experience of the virtual world without wearing any head mounted display. So in short, when we wear in head mounted displays, the display basically splits our, you can say, splits the images between our eyes, and it creates a stereoscopic 3D effect with stereo sound in addition to that, with the technology, and also with some input tracking devices in such a way that it will create an immersible and believable experience, and it will allow you to explore the virtual world and being generated by the computer. So this is a typical picture of how we create a virtual reality application. So you can see here a person wearing a head mounted display. He has two joysticks, or it's not called joystick, it's called wand. I will explain it later, which he can interact. There are 4 to 5, depends on what type of head mounted display you have, sensors which have to be fitted in the room, which can sense, which can track the head mounted display, head mounted display, as well as his wand. And it creates an interactive type of an environment. You require a PC. Basically, the PC contains the content, the virtual reality content that is rendered. And in some cases, you may have a projections or a projector in front of you to see how that person is experiencing the 3D world. Or you can also have large displays. So it consists ultimately of VR devices, a software and audio. And finally, the most important component is the human perception. So human perception, you should not conclude that it only requires only the hardware. No, the human component is equally important. The interaction with the virtual reality world is also equally important. So human perception is an important component in building such an experience. As I said, we have such type of a pointing devices or interactive devices. You can consider that similar to a mouse, which we call as a wand or interactive pointers. In some applications, we need to monitor, or we need to basically also detect the hand and finger movements. So in such cases, we use these types of gloves, which are called data gloves. Okay, and these are different types of head mounted or head gears, you can say. The very low cost, which few of you might be knowing, which is Google Card, which is very, very cheap, around not more than 500 rupees. It's a very low cost pair of Google Card sheets, and it has inbuilt lenses. And basically it can be converted into a head mounted display, and you can put your mobile phone within that cardboard and get an experience of virtual reality. On the other hand, we have various companies creating very high cost head mounted displays. We have HTC Vive Pro, which is the latest. We have Samsung Gear Wear, we have Oculus Rift, we have Sony PlayStation, and many more. So each of them have different technical specifications, which we will not be going into the details today. So head mounted display is important component or a gadget that you require for virtual reality experience. Now I will go to the next part, which is the applications of virtual reality, and show you some pictures and some videos so that we will experience. So this is an example of how you can create a virtual environment of a museum, and you can actually go and see the entire museum sitting at your home, and all the information required to be shown in a museum is completely possible in the digital world. So let me show you this video. have got an idea, I will not going to show the entire video. On the right hand side, you can see virtual reality applications can be used for pilot training. So you can see here a trainee and a trainer sitting in a cockpit of the flight or an aeroplane, where you can see some screen in front of them, which is actually not the real, you can say, the runway. It is a computer simulated runway. And you can have different scenarios that are simulated on the runway, or different scenarios for the pilots to be trained. And all these are what you called as immersive experience. But I would say the left hand side is an example of completely immersive, where you require a head mounted display, while on the right hand side, as I explained, it is a non immersive application of virtual reality. Let us go ahead and understand how we can, since most of you are, I think all of you are engineering students, we have a lot of applications in engineering design. Nowadays, a lot of products are created with prototypes which are ideally first developed in 3D environment or 3D digital environment, and then they are produced or actually manufactured. So to get a 3-degree product visualization, extensive use of 3D modeling, 3D cameras, and even virtual reality applications are used for car design. We can better design the car not only by creating the design in the digital world, but also testing the aerodynamics and safety measures which is required for a car in the virtual world. So this basically reduces the cost, which is tremendous for creating prototypes of cars, and it also saves a lot of time. In some of the applications today, as we will see a small video, the architects are using this virtual reality for building walkthroughs. So you can go to a bungalow and you can see a lot of different internal things which you can change in the virtual world, so that you can actually get a feeling how I can experience, what will be my experience when I enter my new house. So let us see these two applications of virtual reality in engineering and architecture. Now, some of these figures which you might have seen in this video, you get a feeling that they are as real as the real car. But no, these have been created in 3D modeling tools like Maya or Blender, and it gives you, or even in Unity, is a tool where you can create and animate certain objects, which you get the visual effect is as if you get a feeling that the car is the real one. Let us see an example from an architectural application.
Look at your sky choice. Cloudy sky selected. Look at your sky choice. Sunset sky selected. Look at your sky choice. Night sky selected. Look at your sky choice. Clear sky selected. Select carpet color. Light gray carpet selected. Select carpet color. Tan carpet selected. Select wall color. Light gray paint selected. Select wall color, medium tan paint selected. Select kitchen cabinet material. Maple cabinet selected. Select flooring material, concrete.
So in this, you can see the person gets a complete immersive experience of going through his own bungalow, changing a lot of things within that, and completely getting satisfied. And then we can go in and tell the interior designer to actually design or create the actual, you can say, the product. We have a lot of applications of virtual reality in medical sciences. We can have what we call as virtual surgery. You can see here a doctor basically operating a virtual body, or actually it's a clay model, and but he can see a virtual, you can say, animated simulated environment of the internal organs of the human being, and he can do the surgery on the virtual environment. In the examples on the right hand side, you can see there are some doctors who are actually doing surgery using VR or head mounted displays. They are doing surgery in the virtual environment using even interactive devices, and there is a doctor next to them who is basically explaining or maybe even evaluating, you can say, how good they are performing the surgery. And you can see that in nursing, in dentistry, in remote operations, lot of places now in medical science, we have virtual reality applications. We can also use virtual reality applications for treating patients with mental illness. Again, back to the real, you can say, large amount of applications which are there of virtual reality are in entertainment. We have virtual reality in games. We have virtual reality in theme parks. You can see here in the midwheel that people are wearing headgears, and basically they are sitting on um, uh, uh, a type of a something, or a car, which is a pneumatic control, and you can get a feeling as if you are on a roller coaster. So you can create an experience at one place of something which you need not go far away for an SL World or Disneyland, and absolutely create a complete virtual environment for that. On the right hand side, you can see a person wearing a headset with, let's say he is going through a jungle and playing a shooting game. So that gives a very completely different level of experience to the user. We can also use virtual reality in music. So you can see here a person playing a flute, some raga, and actually he's sitting in a place at his home, but we are creating a virtual environment, virtual background using virtual reality, and it gives a feeling that the person is sitting at the side of a lake or a river. And such types of different experiences we can create even in a complete immersive experience. There are scientists which are using virtual reality to get a feeling of how to visualize the molecules. Okay, so mainly in drug design, people can simulate, people can visualize the molecules, the complex structures of molecules by using virtual reality. Now, in short, as I explained, that if you want to really enjoy the virtual world, you need to be really fully immersed. So when you are playing typically a computer game, for example, I would say you get immersed by about 60%. Okay, you really forget about what is happening next to you, but still you can see the real world. Now, when you're using 3D glasses and going to watch a movie in a theater, I would say it is again not the full immersive experience, but an 80% immersive experience. And finally, when you use a VR gear or a VR headgear, what you call, it is a complete, I would say 100% VR experience. So that's about virtual reality. Now let us come to augmented reality. So augmented reality again is a technology that expands your physical real world, but it adds a layer of digital information like sound, the videos and graphics or GPS data onto the real world. So you can see here on a smartphone, a person is looking at the real world or through his camera, but there are some information that is being augmented, that is being superimposed on the real world. So what augmented reality does not create a whole artificial environment, but it replaces certain aspects of the real world by objects on the virtual world. So it is really that digitally, you can say it is a digitally enhancing the technology. It's a combination of real scene. As an example, you can see here we have a tablet, and the tablet is placed, and it is you have a camera which basically captures a scene which is of a process plant, And in this process span, you can see the various indicators, various sensors. So what are the values, temperature, pressure that can be seen on the tablet, which is superimposed. So actually it is a combination of a real scene, which is viewed by user, and a virtual scene, which is generated by the computer. So here in this example, a use of IoT is made to get the, you can say, the sensor data, and those sensor data is processed and again augmented on the real world. So it registers real and virtual objects with each other. Augmented reality is basically is an art of superimposing computer generated content with your live real world content. So as an example, you can make out here on the left hand side is a picture of the same building, which is a physical building. But on the right hand side, you can see a same picture of the real building, that is a physical building, but it is augmented by a sculpture. So on the right hand side, you can see that the building is there, but in front of that, you will get a feeling that a sculpture is present, but it is a sculpture which is generated by computer. So this is how you combine the real world and the digital world objects. Technically, if whatever I have explained till now, if you see, there is a complete continuum. On the left hand side is a complete camera view of a real environment. There is grass, there are mountains, there's sky. It's completely real world. And the real world is not modeled, it is not digitized. When you move from left hand side to the right hand side, you first come at what is called as augmented reality, where in augmented reality you have a real world and superimposed by some digital objects. Then you move and shift still right side, you will get what is called as augmented virtual reality, or augmented virtuality is nothing but the major world is digitally created, and on that you have some objects which are real world objects. So there is a difference between augmented reality and augmented virtuality. And then on the right hand side, you get a complete virtual environment, which is completely computer modeled. It is completely digital. There is no physical aspect to that. And the same thing is explained by a common diagram here, where you can see on the left hand side a kitchen, camera view of a kitchen, which is shows the entire real world. While then you move to the right hand side, you have a robo, which is a digital object, which is superimposed on the augmented kitchen, sorry, on the real world kitchen. You still move to the right hand side, you will have completely digital, you can say, model of the kitchen, okay, in green color. But in that you can see some objects which are real world objects. So it is augmented virtuality. While in the right hand side, complete right hand side, it is the entire virtual reality, which is completely modeled through digital software. Okay. Now for augmented reality, can some can I can hear somebody speaking. Can you turn off your mic, please? Okay. Am I audible? Please, anybody?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So in augmented reality, we require a laptop. You can have laptop computer basically to generate the content. Then you can use a lot of devices. You can have handheld devices. You can use your smartphones. You can use tablets. There are some glasses which we call as smart glasses, which are actually computerized eyeglasses, you can say. They have capability of reflecting a projected image on them. I will show you some pictures of that. For augmented reality, you also require, if you want to monitor your gestures. So you have some gestures recognition devices like Kinect or Leap Motion. And obviously you can use a head mounted device which has got 6 degrees of freedom for augmented reality. So in short, we can use our own home PC for augmented reality, or a laptop. We can use a handheld tablet for augmented reality applications, or we can use even a smartphone. And that is the reason why students, you can all develop augmented reality and applications very easily, and you can even experience them, because most of us now have smartphones. And if you use a low cost cardboard type of a device as a for a head mounted display, even you can experience virtual reality. So to start with, is nothing very great to know invest on money aspect. You can straight away start understanding or creating some digital world and experience that. This is what is the smart glass. It has a small projector or projection device which projects the digital image or digital objects onto the glass itself. Okay, so it gets superimposed, and while you're seeing the physical objects, you can also see the virtual objects. Okay? These are some of the motion detection tracking devices, and which will not go into the details. Yeah. Somebody's mic is turned on.
ఇక్కడ కింద పట్టేస్తుంది అది అది ఇక్కడ
Hello?
పట్టే
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So we have these applications in education of augmented reality, where you can see that you can use a tablet and you can just hold it in front of your, you can say, geology or botany book, and you can see the skeleton of human being which gets created on the top of the book, and you can not only see it, you can interacting, we can go to the depth. So this is how the digital objects get superimposed on your textbooks. And you can see here in the right hand side, there's a person who wants to explore while going, and when he is basically moving around the jungle, and how we can see different creatures which have been for many long years, like dinosaurs and all. How will they move around, how will they interact, how can you see them in the jungle? So you can get a feeling of different types of animals and their how they interact with the environment. And a very interesting example, which some of you might be knowing, is we can absolutely show students how our internal body parts are placed by just superimposing. You can see in the diagram, there is a complete bone skeleton which is shown on the top of the forearm, and this is how you can also realize which part of the bone goes to the which part of our fingers. So this is how you can study body anatomy by looking at or by having a handheld device, and you can just superimpose a digital image onto the real world hand, and you can get a feeling, you can, in fact, your concept of different concepts can be more clear. Again, I'll show a small video of how we can use augmented reality for navigation or travel. In the right hand side, you can see there is a display which appears on top of your, you can say, windshield or the car screen, which gives you a lot of information about your speed, how obviously you will have Google Maps, which you can guide you when to turn, when not to turn. Even it can give you information about parking and all these things. So let us see a small video about this.
If you've ever lived in a city with underground transit, you know the problem I'm about to have. You come out of the subway station, look at your Maps app, then end up completely walking in the wrong direction until the little blue dot finally catches up. The Google Maps team is working on a way to make that part of travel a lot easier, especially for pedestrians. It's working on a feature that can superimpose your navigation on top of a live view of the real world. Forget the map, you just see the street and there's a big bunch of arrows saying, "Go that way." Google lent us a phone with a new version of Maps on it so we could test out the feature. So let's go for a walk. Once you start navigating, if you hold your phone up or tap the right button, your phone will immediately open a camera and start scanning around. It's looking for familiar landmarks, signs, and more, just to see exactly where you are. Then it'll give you super specific instructions on where to go. But you're not really supposed to walk with it on all the time. Maps will even prompt you to put your phone down until you need it again, to save bandwidth and battery and probably your life. Just find your turn, put it down, and move on. One maybe unexpected upside of navigating this way is it actually can make your location more accurate. Devices use GPS, cell tower data, and Wi-Fi networks to locate you, but by using your camera to actually see which direction you're pointing, what you're looking at, and how far away it is, it can drop an even more accurate pin for exactly where you are. It's pretty obvious that this feature doesn't stop with smartphones. The tech that makes it work is similar to what makes self-driving cars work, and you might be looking for restaurants on an AR windshield someday. And whenever we all start sporting AR glasses, it's going to be only natural to put some of that stuff right in front of your face. Google's not the only company working on this. There's this
so very soon we will be having this AR glasses or even the smartphone, which can be used for navigation. And as you have seen here, a lot of information of the real world objects can be superimposed, and it can help you, it can supplement you in navigation and lot many other things. Nowadays, even these types of glasses are available. They will become still cheaper in times to come. And now it's an interesting example on the left hand side. Obviously, it's a popular game, Pokemon. I need not explain, but you have a very interesting example of augmented reality in operation manual. If you want to train a worker in the industry, and if you want, so there are a lot of training modules that can be created in augmented reality. When he just wears a glass, which is an AR glass or even a handheld device, he can get instructions automatically how to operate, what can you do, how can you set the machine parameters. So let us see this small video about how we can supplement an operator without a manual, and just by giving him an solution of augmented reality. There is no audio for this. So these are some directions, how he should shift the shaft and what is the correct position of the shaft. He gets a feedback through the augmented reality application. Then he can see on the right hand side the parameters, the tolerance. Whenever he moves that, he gets to know what angle he has to move, whether he's correct or wrong. And all these different things is possible without any instructor beside him. So he can do it without anybody's help. So again, this is a very interesting example of augmented reality. For all of us to know today, Industry 4.0 is what is already come to India. There was first industrial revolution, then second, then third. And what is Industry 4.0 is actually an amalgamation of many technologies. We have manufacturing technology, we have IoT, we have cloud computing, we have data analytics, we have AI, we have AR and VR, which is completely this is a merging of different technologies for smart manufacturing. So this is an example specifically which I want to show you, which will give you an idea how AR VR could be used to make the work more efficient. Not only that, you can take a lot of decisions quickly. So let us see this video. I'll not go through the entire video.
Digitalization is one of the most important driving forces for technological trends and new developments. The networking of machines and systems, as well as gathering information on basic and status data of devices, forms the basis for that. The added value this data provides is demonstrated in Phoenix Contact's in-house tool shop. Thanks to the comprehensive networking of all machines and tools in production, setup times of injection molding systems can be reduced significantly. Every workspace offers access to tool data and databases with animations and 3D models on every tool. In addition, toolmakers can also use augmented reality systems that facilitate processes and reduce the error rate. That's how the complex injection molding tools can be classified immediately. Sprue runners, heating and cooling circuits, as well as the optimum tool temperature are indicated, precisely where they are located. The facility management in Bad Pyrmont also uses AR technology today. The required data is provided by Emalytics, the Phoenix Contact building management system. Thanks to the intelligent networking of the entire building technology, every user has access to the right information at the right time. External maintenance personnel is led independently and informed about everything that is important in the event of a maintenance work. Controlled safety instructions are given directly on the spot, immediately before use.
So this is a complete experience of even you can get training yourself. So you no need of going through the training manuals. These are some interesting examples for, I would say, kids, but need to be developed by engineers like us. And also, please understand that to develop such an experience, you don't just require programming. You require 3D modeling, you require a creative mindset. So creativity is required. You require what is called as a sense of art and design. So for these 2-3 applications that I'm showing, it is a combination of a team of designers, creative artists, as well as computer engineers. And then there is another example of you can even learn how to sketch. Oh, so this is again where you can use a tablet, and as if you can use the tablet as a slate, and the augmented reality application teaches you how to sketch.
So in this video, I review the Sketch AR app, and I'm just going to start off with a bit of a disclaimer that the app purports to be able to do more, such as being able to or larger artworks. That could be really cool in theory. So I'm going to get to that later in the video, but I just wanted to start off by saying that the experience I share is specifically centered around that single function that it was advertised to me as, using augmented reality to learn to draw or to follow tracing steps. Today, we're going to play with Sketch AR.
Because we have less time, let me come with an interesting examples for those who love fashion. So we have this example of from fashion. You can, some of you may be fond of tattoos. Okay, so you can select a tattoo in the app of a smartphone app, and then you can basically superimpose it on your actual forearm wherever you want that tattoo, and you can see and experience what different types of tattoo suits you. So you can get an experience as if you go to a shop and you can you change your garments and you see how they look. Similarly, you can get a feeling how the tattoo looks on your forearm using an augmented reality application. So you can try out. Another interesting application in astronomy is you can just hold your smartphone on the sky, and you can get to know what are the different constellations, what are the different stars that you are aiming at. So there's an excellent example how you can learn yourself about astronomy by not using any book, but by actually seeing at the sky and getting a lot of information about the sky. We have examples, as I will not now explain more because you have now got complete awareness of what augmented reality can do, but it has got a lot of scope in interior design. If you can see on the left hand side, you can see different types of furnitures which you can place in your house. So before you purchase a furniture from a shop, you can go to the catalog of the furniture and you can place your handheld device or a tablet in front in your room, and then place these furnitures in an augmented reality environment, and then you can get a feeling whether to buy this furniture, whether it fits in your house, what type of size you would require, what type of color, everything you can change in using augmented reality applications. We have applications of augmented reality in machine design or 3D products, as you can see here, and also an application in prototyping. So you can see, as I showed you an example of that architecture application, here you can build a small, you can say a small hut or any small building. You can change the types of bricks, the texture of the bricks, and so many different things, even type of the roof. Everything can be changed and you can manipulate it, and it saves a lot of time and cost of prototyping. So prototyping and in virtual reality is a big, you can say, return on investment type of a business. Here again, the sales and marketing people use augmented reality applications again to come to your house and show you how your washing machine will look when it is placed in this corner, or how your washing machine will look if it is placed in that corner. So this is how it is used in sales and marketing. It is used again, as I said, in fashion, where you can see that different nail points, you can use it how it would look on your fingers. So this is again an example of augmented reality. I will just end up because I have less time. I should give some time to Ravi sir. Is again in fashion technology, you can see this application. Some of these applications are already there coming in Indian markets, but it is still costly in the sense that in this case, if you want to actually use this technology, the entire types of garments that you have in the shop has to be digitized. And that's a big database, and that's a big work of rendering and creating all the 3 models. But let us get a glimpse of how we can use augmented reality in our daily shopping. Yeah, I think I will skip some of the slides this is again, I think this application Ravi sir will take, and then I have already gone through all these applications in anatomy, use augmented reality and virtual reality in neurosurgery, in smart manufacturing, in storytelling, in creative media. You can use VR, AR in gaming, in advanced automotive visualization, even in what you call as journalism. It is called immersive journalism. You can use AR, VR for architectural design, furniture we have already seen. We can use in exhibitions, we can use it for psychological studies, we can use in travel and tourism. So there is a big list. We can use virtual reality in sound engineering. We can use virtual reality for law students to create crime scenarios. So we can create crime scenarios for law students and they can interact. So there is huge amount of applications available and a huge list of verticals. I think I have super exceeded my time, but I'm very sorry and wanted to give you a lot of things in a very short time. I would now request Ravi sir to kindly take it forward. I will just stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Dr. Yogesh. It was a very extensive explanation about AR and VR, the new technology that we are already facing and we are already using in our daily lives. Just give me time. Let me share my presentation with you, and then we can start our session. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir, we can see this.
Yes. You can, yeah, okay, fine. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing a few feedback. My name is Ravi Palekar. I'm not an engineer like you guys. I'm basically a science graduate and did my career in mass communication and almost have a 25 years experience in television. And then I shifted to this new digital media. I have been working with Ethos for almost 8 years. Initially in the business development and eventually then into delivery and content part also. Let me give a short brief about my company. Ethos is a startup in this digital experience space. And I'm happy to share with you that this company is started by 2 engineers. One of them is computer science engineer. Both of them worked in US for almost 14 years, then returned to India and they wanted to do something on their own. So they found a space in this technical visualization. So Ethos started somewhere in 2011 in this technical visualization area. And eventually we got into this AR and VR. Our first project was with Indian Navy. We created a VR-based training content. We all know that a lot of machines are there on ship. So on ship, they need to have some training content so that cadets can, after completing this training, they can use this knowledge for their day-to-day work. So we created an entire VR lab for them, and it was almost 4-hour content for them. It's basically assembly instructions, dismantling instructions, troubleshooting, maintenance of compressors and some of the pumps as well. So this is, and for this project, Ethos has received an appreciation award from CII somewhere in 2018, and we are being part. We were in the list of top innovative companies in 2018. So this is our basic background of Ethos. We can now proceed to our main subject. Let me say welcome to digital reality. I know this is this word might sound little new to you also. We use word digital experiences. We use word digital world, but something digital reality we haven't used. It's not coined and not familiar with everyone. As we know, let me explain this. As we know that whenever we go for buy any consumer appliance, it could be TV, mixer, or microwave oven, or a washing machine. So normally our first exercise is go through the leaflets, brochures that are available in the print media. Otherwise, we prefer to just go and Google search it. We find the competitors and the service providers, and going through a lot of videos and the information, text information, visual information, we decide to we select some of the models, and then we actually go to the showroom and buy that particular product. Nowadays, eventually we have started purchasing those models on e-commerce site like Amazon or Flipkart. So the visual on the screen that you're seeing, that on the right bottom, you can see a person physically got into the washing machine, and the other picture on the top left is the person is using the VR headset, and he's viewing the content about the washing machine. So for me, this is the right bottom picture is the physical world that you're trying to see the product physically, checking each and everything. Hello, is there any noise over there?
Yes, sir.
Can you mute someone else, Mike? Okay. So we literally we visit market, we see the product, but it's not possible nowadays, or even earlier also, to have a demo of each and every product. So the concept was, I remember some years back, we were working with the consumer appliance company. It's one of the India's oldest consumer business group. And while talking to them in our first interaction, they mentioned that we wanted to change our image. We have been identified as one of the India's oldest business house and a very strong hold in the consumer appliances domain. But we are not identified as a techno-savvy company or a modern company. So we want to launch our product using VR technology. So for that, we have created a Google Cardboard that sometime back we have seen the photograph, and even Yogesh sir also explained about it. So we created an entire VR experience of washing machine. We use the word turbo logic or fuzzy logic, something that the different features of an automatic machine, top loaded or front loaded, whatever the machine is. So that was the digital experience. That is a digital world. So now we are in the world of since last 1 year we are working from home. Even everyone is studying from their home also. Digital world. So this is the demand of the what we say the current situation, that we need to get equipped with this digital world. Yeah. So what do you mean by digital reality? The first thing is digital reality. It solves the real world business problems and create a new sources of competitive advantages. Then what are the ways of meeting these challenges and finding advantages over the physical world? Yeah, as we discussed, it is the first option is the virtual reality, then augmented reality. The next in thing is the mixed reality. Hello. Hello.
I think we are getting some noise from
Sir,
somebody's
there's
mic.
some background noise, sir. I think host can mute the other persons. Shravan BB.
Who is the host?
Imtiaz, sir.
So what he can do is he can Imtiaz can mute all, and after he mutes all, we can say Ravi sir to unmute.
Sir, are you there, sir? Imtiaz, sir.
Yeah, still we are getting some disturbance.
Sanjay sir can also mute everyone now because he's the co-host.
Yeah.
Sir, Sanjay, sir, can you mute everyone?
Yeah, I think now we can start.
Yeah.
Please,
Yeah.
Ravi sir.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So these are the different ways of digital reality. As we said, VR, AR. Now the in thing is mixed reality. As we all know, the HoloLens 1 is there. The HoloLens 2 is there in the market. And then third is the immersive. And the last is the 360 video. Unfortunately, we work with most of the 5 options. VR, AR. We haven't worked in MR. Let me tell you. Then we have worked in 360 video also. Some some months back, we have created a complete, as Yogesh sir has explained, that we can create a lot of VR content for medical and especially the surgeries. We have been working with a medical device company. They have a equipment specially designed for the robot-based some surgeries, and they wanted to have a complete VR experience of their product. And obviously, their customers are doctors and the OT staff, operation theater staff, even the medical director as well of the hospitals. So we created a complete 360. We went for the 360 live shoot, and with the using this head-mounted devices, we created a virtual experience of a surgery. Let us move ahead. Yeah. There are almost, let us see the elements and technologies of this AR and VR. Obviously, for any experience, we need first thing, we need an environment. That is a machine or equipment, something like that. That is a sensors, cameras, internet, IoTs, some information is data as well we need for that. That is the environment. The second is it need to be combined in a or modify into a content format. That is a visual overlay of auditory cues over live video. Something, the presentation of data. That is a visualization we call as a content. Then the third is a user. That is a we all. It could be a doctor, it could be a advocate, it could be a scientist, it could be layman also. Then the other thing is the interaction with this data as long as with the equipped environment also. Like as we saw it that when we wear a head-mounted device, we need to use controllers. At the same time, we also we are controlling the other situation in the head-mounted devices also by using gaze or something, selecting buttons, something like that. That is controls. Obviously, we go back to again environment, because this entire the control, the changes that happens in the environment. So this is the complete cycle. That these are the elements and components of AR/VR experiences. Let me tell you, as I said, there could be two options for creating AR and VR. You can use artificial thing, that is the 3D element, 3D animation graphics, or you can go for the 360 live shoot also. This is the experience that we have created for a company, this syringe manufacturing companies. They wanted to have a plant tour of their factory, which is located in France. And their challenge was because of the lot of compliances and restrictions, they are not allowed to enter the outside people except the workers or the managers on this thing. So video shooting is a one option, but again, for video shooting, need to go inside and all these lights and all these things. Again, there is a break of compliances and the restrictions. So what we did, we suggested them a complete 3D animated solution, VR solution, immersive solution. Just have a look at it. It's a very beautiful experience. I think when we had a roadshow in 3 cities in India, and when their counterparts in Europe and US, when they visited this roadshow, they were not very sure about whether this experience is developed in India or any US company. So when they came to know, oh, this is developed by Indian people, they were very amazed. And I'm happy to tell you, this experience was developed for Indian, their subsidiary, but eventually they decided to share with their even global partners. So let us see this experience. It's very interesting. This is about explaining the manufacturing processes in the plant.
Hello, and welcome to the BD Hypack SCF prefillable syringe manufacturing facility. With more than 2 billion BD Hypack prefillable syringes processed and sold each year, we have developed state-of-the-art technology for the manufacture of sterile, clean, and ready-to-fill syringes. At BD, we simplify syringe processing for pharmaceutical companies by performing all manufacturing operations, from siliconization to sterilization, in a clean room environment. Let's begin a quick tour of our manufacturing process.
this is basically the product review. So you can actually physically lift the product and you can see the trays and the syringes. You can open the cap as well and you can again push it back.
The first step is the cutting operation. In this process, glass canes are heated with burners and then suddenly cooled with a chilled wheel. This thermal shock cuts the glass canes into precise length. Cut ends are then glazed to eliminate any residual.
This is something. This is an advantage of VR. This is something like a furnace situation. In normal condition, you cannot enter, you cannot see also. But being VR, we are using VR experiences. We can create and we can show it to our the expert that this is how our process is carried out at our plant.
Glass particles and internal stress.
The glazing chamber.
Glass canes are then automatically collected into baskets at the end of the cutting line. After washing them to remove any remaining particles, they are now ready for the next step.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, let us go to the next slide. This is a very common thing that how the AR and VR now encroached in our daily life. This is a visualization of this AR VR in our life. Just to sum up, what are the advantages of AR VR? Let me go through it. First, it is a very interactions with product and solution. Without going physically to touch that product, you can using VR, you can check the product, you can check the situation, you can check the solution, whatever the condition, you can always have an advantage to review the situation and get an experience of the product without going touching the product physically. Other is that it elevates the information retention and recall. It means since we are in the immersive, we are in that situation. It's as we all know, when we learn through eyes, ears, and hands, we learn the retention and recall of that particular information or knowledge is very high. This is what we are learned in our during our education. The third is that it allows user to experience the real world scenarios. Like as we say, without going to that factory and seeing the operations of factory physically, we can see the entire plant while sitting at your office or where you are there. There is a need to go to the particular location. And fourth is a very interesting that we, as I said, when we use all our sensory organs like eyes, ears, hands, even touch also, we learn better than just listening or just seeing anything. So we see, we listen, and we interact. All these three actions help us to retain the knowledge or information that we have gathered during that experience. And this is a very advantage of this VR technology or even AR technology as well. So this is about the VR and AR thing, but how the content is created. Just let me tell you, as Yogesh sir has said, being a computer engineer or being a programmer, you are not only coding person or you are not only programming person. What I can tell you with my experience now, forget the days of only coding or something like that. You have to be very storyteller. You have to be very creative. As if you are the person who have a huge thing to tell the other people in a very attractive or very creative way. So you have to be very, you need to have a knowledge of everything. Music, even the art, even the colors, all these things. Even you should be good writer as well, because you never know when all these skills will be needed to you. So first thing in developing a content is the first thing is you try to understand who is the user, who is the persona. हम जिसके लिए बना रहे हैं कौन है? Is it a student? Is it a advocate? Is it a lawyer? Is it a scientist? Or is it a layman? So you need to know who's your user, and you need to know his demographic persona also. Then other thing is that you need to know the customer journey. Then the journey where he is going to see it. In the sense, if it's a like if you are layman, you are going to buy your washing machine and you are in the shopping mall, then you create a content and you share the content in such a manner that it is accessible and it is possible to have that content in the shopping mall. You cannot have a huge equipment so that you need to carry that entire headset along with you. For then, obviously, as I said, we have worked with the Indian consumer appliance company. We created on a Google Cardboard because the cost-wise that it is not possible because they wanted to share at 25 cities, tier 2 cities across the India. So the cost of headset shouldn't be higher. If you say Oculus Rift or Oculus Go is a very portable device. It used to cost somewhere around 25,000. Can you imagine 25,000 into 25? How much it will going to cost? And even the sending those Oculus Go to other the destinations. So we wanted to have what we did. We asked them, so what our customer preferred. They asked their shopping distributors and the shop retailers that just to get a Google Cardboard, which is very cheap in that sense. You can buy it in a very thousands also. And they share this content since it is possible to load this content on any mobile, which is a pretty somewhere around 10 to 15,000. So anyone now has that handset. So using this technology, they use this experience for creating awareness, getting the showing this content to the customers. So you need to know where this content going to use. Then content, what content it is. Depending upon content, you need to decide about other things also. Do we need to shoot it in a 360 way, or do you have to create a augmented reality experience, or it's a VR experience? If it is 3D or it is a 2D, what are the content format? Everything needs to be decided depending upon the content and the message also. And third is the channel. How are you going to distribute it? Where are you going to deploy it? That is also very important. As I said, since it was for shopping thing, so they wanted to share with the 25 cities. So it was possible to, so the content that we created, yes, when we created content, it was very high res, very high size content. But when we put it on our mobile, I cannot load a 1 GB content on my mobile. It has to be some in MBs. 10 MBs, 4 MBs, 15 MBs maximum. You cannot have a 1 GB or 50 MB content on your as an app on your mobile. So we need to think about it. What is the channel of delivery? So this is something as a content developer you need to aware of it. How should my experience should be? Because everything going to matter to the impact of that content or experience. Yeah. Nowadays, we all being engineer, we all use the word UX design, interaction design, technology, platform, build, test. Yeah, these are the steps basically in the any to write any program. Similar kind of terminology we use in our content VR or AR content development. Yeah, once we come to know it, the understand the requirement of client, then we ask them to we create a user experience design. Then we create an interaction design based on the inputs or requirements shared by this client. And then it is the technology decision. What kind of technology it is going to create in a Unreal or it is going to create in a Unity 3D. Something like that decision needs to be taken care, or it is going to create if it is whatever the content, what we say machine learning engine this thing. But you need to have aware of the which platform in this is a Google Cardboard, it is a Oculus, or it's a HTC Vive, something like that. You need to aware of it. Where is going to deploy it. And last is the build. That is the actual your program which is compiled and for available in the APK or something that format, exe format, so that which you can put it on your mobile or which put it on your head-mounted device or whatever the platform they are going to prefer. And the testing. So these are the main phases that we need to follow in our content development. So let me go in detail. When we say content design, we start with the experience story, script, voiceover, storyboard also. So we need to create a detailed storyboard for every frame. What will the visual? What should be the interaction? So it need to be planned. It is a very pre-production work and very meticulously done with a lot of creativity. And then in the same manner, you have to simultaneously work on the UX part also, user experience part also, and then you work on a UI design also. When you talk about content development, then you're creating a 3D assets, which is there developed in your storyboard becomes a reference. It becomes a Bible for you to refer to create the entire content. So it's a 3D asset creation, coloring, texturing of 3D animation. If it's going to shooting, then you have to shoot and then edit and then compile, then use a voiceover, music, whatever the sound effects you want to create, we can use it and mix it in this compilation of this content also. Then the third is a software design. I think I shouldn't say anything because you all are aware of it. Even though you're first year computer science student, you know what it means. It's a framework, navigation, workflow design. The LMS, that is the learning management system. If it is a learning content, then it has to be LMS based. Or if it is a simply content, then it has to be content management system. We all know this. All this needed nowadays because we all work in analytics field. Also, we need to know how many people have watched it, at what time they stopped it, at what time they prefer to go ahead. We need to know it. This is very essential. For that, we need to capture the experience of user. For that, either you need to have a LMS or need to have a CMS, a platform that a framework that you need to have to upload your content. And obviously, software development, it means the programming, coding part of it. And then eventually, you link your content and your software. And then the next part is the deployment of content on a device. If it is a tab, if it is a mobile, or it is a head-mount device. Whatever device, whatever the platform you have chosen, you can put it over there. And obviously, after loading everything, they need to test and you need to assure that there is a quality assurance is done properly. And obviously, the final delivery of content. I think this process is followed in all IT companies while developing any mobile application or any web application or any program also, software also. As there are three things very important in AR/VR. As Yogesh also explained it, software is very important because it's not only along with the hardware. It's very important because it captures a lot of things. It manages the input/output devices. It analyzes the incoming data. It generates proper feedback, gives proper instructions to the display or whatever the processor is there. The whole application is very time critical. That is when you use your control and after clicking your control, if you don't get that effect, then there is no point of getting that experience. The entire experience is failure then. So application is very time critical and software must manage it. So this is one of three things about the software. Obviously, audio, we live. So the time has gone when you have only single speaker in your gully or in your area. Now we are now we are talking about surround sound, and we are talking about the various types of sounds we can capture, and we can get a feeling of that you get sound from all 4 direction or 8 direction, whatever it is. So in VR, audio is very equally important component to build your impact of your experience. And obviously the last and very important, human perception. After wearing a head-mounted device, you are on the VR experience. If you don't feel, suppose it's experience about you are on the moon, and after wearing that device and after going through the opening that application and you are into content part, and if you don't feel that you are on the moon, then I know we all say this is a complete failure on the developers part also. So the perception is very important. The human perception is a very important factor for successful of any VR experience. So this is the three things: audio, software, and the human perception is very important in creating any VR or AR experience. Let us see about the application of AR VR. This is very common. You can get it on any Google search also. Where the currently AR VR is used. Obviously, the first thing is entertainment, where you get one thing I need to explain to you also. Right now, the cost of creating a VR or experience is a little on a higher side. So obviously, when we say when we invest something, we always talk about the return on investment (ROI). I know you are a first year student, but when you start working as an intern in the industry, you will start listening to this word. Whatever the investment or whatever software you have created, you need to get an ROI on that software also. So the same thing is there in entertainment. There are a lot of users out there, so there is a guarantee of ROI. In the education also nowadays, we all see a lot of applications are there. Similarly, they have started using AR VR apps for the education also. Obviously, the list goes on. Let us see what are the. I just tried to what we say to categorize the application areas. First thing is enterprises or companies categories where guidance and collaboration is very needed. Like for workers, we need to give them a maintenance, service, assembly, some technical knowledge for their daily routine or for the preparing for the induction as well. Here, this is the very needed, in especially in defense, aerospace, automotive industry, real estate, that is construction, healthcare service providers, industrial products, oil and natural gas, power and utilities. This is the area where this is a very where AR has a very demanding. What we say is they are in very high demand, and the potential result is that obviously you look for the improved productivity, streamlined work progresses, reduce risk, and cross geographic collaboration. Like I can tell you, we have, like as I said, after seeing that 3D plan to the there is even I switched off the voiceover also, you would have understand the yeah, we are in factory, and you could understand, yeah, we are seeing a factory. These are the things if you are from that field also. So there is no need for voiceover also. On the music, even the text, you can manage to share your information and get that possible impact. Yeah, this is the example that we have created for oil rig and something petroleum company. This is about training about the fire safety on oil rig, and even the other services like assembly and troubleshooting services. Let me go through the. If you see the safety is very important in this oil industry, oil and natural gas industry. Very keen because there are chances of is a very high risk area. So we have created a. Let me show. I'm not going to show the original content. I'm going to show you a demo content which is allowed in the open space. Just see this content and. This is about the siren goes on, then the engineer starts to get into the helicopter. Is a training of helicopter ride also. It's a complete interactive.
Starting the engine. Oi, full throttle पे डाल दिया engine. हाँ, alright.
It's very easy to give a training of to the pilots, especially to keep their flying hours growing when they are in the at their home or it's not on the duty also. They can keep their practice. They can practice. Use this software for their practice as well. This is the landing.
यारे तुम कट करता call.
Yeah, this is about choosing the personal safety, PP. It was necessary for training of the people who are working in this oil rig, selecting the right PP. It was interactive. Yeah, this is the exercise how to extinguish a fire and selecting the right fire extinguisher. And the last part is about the service training, maintenance part. Yeah, you can a similar kind of training that we have created for Indian Navy. The part replacement. These are the benefits of VR-based training. Advantage of VR. Yeah, the other is the second category is immersive learning. It's basically it's in a high risk area, high cost, where the complex issues are there, phobias are there, some medical things. Yeah, I remember some years back we were working with the famous hospital in New Delhi. they wanted to create a VR experience, and we still were working with them. It's a very long project. They wanted to create the mental patient who are basically very keen about. We have a what we say. They keep every. I think हर एक इंसान को एक कोई फोबिया होता है. कुछ लोगों को हर बार हाथ धोने की आदत होती है. कुछ लोगों को ऐसा लग रहा है कोई पीछे से आ रहा है, कौन है. So all these are basically mental disorders. For that, they need to have some training for that, and for they have sittings with the psychiatrist also. And it's a very long process because उस मरीज से दिमाग से ये सब चीजें निकालने के लिए उसको एक confidence देना पड़ता है. So we created the environment scenarios in the this VR so that they got the confidence. I'm not claiming that we have created entire thing, but we just got into one scenario and they liked it very much, and the project is still on because being a very since you are working in a mental health, one has to go very slow because you deal with the patients and you deal with the doctors as well, and keeping their pace, you have to work with them. Let me show you the other example of VR where, yeah, this is a VR experience of a product where you can see this is about we created this VR experience for a US based medical device company, and they have created a product for the cancer detection, and they have their unique process of this, and their USP was that once you take a sample, the biopsy sample, it can be used multiple number of times, and for that they have patented process also. So wanted to give confidence to their customers, obviously the oncologists and the surgeons and the pathology directors and pathologists. So for that, simply creating a video is not enough. They need to get a hang of it. They need to get a confidence about it. What process is, how it happens. Just see the experience. Sorry, let me check. Let me correct myself. Yeah, this is about the nowadays we are going through the COVID pandemic, and earlier I remember a year back when we visited hospitals in Pune and especially their ICU wards about the creating awareness about the infection control. Guys, now we have started using this hand sanitizer very commonly. It has become our daily part. But can you tell me, any one of you used to carry hand sanitizer, all these liquids along with you just in the last January? I don't think so. I was not carrying any sanitizer.
No.
Yeah, but now because of all the once we understand that the disease can be caused through through the touch of all these things, we started carrying these things. So when we realize it, not me, but we have doctors on board since we do a lot of work in healthcare domain. So doctors, they realize that this is the area where VR can be very useful in creating awareness about this infection control. Guys, when you go next time to any hospital, then after seeing this video, you will come to know it. Because when you go to a hospital, you touch a lot of things. While you use lift, you use staircase as well. When you visit your friend or colleague or whatever who is there, a patient inside the hospital, you touch a lot of things. And you don't know what kind of diseases you are getting exposed to. So there is it's a protocol that every time you touch or you get into it or get out of the hospital or that room, you have to use hand sanitizer, and it is that time it used to be very special. Nowadays very common for us because nowadays we have started using it at our home also, but that time it was very specific for the hospitals. So that was the awareness we need to create it. Just see the this VR experience created for the doctors and the medical staff. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, this is about that was about the infection control. This is demo about this using VR for the shop floor training. We have been working with a automotive company based in Pune. They're basically car manufacturer, and they wanted to have creating a shop floor training for their operators, especially the welders. And the challenge was that every time you train your newly appointed welders or operators, let me tell you, their challenge was they had to uh, uh, use their actual shop floor, and when they use they have to literally stop their production line, assembly line, and that used to cause quite big losses to them also. So, and other part is that getting these guns and all these things is also costly thing, and using the consumables, welding consumables is another area of headache, because it's a very costly affair to have these welding consumables, welding guns, and to have a separate space. As we all know, we are living in urban areas where real estate prices are very high. So to spare a training room, in at least in India, is not a luxury right now. So they wanted to have a VR-based training for their welders, newly appointed welders. Just say it's a welding a car with lot of exact accuracy. Also, you can find your angle and even your welding point also. Now he's getting ready for this welding thing, just preparing himself for actual welding. Just testing his welding gun. Yeah. You can see the accuracy also. This entire experience, the learning experience of this particular user can be captured when you have a LMS or CMS in a backend.
Ravi, sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
I think we have next speaker is waiting actually.
Sure. I'll wrap up in 5 minutes. Sorry, sir.
Sure, as early as possible. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And the third part is the enhanced consumer experience. As I mentioned, that we did a washing machine VR experience for our consumer appliance customer. Yeah, this is just let me show you. This is the cancer detection process. We'll just go through it, not in a detail. This is lab environment we have created. Yeah. You get an opportunity to take a pipette, select the right region, put it on a sample. Then you can put it in the machine, and then you analyze your portion also, which needs to be find which is the cancer cell affected or which is not. Yeah. You are on the sample itself, and this is the pipette, which they use a UV light for this capturing the for testing, analyzing purpose. So when you wear this head-mounted device, you can get a feel of saying you are already in the middle of something like that. Very. Yeah, and the last part is about design and analysis. You can use this for your R&D purpose. Also, we have worked with a healthcare company. They wanted to have use this VR for usability purpose. They have created a radiology machine for the future purpose, and right from the day one of this stage of R&D, they use this what we say VR, and they created a model. We created VR experience, and they delivered to their users, and they tested the always intended use and the actual use. A lot of observation needs to be done. Based on that, you can always improve your product also. So I will just show you the VR that we have created for the paint company. You can change the color of walls. You can change the tiles also. Even as per the daylight also, you can change the color of wall also. Yeah, this is night scenario. Yeah. During the day. Yeah, fine. This was about this is what I wanted to share with you. I know we couldn't see some more videos, but fine. I think you got the idea. As an engineer, when you will be out in this field after 3 years, or you during your internship also, you'll come to know it how to prepare for this AR VR experiences and get ready for your intern as well as future jobs also. Thank you, Sanjay sir. Thank you, Yogesh, for giving this opportunity. I conclude my session over here now. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yogesh and Mr. Ravi. Truly, you have helped us realize that AR and VR is the future, and there are a lot of opportunities associated with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Yeah. Have a nice day and take care.
Yes.
Karthik, you can start.
Yeah, Sukruta will be handling.
Will I start?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay. Technology is like an art of soaring exercise of the human imagination. Good afternoon, all. Now we have Alka Agarwal ma'am, who is the technologist with passion towards experimental education. She has an extensive expertise in heading the center, managing teams, and developing quality products. As a consultant, focusing on the activities to help to increase the cyber security posture of an organization, and as an academician, defined and delivered courses in the areas of information security, secure coding, operating system, algorithm with hands-on learning as focus. She has completed her M.Tech in the computer science and mathematics from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Her work involves identify gaps according skill development program.
Thank you, Sukruta. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you
Yes,
are
ma'am, you're
audible.
audible.
Okay, let me try sharing screen and see if you can see. So let's just try 1 minute. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet. One minute. Just one. Can you see the same now?
Yes, ma'am. We can see the screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, it's visible, right? Would you guys like, just 1 minute, I want the chat screen with me. How do I get the chat screen? I'm just trying to see, 1 minute. Give me time. And I think all of you guys need some break. So please feel comfortable taking 2-3 minutes break. You must be full of AR, VR right now. Okay, I can see the chat screen. And how do I get it? 1 minute, I'll try getting the chat in front of me because that's how I want to start. Otherwise, I won't even know if you have transitioned from AR yet. Trying to see where is the chat. Here, I can see it. I can't in some way. I'm just wondering if I can keep the chat in front of me so that I can see if the responses. What I'll do is I'll size the screen instead of do full screen. Wait. You guys can also see the chat, right? I think that's okay. I mean, screens are important, but what is important is, are we getting what we are, the concept? So now you can see my cybersecurity screen, you can see the videos, and you can see the chat, right? Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. So your musical session got hijacked. Okay. Okay. I know all of us are dealing with this COVID times, and I am trying to see if I can bring the. No, it doesn't allow me. So I am going to keep it in non-show mode because just for first 5-10 minutes where I can see your responses, then I would go back to show mode of my slide. So bear with me anyway, the slides contain important things, but what's more important is what do you catch out of those slides, right? Okay. Thank you for the introduction. I thank Dr. Sanjay also, a mix of industry and academic experience. I would say I come more as a mixed person. My impartation is more as my last 10 years academician, I would say. And yes, some of the content comes as an, the mix of experiences which I carry in past and in parallel while interacting with the organizations. So my pace would be very slow right now. Somehow with 10 years experience being in college has been more as that, yes, I can share a lot, but what stays in the end is what matters. You can treat this session not more as, I just saw the topic more in the chat, that expectation seems to be as what to do to protect at an individual level, which is one part of the session. I would call it as cybersecurity basics, where I've converted it into 3 parts. First part, which somehow with last 10 years experience as an academician as well as a cybersecurity consultant, has been that most of us do not spend time on understanding the nature of this problem. And that's where we go wrong mostly. And we cannot really apply a solution as a user or as a provider. It doesn't matter, because all of you, I know you are at a very excited stage of your, I would say, even academics, not only forget about career or anything, where at a threshold of trying to decide what will I do and what are the possibilities. And it is an exciting stage. And somehow I feel these are exciting times where you have an immense choices. It's like, even I think, I picked a few statements in last 15, 20 minutes from the previous presentation. And and it was said that you don't need to be only a programmer or an experienced programmer, to do AR, VR. You need to be creative, you need to be, so like that's what he was trying to say. So there are immense fields at present at the threshold beginning, actually, because it's a boom of digitization, and COVID has done more so in last 1 year. I think all of us are feeling it, right? We had never thought that we would really be doing classes or workshops the way we are doing now, and we would adopt so fast, right? It's our basic survival and basic need, which is making us digitize much faster than what we had really thought. So I really believe that all the fields right now, I know it is the first year in not necessarily computer sciences, but security is one, concept. I always call security problem or security concept. Security is not a technology only. Security is a concept. Do I feel secure? Do I not feel secure? It's a concept. So everyone, doesn't matter what we do as a profession or as a user, we would need security, cyber security I'm talking about. And it doesn't matter what service you provide. Is it in civil engineering? Is it in mechanical engineering? Is it in, of course, as a computer science specialization, anything. The security component for that service or a product or any profession would be a hand-in-hand component. There is just no way out. So this particular field is for everyone, maybe in different forms. Solutions will be different forms. Technology is an assistant to this problem. It is not the mecca for the problem. So that's why I felt that let's treat this talk as more as very basic cybersecurity. What is it really? So first part of the talk or discussion, I would say, is nature of the cybersecurity problem. Now let's peek into the same, because once we understand the nature of the field and the problem, automatically the mind works. Human mind is an amazing phenomenon. So automatically, once we understand the nature of the vertical, nature of the problem, solutions come. Solutions need not be something which exists today. Solution can come from you or me. And this is a young beginning. It is very much beginning. And it can come in any form. I mean, have we won this problem? No, we are at a very nascent stage at this problem, at this stage right now. And more the digitization happens, of course, more we would need it. I'm very sure we are feeling the need already, right? Because we do banking very much. We do almost every transaction, be it on our mobiles, be it on our desktops. I mean, they have become an appendage to us. Some size screen has become an appendage to us. What does that mean? What that means is that every use the word fear, I want to say the thought. Can you hear me?
Excuse me, ma'am. Your voice was breaking, ma'am.
Now is it better? Because I did get a what do you say? Some message that my internet was unstable. Is it fine now?
Yeah, I think it's better. It's better now, ma'am.
Yeah. So whenever you feel there is a problem, please do inform me. Yeah. I mean, one of you. Yeah. Okay. We will go into the nature of the security problem, the most important component of my presentation, according to me. Then we will look into cybersecurity at an individual level. Normally, what I do is, we go into some technologies and then go to individual level. But at this stage, I feel we are talking about 18, 19, 20-year-olds. And so we would talk about right now at an individual level, because you're just at the threshold of using this screen at a more serious level. And then if time permits, and if interest remains, we would look into some trends. And I would like to skip, because you can read so much. In cybersecurity, you cannot sustain if you don't read. And then look at, if possible again, the technologies and solution space. I mean, not in a, of course, attack space. Yes, you start, but cybersecurity is something where you cannot defend if you don't know how to attack. So unfortunately, that is, I do call it, unfortunately, I do call it now. So this is like, years of experience saying that it is attack is a choice where you decide to choose black hat. And all of you right now are at that threshold to choose that, do you want to use technology as a black hat or as a white hat? So, and it is very much possible for you to choose that black hat, because yes, the lure of money, even the lure of fame, very much exists in black hat, right? So especially this age, one does get lured by using this black hat and saying, hey, look, I could break into that server and I could get that paper, or I could get those marks, and I could do this in the college, and I could do this. So that, and that awe which you get from your the peer set makes you a hero, right? So that, and the internet is the what would I say, mother of everything, which can give you thousands and thousands of tools to do whatever black hat tool do you want to do. So you just don't do anything to choose a black hat. So that's a fact. So it's a choice, a threshold where you are to decide that. About myself, I'll go short because I've already been introduced. I do have a mix of industry and academic experience. If you really ask me, if somebody gives me a choice that what would I not miss if it's given a choice, I would not miss the academic experience very much. It's been very, very fulfilling, and I would say growing up for me personally. And cybersecurity experience has been, yes, it's been a matter of chance how I started. So I don't mind sharing that rather than, as how I started when I was at Novell. There was a border manager product, and this was in, I would say, early 1990s. And border manager product was one of those early security products, cybersecurity products, where we decided to do that in Bangalore. I joined Novell at around 1995. And that is when the border manager encompassed of, and those were latest and greatest technology, that is VPN. In fact, we wrote our own proxy. And then I would say firewall. We started with the Linux level firewall, and we picked up and we wrote the UI. And we wrote some initial firewalls, circuit level and all those. And then we tied up with Estaro for some more technologies. And the good part was we were one of those early success ones where we were managing right from Bangalore. The product started at San Jose, and then we initially had a small team out here. And I would say I would thank Novell to be able to provide that opportunity, and the team. We had an amazing team out here where we were soon handling the complete border manager product out here. And we were handling 25 million of that time. I'm talking of 1995, 96, 97, early 2000. Those were heady days for me, at least, where we could handle customers of 25 million revenue, 25 million here of that time. I'm talking about 2020, right? So I'm talking about 25 years back. So I would say easily 100, 200 million minimum product. So that is where my cybersecurity journey started, and it didn't end because somehow, just the product, and then we did single sign-on. So the group kept growing out here. And then when I moved to academics, automatically the desire was to share those experiences. But academics, and that is what I would share here, why I said nature of cybersecurity problem. Once I moved to academics, what I realized is that there's no point talking about only cybersecurity. First 2-3 years, like I joined like PES, though it was visiting faculty, was instrumental in defining the course right from the beginning there. But I realized that there's no point doing cybersecurity if we do not, do some basic core courses well. And that is when moved to core courses also of operating system and algorithms and like some of the main core courses. So that's what I'm trying to share here, that cybersecurity is not an independent vertical where you can just say that, okay, I am a cybersecurity specialist, and that is where let's start this. Why am I saying it? And my chat matters, and this is where I'll come to know how awake everyone is. So normally I do play this game, and I do want to play this game even now. Please use chat. Let me give you role, and we'll know how is it after lunch, how awake you are. Okay, so give me your energy so that I can apply that energy for my further presentation. So let me give you the role right now. So I hope, thank you so much. I get yes, and that works for me. Let me give you right now, just visualize, you are sitting at your home right now, all of you, right? And so visualize, simple problem I'm giving. You have to secure your home, okay? Give 5 ways, start typing 5 ways you would secure your home. Take time, take 2-3 minutes. So all of you are black, no, right now white hats. You're securing your. Please start noting the responses too. There is locking the windows, CCTV, lock every entrance, close the windows. So you don't need to repeat, you're a team. So any response which you see, not type that, okay? That will make it easier. Dog, I see dog. 5 done, 5 done, 5 done, 5 done, 5 done. Let's stop at 5, okay? Now I'm changing your role. So I can see sensors, I can see camera, I can see a dog. You're informing neighbors, somebody is smart, okay? Enough. You'll get a second round, okay? So tiger, what's that? Enough, your black hat, so white hat is gone. So you have already a camera, lion, tiger, enjoy. Fine, you're staying in a jungle, okay. So I'm choosing 5 now, if you go on like this. So I'm choosing a CCTV, I'm choosing lock naturally, and you have a guard, and you have a, what is high security profile? I'm ignoring that. And you have sensors, you inform your neighbor, okay, let's take all these. Now assume all these and go to black hat. Now you are the guy who is going to breach this home. There, somebody, Karthik starts, right? So what are you going to do? Okay, hack the CCTV, hack the security, hack the network of the house, set up heavy firewall, okay, disable motion sensors, hack the security systems, kill the guard, good fun. Bribe the guard, somebody is smart. Distraction, yes, good. Any more thoughts? Change IP address, all technical. Social engineering, who is this social engineering? What is the social engineering? Can you go breach into neighborhood? Physical instruments, okay, let's stop. Okay, let's stop. Network jammer, wow, good. So already now we have done 1 round of white hat, where I thought of 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 things of how I would protect. Then a black hat, where I thought of 7, 10 things as, but I still got one thing. Nobody gave me a smart answer yet. Cut the electricity. That's smarter. Okay. Bribing the dog. No. What was the dog thing? Driving the guard was a smart thing. Dog, nothing came. Okay. Let's go back to again white hat. Okay. And we say, feed the dog. Feed the dog a poison or what? Okay. Anyway, so we played a white hat. We played a black hat. Hello? Yeah. You want to ask a question? Hello? Okay. Just answer by chat. Which one did you find easier to think? White hat or black hat? Or was it equal for you right now? Black, white, equal. So I see lot of equal. I see black, equal, black, more. So equal and black win the game. White is lesser. Okay. Okay. Black seems to win. No, equal and black are winning the game. Now again, let's go to white. Okay. So black seems to be winning. I mean, normally when I'm in classroom, black wins it way ahead. Okay. And evil intentions come. Okay, we'll talk about that. Okay. Now let's go back to white and sit back and think for 2 minutes. And this is very important. Okay. I mean, this concept is what is going to stay with you. Even tomorrow, when you think about cybersecurity, if this thought stays with you, what we are doing now, frankly, my whole perspective or my today's objective is done. Okay. So now let's go back to white hat and let's again play the game. You've seen in the chat what people are talking about as black hat. They're talking about hacking all your networks. Nobody talked about breaking the lock. I'm surprised. Okay. Nobody talked about physical ones. So all of you seem to be inclined. This seems to be a digital age. All of you are wanting to do technical. Oh, you did, Devani. Okay. So you are still in the physical world. I'm happy to see that. Like we think technical, and if you stop thinking physical, there'll be enough black hat guys who will just do simple black physical thing and get into your house. And you'll be doing all the technology. Anyway, let's move again to white hat. And now take 2 minutes and think of all the black hat things you would think about. And now how would you protect? So we will do a second round of black hat too. Stealing cookies. Where did cookies come from? Okay. So white hats. We are at white hat. So please mislead the black hat. Okay. We'll talk about it. Secure firewall. Firewall we are having. Imagine what our house is becoming. It's becoming a firewall. It's becoming sensors. It's becoming... Build a wall. Build a big wall. Yes. Off-grid from network. Paying guards so well that they are not easily bribed. Very right. Good fun. Break the window and get into the home. So we become the black hat ourselves. Keep the guard trustworthy. Reject fencing. Okay. Create jammers. Create encrypted. So, okay, let's stop. I wish we could laugh together. So, kidnap the guard. Oh, no. So the black hat has already started. So now, keep this in mind. Normally, so we have had 2 rounds of white hat. And now I just give a very simple problem. Only one way, no 5 ways anymore. Only one way, you know all the things which 2 rounds of white hats. Okay. Please wear your big black hat, which is easier, and say one way for sure through which you know you'll be able to get through, despite all the white hat. Setting a robo. Wait a minute, let me move this. Breaking and entering. Setting a robo with a gun. Unknown person, I'll kill it. Pretend as someone. Decoy. RPG. What is RPG? What if guests come? Well, guest, that you have to answer. All the networks, hack into the server. Hacking. But all the hack jammers are there. Disable. One. I'm still looking for one smart answer. Maybe I have a smart answer through ages. Kill on sight. Drill underground tunnel. That's a smart answer, huh? Back door. Go in as a mailman. That's a smart answer. Decoy, undercover. Decoy, go as a guest. Getting smarter. How would you gain access? Who is this? Kiran Thomas. Let's stop. Kiran, let me ask you, because this will go on. You said get access inside. Okay, Kiran Thomas. I can that Kiran Thomas unmute Kiran girl? I mean, both the names are there, right, Kiran? So can Kiran?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Kiran, good. Tell me, how would you get inside according to you? How is it possible?
Uh, either either knowing the software they used, if you are looking at the
Software,
technical
so
side,
again, technology.
or if you're looking to gain access physically, you can pretend to be someone they know, or get
So
their
give me an
key.
example.
Like if you come there and if you wanted a place to stay and say that you are new to the town and
Anything simpler, which happens so regularly at your home? Somebody who comes regularly at your home?
Ma'am.
Delivery. Yes.
Ma'am, is it the postman?
Postman comes to your house daily.
Ma'am,
Sure.
okay,
Somebody said
newspaper,
Rajesh.
newspaper, newspaper.
Rajesh said
maid or
maid.
something like that.
Yeah, why not?
Employee snitch, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So then let's stop. Let's stop. Okay. So what's the get away from this game? Can you, what do you, now I just want to hear from you again, I still want to simulate a class. For me, it matters. So can I get some sugar or tea? That's not a bad idea, right? So bribe the neighbor, right? I'm a new neighbor in your house and I'm just shifting in that neighbor house, that house. Can I get some sugar or tea? Not a bad idea. It's a fantastic idea. Or of course, a maid who has been, and that's a common, right? I mean, it's always, in fact, today, if you look at the data, 70% of the breaches, even today, 2020, are insiders. We always, as human being, trust, there's something which we call as inside, and I trust. It's a simple psychology. And when it is outside, we mistrust. And who we define outside and who we define inside is totally our makeup of our mind. It's very personal, according to me. Yes, there is some customization, or there is some commonality amongst all of us who we consider inside. Family, we consider inside. My home, we consider inside. Family members. Maid, we consider inside, right? But, I mean, is it tough? I'm not saying good, bad, but is it tough to bribe someone? There is always a large enough money, or there is a child blackmail, right? And that's how it works. That's how it works. So let's move ahead. I know, but for me, this mattered. I am now going full screen. Let's just one minute. I would like you to mull over now for 2 minutes. What did we get? What do we summarize out of this? And don't worry about cybersecurity. One thing which I noticed out of your responses, that somehow instinctively all of us do think, and that's why this topic, even if I spend 1 hour only on this section, I'm fine. We'll do sometime the other sections. We always think cybersecurity is technology. Please note this down in your mind. Right? And cybersecurity is not only used for, securing my laptop. If somebody gets in my house or gets in my office and carries my laptop away, very much possible. So why did almost 70%, I would say, responses were inclined towards technology. Network, firewall, sensors, and hacking. So that's another observation. The term which everyone associates cybersecurity, and that's why this age group matters for cybersecurity discussion, is the term and the awe and the lure and halo of a hacker. And I have put a slide that how serious the game has become. And that's why at times choosing the fields of cybersecurity, that lure of, oh, maybe I will become a hacker, so I'll become a, to use the word hero. And initially few years, I used to get only one when I would ask, what do you expect to learn out of this course? And the response in the first class would be a hacker. And that is when we started taking this introductory classes while offering elective or first class, so that you can choose you want to take it or not, is that it is not to become a hacker. In fact, I dissuade people to become a hacker. So one, please remove these thoughts that cybersecurity is only technology. Yes, cyber word is there, but visualize this game, always visualize this game which you played when you think of cybersecurity. That even right now, when we are securing home, we were using technology to secure. You could be securing my laptop and you would be thinking of an antivirus, but somebody can get into physical premises and take my laptop away or take your cell phone away. So it is, the cyber security is not some pure plain technology as a solution or technology as a problem. So please do keep that perspective in mind. Yeah. I know some of these, you might feel these slides, you might feel that I know. If you know, great. But I would like to add one line just out of experience, and just as this is nature of cybersecurity. Okay, I won't keep asking, am I clear or am I audible? Whenever you feel that my pace is faster, or you feel somebody has something they really want to ask, you can interrupt, but avoid. And when we come to a end of section, then session, only this session, that is not the full one. All the time to interact. And please, one of you can moderate if audibility is an issue. Please do interrupt me that time itself. Please, let's keep in mind that protection technologies are not necessarily made of superior material to malware or attacks. In fact, experience says, last 20 years experience says, that there are bigger brains, brighter brains, more motivation brains on the black side than on the white side. And in fact, experience again says that, I'm just trying to recall and I'll give some examples. When Stuxnet came in 2011 or 2006, no, 2006, Stuxnet was the first cyber war tool, okay, and which was developed. Like, this is another new world where you can never surely say who created it, but all pointers point to possibly US government, and it was against the Iran nuclear, installations, and it was a targeted attack. And when the code was seen, and I myself went through the snippets of code, and we made in fact, I took some code and we made, initial few years, I used to be extremely enthusiastic. And some of the pieces of the code we went through in the college also. It was one of the most sophisticated software ever written, which was made for attack. And it was said that hundreds of PhDs, probably the best brains, would have sat, sponsored brains, to be able to attack the Iran nuclear installations. So it is an absolute myth, and it is a security in mind to think, because our mind always thinks that I am protected. And protection technology, so it protects me. But unfortunately, in the cybersecurity world, please let's understand that it's the same guy can wear a white hat and same person can wear a black hat. And they are the technologists if we are treating technology as a solution. So there are no separate great brains sitting out there who are writing these protection technologies. So they are not necessarily, in fact, experience says it's a much tougher problem than an attack problem. And that we'll talk about in one or two slides. And that's why, please keep in mind, the protection technologies are not necessarily made of superior material. Again, this has a purpose, this slide. This is not for some lure or some awe. This is the nature of cybersecurity. One represents whichever you want to call. Do you want? I in my mind now, I treat deer as unfortunately protection, and I wish I could treat tiger as protection, the white, and I wish I could treat the deer as attacker. And I really wish I could say that the protection guys are going after the black guys, but no, the situation is not like that. But the main thing to take out of this is to survive, deer needs to run faster. To survive, tiger should run faster than deer, both. So the attackers are trying to keep up with the protection technologies always. And protection technologies are always trying to keep up with the new attacks so that they can protect. And yes, now at least today, protection technologies are the ones which are always a day behind, if not more. It's like new attacks, and you're always on the lookout of those new attacks. And then you say, okay, fine, now can I protect? And what is called zero-day attacks? Zero-day attacks are the attacks which, what we call as attacks which are not yet known. The CVEs do not yet exist. The solution is not yet known, and the patches have not yet been incorporated in the product, are zero-day attacks. And zero-day attacks are in thousands every day. And for those, protection technologies do not exist. So this game is going on today. I really don't know, unless one of you, the problem still is open, unless one of you out there can come up with some ubiquitous solution that independent of all the attacks, my solution persists. It is independent of any type of attack. If that kind of solution comes in, then this slide, we'll have to delete from the presentation, and we can say, now, the tiger is a white guy, and, it is already existing, no race altogether. So let's keep that in mind. Again, I will summarize. So nature of cybersecurity problem, that's what we are doing right now. We've talked about two things. One is the technology which is made for protection. Second is we've talked about the protection technology by in itself, when we are building it, it's always, while building, we are always hand to hand with the attacks which are happening. Very, very important as far as I'm concerned. Just keep this game in mind, okay? The game which we played for protecting the home. And let's say, if I would have given just this problem to you, negative one, I'll start. If I would have given all of us this problem, attack this house, okay? Attack means breach this house, one way. This is a very positive problem. Why? Why do I call it a positive problem? Somebody would have said, I could break the lock and open the door. Okay, you would have said that. I'm not looking at the chats. After 5 minutes, I'll start looking at the chats again, okay? For if there are any pending questions or anything. So yeah, I'll come back here. So negative goal, right? That just break the house. You can prove that I have broken the house by going in, whatever, I tell you to just say, break the house and bring that laptop from that house, or break the office and bring that laptop from the house, or break this computer and get the file from the computer. You can take that out and prove it, that I have done it. So it's a black or a white, right? You can say, I could not break it because you could not show that laptop, or you could not show that file. Or you can say that, okay, here is the file, so I was successful, right? So it's a very, very clear positive goal that it's a positive, it's a one-minded problem. As a package, such an easy problem for me. And even for you, that, okay, I have to go and get that grade sheet. I have to go and get that paper. I have to go and break that server and get that file. It's a very simple, clear problem. And then as a problem, then you automatically, once you have a very clear goal, it's a positive goal, okay? You can start thinking about the problem. Is very easy now. How do I break in? And you can think of multiple ways and keep trying. Now let's talk about the white goal, okay, which is actually a negative goal. What am I telling you, or what am I telling us? The problem is that nobody should be able to get into the house and take this laptop away. That's a problem, right? Or nobody should be able to get into this laptop and take this file away. That's what we are talking about. That's a protection problem, white hat problem, right? Now, to solve this problem, this white hat problem, you have to sit back and think that, okay, boss, in what ways can somebody get in? I don't know, right? And I might think 50 ways, and I might provide protection in those 50 ways. But can I prove that you can't find a 51st way to get in? No, right? And this is where I find it a passive talk. Like I wish I could see your faces and interact. So anyway, so it is a negative problem. So I can, as a white hat person, I can talk in probabilities, and probabilities also with respect to saying that, okay, now with my current experience and with the data of all the attacks today, and we are not talking of 0-day problems here, because for those solutions don't exist, right? And we don't know what are those 0-day vulnerabilities, which are already people know and I'm not aware of. So without the 0-day vulnerabilities, with all the data, I can give you a 90% probability or 99% probability that you will not be able to, this laptop cannot be breached, right? So it is a negative goal. It's a much tougher problem to solve. So protection problem, or the white hat problem, is a tougher problem to solve. It's an open-ended problem. No absolute definitive answer. Okay, and the black hat problem, that is the breaching in problem, is a positive goal problem, very definitive. Black-white problem is an easier problem to solve, easier to check. Okay? So that is when we talk about that, how do we go about solving this problem? And that is where there are many models, which threat model concept and many other ways that people try to use to say, okay, fine, let's use this threat modeling for an organization or so that we can try to solve, maybe a generic way or maybe a customized way. So it's a problem to be solved, and it is not, that is why I was talking about nature of the problem, because it's not a functionality. All of us always think about cybersecurity as a technology, equivalent to technology of any other vertical, but it's an open-ended problem. It will always remain an open-ended problem. The nature of problem is such, right? The attackers will always have a higher motivation of money or business or a competition. This is the nature of human being, nature of economics, nature of anything, right? Why does a black hat exist? It's a negative reason, right? Or whatever, negative nature. And that will always exist. And since that will always exist, this will always remain an open-ended problem, right? And white hat will always remain a tougher problem to solve. And that's something which, please, let's keep that in mind. Do we take a break? I hate these long monologues. Let me see. Is everyone okay? Can you respond? Do you want 2 minutes break, or shall I go on? Let me look at chat 1 minute. I want to look at chat. So I see some queries. Gray hats. Ethical hacker is a white hat, very much. We can continue. Okay, fine. Great. I'll continue a slide and keep the chat open. I'm more comfortable that way. That's my. See, I have become more of an academician than really an industry person by nature. So let me do that. I think this is good enough as a slide, we don't need more. Okay, so then I can see your comments. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay. Again, it stays on the nature of the problem. Please do not forget I'll repeat, 70% even till the latest data, 70% of the attacks originate from inside. So if you decide to be an ethical hacker, I saw that comment, ethical hacker, most of the, in fact, good amount of technologies which now organizations have started applying are data leak DLP, data leak prevention, content filtering, inside to outside also, not only outside to inside. Behavior modeling, behavior monitoring. Today is the age of behavior monitoring, okay? So, this is one aspect, again, please keep in mind that this human nature where we trust insiders by instinct does not apply in the cybersecurity. And not only cybersecurity, in any security, in physical security world, it does not apply. Most of the bribes, like all the wars, there was an insider who could get bribed and get the information which was the key for the defeat, right? So same thing. Even today, the weakest link is an insider. Another aspect which I can't ignore, because multi-trillion-dollar economy today, and it is not an exaggeration, it is data. Please look at internet, that the black hat and attacker world is a multi-trillion-dollar economy. It is an already underhand organized crime where you don't need to be a technologist to be an attacker. You can just be a very clear non-technology dark web. Yes. You guys, in fact, it is a young people's game. For me, only the experience is, yes, my instinct toward this, I become more paranoid, frankly. But my instinct is more towards cybersecurity because of experience. But do I know all the latest tools? No, I can never keep up. Would I know how to protect every latest application? No. If you ask me a specific question, how to protect this for the latest version? No. So, like always, this is going to be young people's game. So anyway, to come back to the point that this is an organized crime where people who decide to be black hats, technologists, what they do is they decide to, provide the attacker maybe tools, utilities, or whatever they are, and they sell to malware distributors out here. And malware distributors, so there are malware writers, will be engineers. There will be these malware distributors, identity collectors. They exist. In fact, I think I have if we reach that slide, really, which we might not, there's a good chance we won't. It is already 4 o'clock. I think our deadline is 4:30. I think we'll do only one section, okay? I don't know. But it is a multi-trillion. I'll go further fast. I'll go fast on this also. I do want to come to the individual. One thing, please keep in mind that cyber war, when we are using the term, it's no more only, so it's like physical security. I'm going to do it in 2 minutes, this slide. Physical security and cyber security. These two are no more separate fields. Physical security was a much easier problem. I had a boundary of office, boundary of home, boundary of country, boundary of anything. But now, my server could be anywhere in the country, the attacker could be anywhere in the world, internet is there, right? Tools could come from anywhere, so they are global boundaries, right? Unfortunately, there is still an awe about hackers. So people enjoy, even now, there is an awe where there are 16, 17-year-olds or 15-year-olds who are able to go through, get through all these protected servers. And yes, they are bought into law, but then they are hired by the best of the companies because they feel such a wonderful brain, right? Let me convert this brain to a white hat and use it for my purpose. So all the organizations are competing for these brains. This will continue for a while. So glorified hackers, okay? So attack tools, I won't even talk about. So right now, just the message which I wanted to provide through this slide is that we are experts in physical security. age-old problem. It comes instinctive to us when I lock my house or protect my house. Nobody has to tell me how to protect it, right? It's instinctive to me. Same way, the newer and newer generation, this digital world is instinctive to you. And even securing will become instinctive. Okay, it has to become instinctive. But the physical security is, if tomorrow China, why should I only say, but let's give that word, China or Russia or any other country decides to, wage a cyber war or a war on India. What would they really go through anymore those physical boundaries with hundreds of planes and all that on what we do between India versus Pakistan and what was China's skirmish which were happening on the boundary, but that was for the boundary. What they will do is a simple down, maybe some servers, maybe bank network, okay? And there we are done, right? It did happen in UK around 2 or 3 years back. Their entire bank network, all the banks were down for complete 3 days. The economic impact and the trust impact is so high, you don't need to do anything else. Our waterworks, our electrical works, our nuclear power station, our everything is digital, right? And to hack in those networks is not a big deal at all. They are on old networks, they are on old utilities. So no more cyber wars are here today, and the physical security and cyber security is no more separate. This is something which is important again. Cyber security or cyber threat will keep moving. It started with infrastructure security, added web security, added all these remote security browsers, Adobe, all the applications. Social networking started. Then the hacktivism started, where people started hacking into the government or the corporate data and all. Then came in mobile devices, so mobile security. Then came in the devices in the corporate networks or the college networks or anywhere. So all those security, network security. Now we are talking of cloud, so cloud security. And the biggest, which worries me a lot, yes, it does, is IoT. Why? Because even in my house now, if you say Alka, how many devices does she own? Would I instinctively think? First, I used to think instinctively only laptop. I used to never count my mobile. Now I say, okay, fine, mobile also. Now, do I have to count my fridge also and my washing machine? Yes, I just bought a washing machine last month, and it had it was a 26-year-old washing machine, in fact, and I was really happy with it. Didn't want all this digitization, but how long? So this machine has an app on my mobile, and where remotely I can maybe start that machine 3 hours later. Whenever the program stops, I can it'll notify me. I can sit in the office, and I can when I'm about to reach home an hour before, I can start the program so that when I reach home, right, the clothes can be dried. Yes, there are enough incentives for young guys who are extremely busy with busy lives, enough incentives to go to this digitization. So a personal, this IoT, when we are talking about my home having a digitized fridge, a digitized washing machine, my phone, my complete smart lights, and everything. What do you think it involves? Smart lights requires an inside hub, which goes through a router, because if I am operating all this sitting from my office, that means through an IP address, I am operating my house, right? What does that mean? And that means everything, the real world, my house has got into the network. No, earlier we were talking about only office was in the network. Now you're saying every house is in the network. So that's interesting, right? So anyway, I am not going more because I want to start at least. Dr. Sanjay, can you or the moderator, if you could tell me, should we try 4:30 as the last I do want a boundary because I don't think we'll ever be able to finish. This is one topic which we can go on and on. So what do you suggest? I'll plan accordingly. Hello?
Sanjay sir, are you there?
Or when is your next talk? Who's
Ma'am, this is the last talk for the day.
and what is that? What was the time plan? 4 o'clock, right?
I'm not sure, ma'am, because this got delayed. So
4:30, 4:45 maximum, right? We'll
okay,
do.
ma'am. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll skip all these slides. Let me see. One point which I do want to insist, since we talked about the nature of the security world, right? Please take this second point where I've got my cursor. That solution is not a pure technology game. It is a way of working. Okay. It does encompass people, process, technology. If I'm trying to remove some awe, please remove that awe. So yeah, please remove. If you're excited about technology, yes, you can play your part in the cybersecurity technology game. But if you want to provide a security to your office or to your home or to your personal anything, you have to think about people, process, technology. It goes full blown, and there is no other way out. There'll never be any other way out, right? Second is the fourth point I want to insist on. Every individual needs to have a cybersecurity awareness. You're never going to be only cybersecurity specialist and say, okay, if you're not aware, I can provide you cybersecurity protection. Not possible. Okay. So accountability across all roles anchored with a security specialist is going to be the way to go. I won't go about this threat modeling and all. We'll do it one day. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. I see some questions. Maybe I'll do 20 minutes of this and I'll take questions and then I will do this. Okay. So we will see if there are some questions which are getting repeated. I would rather take that and meet your needs than give my spill only. Okay. I want to drill this in all of us, including myself. What is the weakest? So please now just sit back and recall. What did we talk about in nature of the cybersecurity? What is the nature? The nature is very clearly the attacker does not care. That attacker cares that very clearly that, okay, fine, I used this technology to break in because he's a hacker, maybe a white hacker. His purpose is to get that fame which comes with a hacker. But an attacker, which is what the multi-trillion world economy already, not future. What he or she cares is, how do I get that stuff which I want? They don't care about anything else. So what they care about is, what is the weakest link? And what is interesting is they are all finding that people, exactly what you noticed amongst yourself, you were thinking, technology, technology, technology. Whenever I go to an organization also, they want very clearly, provide us a technology solution which I don't have to worry about cybersecurity. You just install the machines and I don't want to. Okay, that is the state which we are in. So weakest link has turned out to be a human being. You are the weakest link in computer security. Because attackers always find that
ಶರ್ಟ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಟಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊ.
Excuse me.
Kiran, mute your audio.
Okay. So please keep this in perspective that, okay, I'm entering an organization which will happen in another 3-4 years, right? Or 3 years or 2 years because you'll be doing internships. And you would be thinking that, okay, fine, it's not my responsibility, cybersecurity, but I can carry any devices inside that organization and do anything which I want, right? It doesn't work that way anymore. Cybersecurity is a very, very serious game, and breach is a very serious game. You are liable. Okay, let me bring that slide and then I'll go back to that. All laws applying to an organization, even college is an organization, applies to employees. Okay, and just one minute, please. Yeah, and Please keep this in perspective that you are as liable even by mistake if a breach happens from your device. Okay, there is always a contract agreement which you sign off and which we don't read. Even Alka has still a human problem of reading those pages and pages of that, what I'm signing. We just sign it, right? You are liable for termination, and take these statements seriously, because we enjoy, out of innocence, we enjoy trying those tools, trying those hacking tools, and trying those websites. And this, you are liable today. The laws very much exist. IT Act 2000. By IT Act 2000, each of us are liable for imprisonment, and it's no more future. Okay, and your reputation and my reputation, digital world is a world of that kind where if tomorrow it grows in the organization and in the network that this guy's device broke this server, be wary. That reputation carries for 20 years. So I would dissuade anyone to try these tools, because Kali Linux, because these questions I would want to answer that if you want to try, cybersecurity, you want to play around, what should you do? I'm already answering. Start with Kali Linux. Okay, install Kali Linux. There are enough, so many, what do you say? I'm seeing that question and I will answer, because those are things which I know you're excited by and I do give importance to them. Is that install Kali Linux? You're saying, how do we ensure that it is safe? Install it as a VM. Don't install it in a network where, and initially start it with, don't start it as a burp suit is a good answer also. Take a burp suit, start Kali Linux, do Metasploitable, start with Metasploitable server, okay? Metasploitable server is a vulnerable server, okay? And then take Metasploit and make in the VM, learn the exactly Metasploit framework. I'm seeing that, Karthik. So take and do it only in the VM environment scenario. And in the VM environment scenario, you are make sure your network, that is suppose in the VM world, see my entire slides are going to the haywire virtual box. Fantastic, because don't even connect to your network. Remove that connectivity and make a virtual network amongst your VMs. And these are very simple. You don't need a Wi-Fi card. Okay. And even if you have a Wi-Fi card, why do you want to even remove the Wi-Fi card from your hardware? It's very easy to just disable that Wi-Fi, right? And disable that network. So you don't need a Wi-Fi card necessarily. You can just set up a VM. You can set up three or four VMs, set up a virtual network in those VMs, right? And make one server, Metasploitable server, one server, Kali Linux server, one Metasploit, and one attacker, like maybe Windows, and you can just play around. And that's a very good thing to start. Anyway, that is not the goal of this workshop. So I won't be able to show also, but there are enough people who have initiatives. Please do it. Okay. Please very much do it. Anyway, so here I wanted to give a warning that please don't play around just like that. Another aspect which I wanted to share here is behavioral softwares. You're talking about AI and machine learning, right? There are N types of Linuxes. I know my eyes are also on the chat. That's how I am in the class. It's always very interactive classes. So yes, there are N Linuxes possible for trying around the security and playing around. And please do play that, even if you don't want to be a specialist. It's good. You get so much knowledge which will help you in defending. So anyway, coming back to the presentation, there are N behavioral softwares. Even every single antivirus nowadays monitors your behavior. Okay, they always look at, they have statistics as what is not so normal behavior and what is abnormal behavior. Okay, and a sign or an orange sign comes in, like I've just given simple sensors like number of login, time of login, okay, which data accessed, right? For what is it accessed? Every software right now, security software, is behavioral and everywhere. Okay, please be aware of that and keep this in mind when you are playing around, even if it is innocent, because at your age, I'm 200% sure it will be innocent. And you'll feel that I did not intend it. Don't even try these things, right, without a virtual network. Okay? Please try with understanding, because those days are absolutely over, where the law has kicked in already, and impacts can be very high, because with digitization, all of us know impacts are high. It's the criticality of the organization, criticality of college, unknowingly, even in college, right? If the college lab goes down or the college network goes down, and like I do want to talk about it, because you are at that age where we end up putting in social engineering, or end up trying that I know of that server which has these critical files, and I know the IP address of that server. Please understand, forensics is not difficult at all. So I am dissuading and moving away from there. Okay. I don't want to do this slide right now. I think drilled in enough that human behavior is being studied. So be careful. I'm seeing some chats also, because the need of you is more important than what I should say. Payment apps. Okay. Okay. Should I take this question of payment apps? Let me see. I will. Okay. I will. So just hold on. Okay. I'm just thinking for next 15 minutes, what all should we cover? Okay, let me start covering some very basic things. Okay, I won't even talk too much now. You are browsers. All of you know all these points. I'll show you some things, that's all. Okay, let me show you so that you get something out of this talk. Okay, one. Any site which you look at, this is banking, HDFC, any site, look at this lock. Are you with me? I'm assuming. This is a certificate. Every site, a good site, would have a certificate. Okay, look at this certificate. Click, okay, and parallel. This is a certificate. Now let's see, issued to netbanking.html.
Actually, you have not shared anything.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I have not. Oh, the only presentation is shared. Huh? Let me go to Zoom.
We have to stop the share and share the other tab.
Okay. So give me 2 minutes, because this is more important than any other slides. Okay, give me 2 minutes. Everything, because these are become top. Give me 2 minutes. I'm so sorry. Now let me share. Stop there. Can you see it?
No, ma'am. Yeah.
My HDFC?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So any browsing, see this lock? Please make sure you see a lock. Okay, first, absolutely important. Okay, then look at this. When you click on that lock, I just clicked on that lock. I mean, you can try in parallel on your machines also. There is a certificate. Okay, and click on the certificate. So see what you can see. Very interesting. They are using 8 cookies already with me. Okay, and they have a certificate. Okay, what does the certificate contain? That means the site is trying to certify that I have a certificate, I am authenticated, and you can use me. Let's go in the certificate. Okay, here. This certificate is to netbanking.hdfc.com. Okay, who has given the certificate? Certifier. Yeah, N certifier. Certifying authority is CA. Okay, so Bitdefender is the certifying authority. I mean, the murky world which we are in today, even you and me can apply to be a certifier. Okay, personal, even I can certify something. That's why it's important to see who has certified this particular certificate. What does this certificate contain? Okay, this is a digital certificate. When you do some basic cybersecurity course, you will learn what is a certificate and how are these certificates generated. Okay, so let's go in the details. One tab of this certificate is details. You can see it. Yeah, so this is details. And you see, I will just widen this field and I'll widen. This is an X509 certificate, X.509 certificate. And you see, these are the fields. And when the version of the certificate X509 is version 3, then the serial number of the certificate, then signature algorithm which has been used is SHA 256. Okay, I mean you'll do these algorithms when you do the crypto course, and then the signature hash is a 256-bit hash. Who is the issuer? It is a Bitdefender, US. When was the certificate issued? 8th December. When does it expire? 15th December. It's a 1-year certificate. Okay. Who are the guys? So see who are the guys it has been issued to. If you can you see here? I can't increase the screen. There is no maximize beyond that. Can you still see? I hope so. If you see the URL is netbanking.hdfc.com. OU is HDFC Bank Organization Unit. Location is Mumbai. So it's only for Mumbai location. Okay. And the state is Maharashtra. The country is India. And then these are the IP addresses which it has been issued to. So that much information is there in the certificate. Okay. And I'm not looking at chat right now, so can't see. And public key of that certificate is this. And it has been generated using another algorithm, ECC, elliptic curve. And if you actually have to decrypt the certificate, then this also you learn in the cybersecurity course. And that time, how to decrypt the public certificate and using a public key. And that is, so these certificates are absolutely important to see for a critical transaction and a critical site. Okay. And then this is the certification part. That is from Bitdefender, it has been given to HDFC. So I've shown you a very simple right now certificate. Okay. Let me show you something small, which are more important. Okay. And let me just show you some more things. So this is a certificate. Another thing, do notice, which right now here is not there. All of you might know, but I will still insist. Oh, none of them is showing HTTPS. Ensure HTTPS is there. Please ensure HTTPS is there. Okay, let me go to HDFC site. I would like to show one more thing. Any of these, see, like I'm just highlighting view demo. I mean, just look at the screen, view demo. When my cursor goes on view demo, what is the URL which is coming? The URL which is coming is to www.hdfc.com/htdocs/common/netbanking-video. The biggest problem on the sites, especially not non-serious sites, which do not have good certificates and self-certified, but you are so tempted to browse that site, then at least the indirect links are the most malicious links. Please look at, and that time I always say connect to what you are surfing and look at the URL which you are going to when you are going to indirect links. Okay, I can't do right now beyond that with the time permissions. Okay, so let me just show you one more thing which I would like you to experiment with, because presentations can always go on for you, but a lot of things you can do yourself. Let me see again, sharing screen will be needed. Look at the configuration of your browsers. Okay, so again, I'll have to go stop share and share the share screen. Do I have the configuration screen? Did I keep on at all? Yes, I did. I have a Mozilla one. I don't have a, I like to show you the Chrome one. Well, 1 minute. Can I just bring up the Mozilla Chrome one? But let me show you the Mozilla one first because it has a better, more detailed one. Okay, and let me share. Can you see it? Can you see my Mozilla configuration? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
okay. So how did I come across this? This is your pure browser security, nothing else, okay? And in the browser security, how did I go? I had on the right menu, I went to options, okay? And when I clicked options, this particular screen has come. And if you go in privacy and security here, this is where the my strong suggestion to all of you, independent of computer sciences or not, go through each of these configuration parameters. Understand them, each and every one of them. You go on the net is a word, you don't need teachers anymore. In fact, I really believe that. I mean, it's a self-learning world where if you know what you want to learn, you can through net and Google, you can learn anything and you can find your own best teachers, okay? So enhanced tracking protection, okay? So, I don't have time to go through each of them, but see, I mean, at least most of us don't even look at the configuration. We just go by default configuration. You can very much go for here, manage exceptions, okay? There is a strict, because of the video screen, which I'll minimize. I can't see my browser, sorry. So strict, there is a strict protection. If you are doing some very critical browsing, so you can very much, which I would recommend keeping the time short, right? That what have I started doing now? Open systems, closed systems. So if you are doing very critical transactions, I know you use anonymizer, but you do anonymizer more to hide yourself. Okay, but your banking transactions, so your critical, I mean, time will come when you'll be doing that, right? So that time, you could be using a machine which has very strict protection. It might not allow you to do a lot of browsing, general browsing, but why not? Because then at least you make sure your, so exactly what you said, try this stronger protection. It will cause many sites to break because the sites do not like those strict, what do you say, stringencies, and they say, sorry, we won't work because why? They are tracking you. And they want to track you. And as soon as they can't track you, they don't find it profitable enough to provide you whatever they are providing. So try strict and have fun. You'll really realize that most of your fun sites do not work. Okay, because they track you in ways which you're not aware of. Okay? So send websites do not. So just look at this. I can't teach everything. Cookies. Okay, let me show you some cookies. Okay. Manage data. Yeah, see, manage cookies. Look at any browser. You will be able to see the cookies, okay? And you'll be able to see every information of the cookie which is stored in your machine for your browser. Actually, in the Chrome, this one is showing only right now the Google cookies, okay? I found a file which had every cookie data I had with mine, and you'll be surprised that cookie is not just a cookie as one 16-bit something. Huh? It has every information. How do you think you go to a shopping site, and when you go to the next the same shopping site again, they are able to bring everything customized to you because on your machine they stored the information, good amount of information of your last browse, so that next time they can provide custom, and you get very happy and you feel very good. Your feel is very good. You don't even think you don't even think that they provided information pertaining to you. They are all stored in cookies. Okay, so clearing cookies again. If you stop the cookies, you'll realize 90% of the sites don't work. Okay, so play around. My strong suggestion: play around, logins, and play around with all this configuration, and play around with the strict, configurations and see what breaks. The second thing which play around with are permissions. Please do. Okay, and toggle, allow permission So all these, settings of camera, microphones, because in today's world, right, VR is what you were doing yesterday, not yesterday, the last presentation. You might not even realize on your Android, you have given a permission, right? You were so keen on downloading that app because that game is so good. How can I not play that game? And then that game said, I want all the permissions. Say, boss, kya hoega? Let me just provide it. So I just, in my hurry, I provided all the permission. Now, what permission have you provided? The camera, the microphone, everything. Now, how do you know that the camera is not on? And how do you know that they are not tracking you your every move? How do you know that? How do you know that in the background, a particular exe is not always executing and tracking you? How do you know that the microphone is not on all the time? You have provided permission in your excited moment. And how do you know that the microphone is not always on and that an exe is not always listening to you? Okay. Trust me, these things are happening today. That is how all the blackmails are happening. I mean, two organizations who I'm interacting with right now, in fact, they are, again, right now, they are being blackmailed because of this. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to stop all this. Again, let's come back. Let's come to question answers. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to provide as informative and still in 1 hour. Cybersecurity is hours and hours of topic. So I'll stop share again and see in, we are already 4:45. Any specific question? Because I can cover, I've got N slides which I can cover. So what would you like me to do? Any specific question you would like to answer, or I can cover a few?
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yeah.
Suppose I have downloaded Kali in VirtualBox and I've tried accessing Wi-Fi and my own Wi-Fi. Will I be charged of anything else?
Sorry. What have you?
If I have downloaded Kali, then tried messing around with my Wi-Fi network, my own house Wi-Fi network, will I be charged if they get to know something? Is it possible?
See, so this is where I think it's a good question, and I'll answer for all of you because all of us try. And I'll talk about my example. That's the best way. Like when I go to college, right? I used to go to, I don't know now. So I used to try N utilities because I want to be able to show, I want to be able to take workshops, right? And biggest fear initially for me was, would I end up doing something which can cause problem? Exactly what you're asking, right? Because you are trying some things. And so my strong suggestion to you, first of all, stay in the virtual network. Okay, create VirtualBox, virtual network, and try out things. Create a virtual lab. It'll give you confidence. And there are N tutorials how to create a virtual lab. If you feel, needing the thrill of, I want to try on a live website or a live this thing, because you can't ask a question, will I be charged something? If you do something notorious on a live website, and if they come to know, you will be. And can you remain safe? I'm wondering if your question behind your question is, because I've gone through all this personally. Can they track my IP address? Yes, they can. First, they can track your IPS, the service provider. Can a cyber police go to your service provider and find out the internal IP address? Who was it belonging to during this time? Yes, they can. And am I fibbing? No. Okay, because the service provider is liable to provide this data to a cyber police. And then through that internal IP address, can they come to you and do forensics and bring in, and can they track something? Very much. So if you do something as serious as that, please don't. So there are already responses coming as how to bypass, right? Please keep in mind, because in college, everyone tries to use a proxy. Everyone tries to use a proxy chain. Everyone tries to use an onion router. Everyone tries to use, the dark web. Everyone tries to use that to bypass. Well, keep in mind that slide. Why do you think the presentation was so important to me that, okay, even if I don't, cover technologies, one day you will learn, okay? But what is important to me is this. Because of the age group, which, we were talking to today, to survive, deer should run faster. Do you think the cyber police and the forensic guys are just sitting and twiddling fingers? There are too many serious crimes out there for them not to be aware of these onion routers and these, all these, proxies. They are also aware of these technologies. Keep in mind. So at this age, my suggestion is create your virtual labs. Okay, don't get excited. Okay, and do something in innocence. Once you understand, there are, and we'll stop. I don't want to go and take your evening time, but once you can always become a bug bounty hunter. Like, what is interesting is then they are giving you, and I can't take, that's why I can't take the organization names. I cannot give because I signed that as a agreement that I'm not allowed to give organization names who I consult. Okay, so oh yes, please avoid using public Wi-Fi. Your password, I can guarantee you, will be gone if you use a public Wi-Fi.
Ma'am.
So anyway, let me just complete that thread that bug bounty hunting is a very good way of a legal way of trying to break somebody's site. And the last organization who I was consulting for a year, these guys, actually their 50% vulnerabilities were coming from where? From bug bounty. Why? Because hackers feel great that they could break something and they get some money and they get a legal way of trying something real. So then you can't be caught because you are being a bug bounty hunter, registered as a bug bounty hunter. So my suggestion is, if you really want to try, something which is white, then try to be a bug bounty hunter and learn through that. But don't try. Today is no more a hacker world. It's a very much a cyber law world, and it's becoming stricter and stricter. Be very careful.
Ma'am, I have a question, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am,
as a moderator, let me say we have another 15 minutes. I'm going for questions because maybe I feel your questions are more important today before you do something not so comfortable to you and to others. My session is over, and whoever would like to get out of the session, please, you are welcome. And I'm fine by the moderator to switch off whenever you want. I'm okay for next 10 minutes to take questions. Yeah, please go ahead.
Ma'am, we have been trying hard so that the external person cannot use our data, ma'am. But the service provider himself or itself is misusing our data, no, ma'am.
What do you, who are you, and which data are you protecting?
Ma'am?
Ma'am, actually, it's the case. For example, if we take Google or something, then even if in Chrome,
you are talking of personal data.
Yeah.
See, this is a question for all of us. So this is our digital age, right? We have got so used to freewares. We want Google to provide us the free search service. We have become dependent on that. And then Google says, since and this is true, so again, I'm not giving my view. Google says, if I'm providing you a free service, what do I get in return? I have already made you sign a contract, privacy contract. So how many of you or we even including me here, I like including myself. How many of us read that contract, privacy contract, because privacy is the term nowadays. How many of us, okay, because now even Google makes us sign the privacy contract, how many of us read their privacy laws? How many of us read and get to know that what do they take from us and what do they not? And how many of us knowledgeably draw a line that I will not use Google for this purpose because they are taking more from me than what I am ready to give. So knowledge, what am I talking? What am I saying? I'm not saying there's no solution. That's why I said the solution is not only technology in cybersecurity. Solution is people, process, technology. Technology, please keep in mind, again, I kept as third. Technology is an enabler. Okay, technology isn't not the overall solution provider. It's you who comes first. You are the user. Are you using that particular utility or tool knowledgeably? Do we know what privacy law they have? Do we? And they have every particular site in bold right now gives a privacy law because they are liable. They are legally liable. You can sue them. And you can fight with them if you feel that you can very much, and those forums very much exist for you to go and say tomorrow, and they will take you seriously because they are so scared that I am not agreeable to your privacy law, and I believe it's unfair, and I believe your utility is so critical for me for so and so, and you're being unfair, and I will go to this alternate tool if you take this data from me. But how many of us even are increasing our knowledge? So my suggestion is there's no point having the mindset where we want services for free and expect them to provide, not be there's nothing free in world, be it air also. So that's what I would respond. Is that fair? Does that take care of
Yes, ma'am.
yeah?
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
That's the way it works in cyber world. And since you guys live, I mean, you'll be surprised. My WhatsApp time would be 10 minutes, maybe, a day or half an hour a day. I have a separate desktop for my CVSO. Because of cybersecurity, I've become so paranoid that, yes, I have defined so-called a closed systems approach for myself. No more open systems approach, where my device is same, my critical work is also the same. I will do anything and expect everyone else, to behave responsibly. No, I have to behave in a responsible manner for myself. I have to be a responsible white hat. Black hats will always do what they want. Can't do anything about it. Yeah? Any other thoughts? Otherwise, we are done.
ma'am,
Yeah,
one
ma'am.
more question, ma'am. Excuse me.
Yeah, yeah, please.
So before some time you just showed us an HDFC mobile banking site.
Hmm.
So in that there were 8 or 9 cookies which were predefined by the site maker itself that they will use that despite of the certification.
Yeah.
So how do we know that means that cookie? I know means HDFC is a trusted brand, but on the other hand, if we see, then certificates are just given anyhow, and some sites might be using some vulnerable cookies, and they are certified because so they can misuse.
So this is Vatsal, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. So Vatsal, one thing which is good to know. So let me give a positive, always, no point, but I have to get everyone, all of us have to get serious. So if I have been a little negative, it's been the truth. Okay. Let me give you the positive part of cookies. These are not executables. Okay. Cookies are information first. So that's a good part of cookies. And since they are good, they are not executables, they are not active malwares. Okay. Now, yes, can they take when they are keeping information from me? Where are they getting information from? They're getting information from what I'm browsing, right? Because they are taking information from the site which is their site. Are you with me there, Vatsal?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So what information can they take? The information which is pertaining to their website.
Yeah.
Okay. And that is what they store. Okay. Now, can there be cookie hijacking? Are there attacks possible? My suggestion is, okay, understand that. How much hijacking is possible? Okay. What kind of websites I go to, which cross the ethic. That's why I said I have gone to a closed systems approach for myself. There is a browsing system where I have nothing critical. Okay. Somebody is enjoying. Okay. So my suggestion is that yes, the only response I get, cookie is not an executable, but yes, they can, track the websites. Yes, they can, but like beyond the level, let me say, serious attacks, most of the good websites like banking websites and all have been able to protect themselves on with respect to cookies.
And ma'am, what about this background services? Means some app if we install and they means we cannot disable that that they can't run in background. And means if we see in task manager or something, then they are running from long time since we have closed.
So again, and we will have to, because this can go endlessly. So first is, I had a slide. I have to show that slide for you. This one, okay? And this one is very clearly, do I have this particular line? Let me bold it for you.
Cannot see the screen.
Oh, let me. So anyway, now, please, whoever wants to move out, move out. This is not official, and this will be the last question or last but one question. Okay. Let me share screen. Let me share my presentation because we couldn't. This presentation was. I knew it was. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So this was a slide of the presentation where let me bold the lines which I wanted to clear. Can you see the board? That the way in the house, when I asked you to protect it, what were you thinking? You were already thinking, how can somebody get in? Is that not a very logical thinking? But it is instinctive in the house. That's why we could think of maid, we could think of neighbors, we could think of dog, we could think of so many things, right? It's instinctive. Now, if I have to protect my laptop, if I do not want to have even knowledge of the entry and exit points, that how can somebody get in? And we think, if I can be protected, and why am I not protected? It will not happen. If you are downloading something, because we are downloading from 20 sites, which are, malicious sites or fun sites, and I'm downloading anything which actually should not be downloading because you have not authenticated the site, you have not authenticated this thing, you are doing that, then you are the entry point. Maybe they came as decoy, but you did not authenticate what you downloaded. If you did not authenticate what you downloaded, you provided the permissions on your Android for all the be it video, be it, then what can anybody do? So that is what is becoming a big problem. That the expectations are of a different level and operation is of a different level. In fact, the response in an organization is becoming very different. They are giving hardened desktops. So if you were an organization guy and if I'm a consultant, what am I responding to them right now? So that's the response I'll give to you. The response is harden, harden, harden. Do not allow any of your employee to do any action on the machine, which is your organization work, to do any extra work. Harden, harden, harden. That's what I would suggest. There's no way out there. Because you have provided, you have downloaded, you are the owner. Does that make sense?
Ma'am.
Yeah. Last question.
Last question, ma'am. One question I have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ma'am, can I go ahead?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Ma'am, why is the government promoting free Wi-Fi networks when it is a security threat, ma'am?
Is it not logical? Why are so many websites? Is it not? And we'll read the last question. Can you stop so-called digitization?
No, that is not
No.
possible.
Right? Like my age person, like all of us have completely we wither with the way digitization is happening and the way I have to use any of the, it's like, simple thing I'll respond. I'm responding indirectly. Google Pay. When did I come to Google Pay? Even my mobile usage, as I said, my WhatsApp is half an hour a day. I'm weaning myself out, okay, because it's so addictive. And I didn't want to do a digital transaction. Only after COVID, I realized I have no way out, right? So can we stop digitization? I mean, big basket. I said, no, I'm talking about my age. I am at a, your serious, third generation stage that I'm a person who would say, I like not that VR. I like going to a shop, looking at something working, and I like enjoy the experience of buying something. I'm sorry, I'm not a VR person. So I'm not a digitization promoter. But your generation, there's a good chance you'll feel very comfortable looking at the VR, doing an online shopping of a particular, even a washing machine. Even in COVID days, I went, shop hopping and I said, no, I want to see it in a shop. And you would be at an age where you'll be very comfortable and saying that, okay, your habits would be that way. You'll be ingrained working in a digitization way. So we can't stop digitization. Tomorrow, you are the one who will say, our India government is the only one which, does not provide, is not digitized. Look at UK, look at US, look at this. And you'll be cribbing, we are so behind, and you will feel embarrassed about our government. So providing facility for digitization or digitization adoption is not the answer, right? Because the same hat you'll be cribbing someday and say, look at, I went to UK. When I flew to UK, at airport, I had the laptop and I could just work and I could do everything and I could move. And look at when I came back to Mumbai and I had no facility, right? And you will be the one, you will be unhappy about that. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am. I have a linked question, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Karthik, is it Vatsal?
Karthik, ma'am. Karthik.
Yeah, Karthik.
Ma'am, why, if the cyber security is such a critical issue, why is the government cyber cell so ill-equipped, ma'am, in handling these cases? Like recently, we had a problem where the cyber cell was able to handle only 999 cases, and one case more, the whole thing crashed.
Okay. So again, I don't know if I'm equipped to answer, but again, I understand maybe again age thing where my take is unless best of the brains go there, it will not happen. It's like going back. I think now you will understand why I took nature of the cybersecurity world as my first preference to talk to you. It goes back again to here. This slide, I know it is not shared. I won't go through the sharing again. When I said security is a negative goal, it's a tougher problem, providing security. And breaking is an easy. Let me share that, because anyway, there's a last share, right? So let me share because I want to instill this in all of you and maybe some of you. I'll be really happy if you take that, because my generation lived in the era of only that IT world is the only to go to, or US is the only place to go to. And I'm hoping there will be a trickle where right thing to do will be more. So where is my presentation? Where is my presentation? Is it there also or not? 1 minute. Yes, it is there. Let me share this. 1 minute. So let me take you back to the slide. This slide, security problem solving, which we had shared. But the problem of preventing or protecting is a much difficult problem. It's a tougher problem. It's an open-ended problem. Problem of attacking is not 10 times, 1,000 times simpler problem. Okay, so unless best of the brains go there, it will always remain ill-equipped. Most of the countries, yes, are attracting, like US, they are attracting best of the brains in their cyber cell. They are. And that realization is coming in all the countries. It will happen. There is no other way out. So I would respond only that way, that there is no way out. It has to happen, and best of the brains have to go there. Ill-equipped, I mean, I would say it will always be ill-equipped, but how ill-equipped, So hopefully we will only be, but don't mind. I had also 2 instances of interaction. They are not very ill-equipped. I was so impressed by some of the cyber police officers and their knowledge, and what they showed was impressive. So they're not, I can give you assurance. Yes, the numbers are less, but the guys who know, some of them are really good. So I can assure you that some of them are really good. This is that the numbers are very less vis-a-vis what is needed. That I agree with you. So
Ma'am,
now, yeah.
ma'am, so what is reverse hacking, ma'am? Can reverse hacking be used to track down a hacker when he is
Yes.
hacking via this thing?
So that is Natesh,
VPN?
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So yes, very much possible. In fact, honeypots, when I used to take honeypots, so reverse hacking has taken place very much in a serious manner, okay, in 2 ways. So one thing which we have to understand, that cybersecurity is a world where there are no standards or rules, okay. Can you give me one moment, because I would like to stop this question, but one moment, give me personal 1 moment.
Yeah, hello students. I'm happy
I'm
that you are enjoying this and asking a lot of questions. So thanks for your questions. Yeah, hello madam, please continue.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
wanted to thank students for their question answers and
I
please
completely
continue.
agree,
Yeah,
because
sure.
enthusiasm is what we
Yeah,
need for
correct,
futures.
correct.
And in
Yes,
fact,
yes,
it
madam.
has motivated me so much to
Yes,
see
yes,
this
yes.
enthusiasm.
Sure, sure,
So,
madam. Please go ahead.
yeah. So, what were we talking about? We were talking about, sorry, you'll have to give me the
reverse hacking.
Yeah, reverse hacking, yeah. This has taken a very different shape altogether. The cybersecurity, what do you say, has almost no standards and boundaries right now. As you said, that the cyber cells of any country world over are very ill-equipped. So what's happening today is exactly what you can call it, reverse hacking or reverse hijacking. Okay, it's happening from both white hats and black hats. Black hats as aggression. That what do you think? If you think that you can find me or fool me through honeypots, I'll show you what I'm made of. Okay, so they reverse hack the honeypots and try to attack. And reverse hacking from a white hat perspective is what is actually happening to trace the attacker. Okay, where you are completely trying to reach. When we, now start reading the news where when you hear that this particular attack had a Russian fingerprint or Russian footprint in terms of the way it was done and the code it was written and some of the IP addresses and so, right? And same way they say it looked Chinese or it looked Indian or it looked so and so, right? And then if they want to go deeper and really want to catch that attacker and win to, because they are sitting in a different country, right? With exactly, I mean, some of you guys were giving on the chat, right? Dark web and onion router and reverse proxy chain and reverse proxies. Let's use all that, right? So even this crowd seems to know every bypass way. So what do you think? A serious attacker who has a living for this would not know. How do you breach and reach that particular attacker as a cyber law? You do only reverse hacking. And try to remove these layers, onion layers, and reach the actual IP address. So yes, very much reverse hacking is possible. Okay, and for me, the intent of responding and taking this question seriously was, please be careful when you try out things, right? That if you're trying out things on a site, right, which is notorious again, right? And so much reverse hacking happens, like when I download malwares. I would get very worried when I used to download malwares for the class, where or people would download malwares and they would come and say, now see, when I've downloaded malware, now my machine is not working. Because they are tracking that machine, so many things have got downloaded. So you have to have a separate machine, a separate desktop, separate VM, separate, and something which you can reset, completely, like in a VM, you can completely, or you can go to even nowadays these containers. I mean, try containers. My strong suggestion, try containers. I tried containers in Windows 10, and now I have to do it on a VM, and I was getting lazy. But always stay on the top, try, and that nobody can equip you. Only you can equip yourself beyond a level. Because by the time college equips you, tell you something else, and then we have to equip ourselves, right? So trying out things is the only way to go. So when you try things, just please, that was the intent of answering. That site also can come after you and track you. So these notorious websites, please be very careful when you just stay on them because of temptation and all that. You have to at least, I understand your age, and if you don't try out things, I won't say don't do, but do from a devices which you feel you can just reset, and nothing to lose. So is that...
Excuse me, Bob.
Excuse me, Bob.
Yeah, Mahit? Yeah.
Ma'am, I wanted to know, suppose we are doing a reverse hacking, and when you're reverse hacking, you track a IP address. But suppose the IP address bounces from one place to another place and to another to third place, then how do you reverse hack that particular thing?
I'm sorry. I know, so that's why ethically I do not respond to certain questions. So I really do.
Yeah, and ma'am,
In fact,
excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah. No, please keep in mind, this is something which I started, in fact, putting first slide, that learning hacking is a good thing. If even if you're trying, please, I understand, like I would in fact encourage you to hack. I would, because unless we have good hackers, we won't have good white hat guys. We won't, okay? So first learn the concepts, okay? So that's how I don't want to ignore your question, because I still believe you're hacking or you're trying out things as a white hacker, and I'm proud you're trying, okay? So really proud, because these are the students who will do well in cybersecurity. So it's like when you are, your purpose, when you're talking about, I'm saying that learn the concepts if you want to learn the concepts of when you're talking about the IP addresses, you're talking about mobile IP addresses, or you're talking about, so most of the people who are really attackers, okay, they do. So maybe you're talking about, the intent of your question could be two-way. The intent of the question could be, you are really reverse hackers, which are very few right now. Okay, your intent of the question could be for yourself, that if I change my IP address, will they be able to track me? Okay, that could also be the intent. That's why I said, normally ethically, I do not respond. So my suggestion is learn even simple concepts of networking, internal network. In fact, for a cybersecurity, when people ask me, what do I need to become a good cybersecurity guy? And I say, learn OS well, learn one language well, learn networking in and out very well, and learn, these are three things minimum I say. Learn your laptop hardware very well. Okay, learn your whichever machine which you're protecting, whichever area, learn it very well. Become a dada there. Then the domain which you're becoming, protecting, that understand the domain. You cannot be a generic cybersecurity specialist. That you'll become after a while, you'll become, some kind of auditor or somebody. So from a technology perspective. So my suggestion to you, Mahip, right, would be that
Yes,
understand the concept of internal network addresses, understand the concept of this internet service provider, that who provides the IP address, understand the concept of that when your IP addresses are internal, who all can keep those IP addresses, what all do they keep, right? So when forensics, understand some forensics also, that when forensics are done, who do they go to? So how can they reach me? Understand all that. Okay, then only these answers will come to you. Is it a fair answer?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, do you agree that increasing the level of security also increases the intensity of people to grab our information?
No. So, very clearly, no. It's like Alka Abroa, okay? I would say increasing the level of security. See, there are people out there, I'll give you just one example, okay? I'll just give you one example. I'm giving a very simple example, okay? There are people like you only, okay, who are sitting out there and using utilities where they try very simple things, okay? As let me just try to get all the routers and all the modems with default passwords. What do? They do modem hopping or router hopping, maybe Cisco. They've downloaded a very simple utility for a particular router, and then they're hopping, just logging in via the default IP address. I'm giving you an answer, very simple one, okay? I understand.
Yeah.
Right? And
Yes, ma'am.
just search on net, okay? The statistics that how much is the probability of being able to get into a router or a modem by a default password. You'll be surprised. Okay?
Ma'am,
So, yeah.
a general work term related question means what do these
Have I answered the previous question? Like, does that satisfy? Who was that?
Nihal.
Nihal. So, Nihal, it's like, summary, what I'm trying to say is that there are serious attackers and more serious attackers and intentional attackers, and there are, try attackers. And there are people who would say, for that organization, get me information, cyber espionage, right? And so there are different levels. So I would never say that it is always good to have a good level security. It is always.
Ma'am, then educating more on cybersecurity may also get offensive in the future.
There is no way out, Nihal. That age has come where every individual who has a machine is like, the way I know my home, you need to know your device. There is no way out.
Ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, that's me, right?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, what if someone doesn't want to fall under any problem? So they like kind of attack some weak victims and then they like kind of hack any website and make them, like what I'm trying to tell you
I
is
didn't
like,
get.
like I will try kind of hack your computer and make a DDoS attack on a server. So I kind of be get out of the situation and make you as something.
I haven't got your question, Mir. Can somebody, if somebody has, can somebody explain, or Mir, can you explain better?
Making
He uses your system to hack into a server so
Hmm.
that when they track back, your system becomes like you become the
That's
victim.
very common. That's very common.
yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So that's a very, very common thing. All the bots, what do they do? Right? When you're talking about scaled, bot attacks. What are the bot attacks? Bot attacks is not that everyone. I mean, if you go to this multi-trillion underworld, what happens? There are logins which are getting sold in ₹1 and $1 and 25 cents and 10 cents and 5 cents. Where are they coming from? They don't have so many machines. They have your machines which they are selling. What they have done is through malware, they have installed an agent in your machine which you are not aware of, and they are selling that agent in 5 cents. And then they are selling it lakhs of, and then your machine is being used as a bot attack. That's very common. So the response is that normally a forensic guy, that's why I said cyber police is not as, it's like our faith in our country. And we have been very unfair to, like somewhere we have always wanted to go, at least my generation has been, where we've always wanted to go to the lure world where we didn't go to education. We didn't, how many of us went for PhD and education, and same way, how many of us went to, the cyber world and to this, so to government critical core sectors. So unless good brains go, but no, so normally you're able to find that when forensics happen, you know that how the attack happened. So you do know that this was an agent, but that forensic needs to be done.
Ma'am, you knowing the security concept very well, do you still feel that, ma'am, you knowing the security concept very well,
Yeah.
do you still feel that you
I'm
are?
still a beginner, trust me. Huh? So sorry, I mean, there's one field I'll never, nobody can say that they really know well. Every changes are happening. Concept I understand well. I agree with you. Instinctively, yes, because of experience, but I still do not know even the latest tool, even me. Too many things happening every day. Yeah.
Ma'am,
So
do you still feel that your data is not on the secured lane?
yes, very much. I have gone to a closed systems approach, as I shared, where I take, I do not believe I cannot be breached. I believe 100% now I can be breached. So I have a separate system where I do my serious thing. And I always, I always weigh my risk. I, like somebody had asked the question that these, Google Pay and all. So I know that OTPs come. And I'm just giving an example that how do I weigh? And okay, in my account, how much is my money? And if it get breached, how many levels will it go for breaching? How many bypasses are possible? What is the risk? And that's how I decide which system to go. So I do not believe that I'm protected anymore. That's how I go.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
A general means work tenure related question means
Yeah.
aspiring to become a cyber.
Can we treat this last question? This is the last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah. Vatsal. So Vatsal is the last question, please. Yeah.
Yes, so means aspiring to become a cybersecurity analyst. So I just asked one or two people in that field only, in your field. So they're just told that, except if you are in a means a good firm who is having a daily set of data means which is coming or going. So means in small firms, generally, what do they do on a daily basis? Means this analyst, except of monitoring and everything.
So, what does a cybersecurity specialist do is what I'm hearing as.
Yeah, this analyst.
See, there are n things possible. It's such a novice world that what I would say, what are you good at? You can do that. Okay. If you ask me, because place is there for everybody, it's a very nascent world. If you ask me question as where is the money in the cybersecurity world?
Yeah, indirectly it was.
No. So I understand. That's why I'm already taking your question. Or where are the jobs? Where are the high paying jobs? Okay. So, yes, that is where the question starts. Like CISO is a high paying job. How mature is the cybersecurity world? Very, it's immature. CISO, what does he do? You're very right. You know, industry right now is at such a nascent stage where they are protecting themselves only for law. If tomorrow they are spending their money for functionality of their product, not for cybersecurity, very less for cybersecurity, as much essential. So since the intent is just to protect enough so that I do not come in the hands of law. Law is predominant right now. So that's why the CISO plays the role of protecting certifications, protecting the organization of the law, collecting the data so that they can present in the law, showing what all the organization has installed so that the law does not say that you have not installed this, okay, or you have not collected this. So CISO's role turns out to be that in the organization. So I've forgotten the name who had asked the question. Sorry, it was
Ma'am, it was me.
Vatsal. You were not me. You were Vatsal. So Vatsal, my take would be it will mature with time. Even in 3 years, you will see maturing. So don't take my answer as the guru answer. No. Today it is this. Tomorrow it's possible the organizations are protecting themselves as for a more protecting. Yes, some are protecting for data breach, okay, but only few. It's not really serious. Okay, so the intent of the organization, where the industry is, that is where the job will be. The content of the job will be where the industry is, and that is what they will pay. So my suggestion is look for that data. You will get the answer. Does that give you a good answer?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we'll stop here, okay? Because I know this is one field which, there can be as a user, as a professional. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for being such an interested participant. I really appreciate, and best of luck for all the future, any future field which you take, and for your future endeavor. For me, the passion is you guys, the future generation. You are our future generation, so we hold a lot of hopes on you guys. Thank you so much. Take care.
Yeah, thank you, madam, so much. Actually, it was a very, very interesting session. I don't know how many very I should say. I mean, this students staying on, that itself shows, right? And so many questions coming up, and I really appreciated your answer. Very precise, to the point, and no, very, very well thought out answers. So I mean, that's why students must have learned quite a lot, right? So in future, we would like to have no more of you, hopefully based on your time availability, and
Yeah, we'll surely do
tell
that.
us what opportunity you have whenever you are available. We'll create some opportunity to interact with our students. Right. So,
Surely, Dr. Sanjay. Thank you for providing the opportunity.
yeah. And
No, because it was your enthusiasm and initiative, so which I joined you. So thank you so
yeah,
much.
this is basically our job. It's mainly the students' enthusiasm, which I appreciate. Right?
I
We,
completely agree with you. With last 10 years
sure,
of
sure.
being with college,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
people used to say, why are you so always passionate year after year? And I used to always respond, I'm a vampire, just sapping in the energy of the young guy, feeling good
Young guys, yes.
about. So I totally agree with you. So please keep the energy up. I really appreciate the students today who are so enthusiastic.
Yeah,
So
very
much.
much. And I like the way you taught also all this white hat, black hat game, and all those things like that. So I think even the other students who are not probably staying here now, they also enjoyed. So the whole range of students, right?
Thank you so
Not
much.
just
Thank
the
you.
top performers. So thanks
Appreciate.
a lot
Thank you.
again.
Thank you.
Very
Take
much.
care.
We'll see
Yeah.
what we can do in future. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
It was very, very interesting, ma'am, as we got to know the importance of cybersecurity, which is very essential. Thanks a lot for being with us and enlighten us, ma'am.
Thank you, Sukrita. Thank you so much. Take care.
This we come to the end of this session. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow 8:45 we have very very interesting speaker. So do join and tell your friends also. He is one of the best speakers we can have. Sure. So see you. Bye.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.